Welcome back, everyone, to the North American Strikers Training Grounds Season 7. Almost flubbed that little skill check there, DVD style. It's me, I'm Vaughn. On the Nasty desk, which knowers know I watch Nasty. I'm a big Nasty enjoyer, and I'm joined by some fellow Nasty competitors and my buddy Mystic. And today, the four of us are going to be presenting the Nasty All Pro Awards created by Atay and Flowers. So good job to those. And I think I would just, instead of, making some small talks, I want to get into the meat and potatoes of it. We're going to talk about who's won these awards, take a look at the playoff bracket. Make sure if anyone's curious what those playoffs are, they can go to Liquipedia, where the GOAT Coco has updated all playoff brackets for all leagues because he's just like that. So go ahead, and if you want to follow along during the bracket, you can always go ahead and open that up on Liquipedia where it has all the information right there. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started with one of my favorite awards every season, which is the most valuable sub. One of the things about Nasty is we've actually seen quite a lot of players go in and out of games. We've seen role swaps. We've seen the battle for 0 and 9. We've seen all sorts of different players come through this league this season. But one stood out quite a bit in terms of the impact they have. And then you don't see the character up here, but his Drakkar is a little scary. That player is none other than Cows. So I actually want Cows. Cows came in on Pantheon. So can I have, let's just say Sov. Obviously, Cows plays the same position you did this season. Can you talk to me a little bit about your experience running the Cows in the queues, in-houses, scrims? Like, this is a player that's been around for a while, so he brought a lot of veterancy when he came in, when he played. So talk to me a little bit about why you think Cows deserved this award.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of them, a lot of what I've seen with Pantheon, and a lot of what I've talked about with Strages, with Storm as well. Cows came in at a time where where Loki's been a little bit absent, just for personal things, and Cows stepped up to the plate, made himself comfortable, and really like hit the ball running, and just completely took over the season for them, and did so many crazy things. Watching this guy play and how he meshed with Strages as well on the front line, absolutely phenomenal. And I personally, like, after having talked with Strages a lot about this, he's very happy with how he plays with Cows, and he also agrees that Cows has been a saving grace for him during this season, during the regular season. So very happy that to see Cows get an award that I frankly believe he deserves.
Yeah, I mean, the stats speak for themselves. They don't paint the full picture, but they do lend credence to it. Number one in KOs and damage. That's my kind of brawler. I don't need you to put the ball in the net. Just kill him, bro. The role is so weak. So thankfully, he's able to pilot these characters and get it done. Congratulations to Cows. Moving right along, though, we've got the rookie of the season. We can see, you may notice that the name isn't revealed. What I've been told is the slideshow is set up in a way where it shows it doesn't show their number one characters, but it shows some of their characters to get you a little bit of like a ooh, knowers you know kind of thing. So this is a player that's been an absolute standout this season. Really think they deserve the title of rookie of the season, and that is none other than Furret's own midfielder, Atay. WTA, a common L name change, by the way. All Omega Strikers name changes are so bad. It's so bad that he made his own slideshow and he made it his old name. So I just want to draw attention to that. Didn't even use the actual IGN he runs with now. Now that the flame is aside, really enjoyed watching him pilot characters that are a bit more unique. Like, I know Mystic and I love seeing a rune get played. So Ray, let's talk a little bit about what makes Atay stand above the rest of the rookies and also just have such a strong midfield presence this season. What has he been doing right in Nasty?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of FERT W's for this MVP stuff. And Ate, I mean, it's like, he went in kind of to FERT, the new person on their team, and really just like filled their roles really well. I mean, I think it's just like very well meshing both with Ripstick and Lemon. Like he's when we played them, I can really only talk a lot about the game we played, but it's, when we were playing them, it's like just such good synergy with Ripstick to be able to like pass around the forwards and the midfield, just like get it out like of the pressure there. And then it's like when they're on offense, it's just, including Ripstick in the offense as well, passing back to get it around. It's something that like requires that synergy a bit. So I think, just like him and his teammates just have like this really good synergy. And he also, is like kind of just like, a lot of experience, knows what position he needs to be in, knows when he needs to use the abilities correctly, and it's just like a really solid, like fundamental play and teamwork that I think like made Furt the strong team that they were. So
Hey, you can't really go out to a 9-0 season without having someone stand out as an MVP candidate, rookie of the season as well. Atay looking really good. I'm curious. Obviously, later in the season we'll reveal who that MVP is, but really championing himself as a top tier competitor in the space. So moving right along, let's go ahead and go to our next award, which is our most improved player. And I'm just gonna rip the band-aid off right now. It's Atay again. Congratulations, Atay, posting a wonderful 0% winner on Era midfield. Very proud of that. And I want to speak to a little bit about uh, improving as a player and continuing to elevate your game, even when you've already reached a kind of high. And one person I think that has a pretty good insight into that is Mystic, who I feel like we've had conversations over the times of your experience playing in both NASA and NASL about trying to keep up your skills and still looking to improve them. So, can you speak to me a little bit about not necessarily a Tay, since we've already covered what he did as a player, but what's the kind of appreciation you have for someone who wins an award like this?
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, I've shown my face around every league, which way NASA, NASL, maybe I'll be in Nasty if my skill goes the other direction. But either way, what I think is really important about this community and this league and just improvement in general is that everyone is slowly progressing as a player base over the course of the game's lifespan, right? So even if I played in NASL in season 2, 3, 4, that's not NASL today, right? Like the people who were in NASL back then, if you just pick them up and put them here today, they'd be in Nasty and NASA, right? Just
Correct.
teleport them from that time
Yes.
to now. Um, so to say like it's like okay, you are most improved in this league is just showing that you are improving faster than everyone else around you, which is such an amazing thing to do because everyone is improving, right? And your job isn't just to get better, it's to get better faster. And like that's what this reward is. It's like you improved much more than everyone else around you, which is like an insane accomplishment. And I think like that's what you want out of like even if like this isn't NASA or this isn't NASL, if this is the trajectory you're going on, then those leagues are within reach and like that's what you're striving for. And this shows exactly like the commitment to that.
I think that's perfectly put. And I also love when you bring up that point because I feel like I've said this for almost a year now. I don't know why I always decided it was going to be Furret, but this was before even this season. I always say airdrop Furret into any 2023 S tier, and they're just a hydrogen bomb. I think the level of play is something really important to mention. And it's also important to keep that in mind as well as these players play in playoffs today. Win or lose, this isn't the end of their competitive journey. I know every single person in playoffs and Nasty today wants to be in NASA or NASL or striving for that. You don't get to this position without working hard, without putting in games, scrimming with the team, trying to figure out what you can do, right? So regardless of what happens today, the fact that this player is being recognized for their improvement really speaks volumes to the ceiling that they might have even future down the line. And I want to focus on not just down the line, though, but what's happening right now. It's time to recognize the players that stood out in this season as being the top performers in their position, which is the all pro team. So, our peers have recognized the all pro third team, and it is a great mix of players. We've got Sav on the desk himself as the brawler with Spartan, Ray's teammate and the goalie, and Stragus on. Oh my goodness. Wow. Stragus, I was going to make a Fairfield zone saved. Fairfield's own Stragus coming in the midfield slot. Obviously, we've got some things going on in terms of stats down here. We got second most goals per 10, Sov, which is a banger stat. I love that stat. Saves per 10, low-key Mickey stat, Spartan. They should have given you something better, boss. And then straightest number one midfield per 10. That's what I like to see. So I'm going to quickly talk about, honestly, Sov, I'm going to have you talk about another team. So we can just say, we'll just give you a little glaze while you sit here. But I want to go back to Ray, because obviously you've got a teammate on this third team. Could you talk to me about the players on this third team, even after you mentioned discussing how Spartan's been playing, outside of the show, and as well competing against the other players on this slide?
Yeah, I mean, so this is obviously a pretty good team. Sovereign, I'll just say, like, when we had to play SCP, I was like, oh, thank God Sovereign's out for the week. Like, that's just got a lot easier. So, he's obviously, I think we even played SCP in Liftoff, and they kind of owned us then. That was like before we did a lot of role swapping. So, he's got a lot of characters, pretty good, diverse set, right? Like the Asher and the Kazan. Not limited to really one playstyle. So I think, that's really good. I think he probably would have been higher up here if he had been like in the whole season, but part of me is a little sad that our match today he's going to be there because I think it'll be harder. But also I'm glad too because now if we win there'll be no asterisk on it or anything. Spartan, he's my goalie. He has so many saves for goals because I trust him so much to like hold it down. I feel like I don't really need to like babysit him, obviously on midfield. So he's just like really good with the melee goalies, but we've also had times where he can like pull out some of the range goalies, help us on damage or Finny, or kind of like keep it up with Estelle. Um, but it's just like I've learned to trust him a lot over this, and he's definitely proven that. And then Strategist as well too. I mean, it's like plays really well with his team. Obviously, like the most damage for midfield, right? That's kind of their team thing. It's like going for those KOs and damages. So the fact that he can do that, and then also just do the other things the midfield needs to do, like score and assist and, help with defense too. So, very good team there.
That's facts. And I want everyone to keep in mind, I do this every season for every league I do it, but at the end, just for fun, I want you to say, okay, this is a little unfair this season. We'll see as we get there, but just humor me. Which all-pro team would you take in a tournament setting if they all entered? Bear with me, it might be a little silly once we get to number
Yeah.
one, but still, maybe we have some believers. I don't know. The reason I'm bringing it up is this team is pretty nasty. So let's go ahead to the second All-Pro team, where we have other players of scriptwriters joining. Hashtag SCP on top. We got Greatest Meme, we got Megaverse and Eternal, and now Sob, I'm going to turn over to you. I want you to tell me what your experience has been like teaming with your backline. What have they done? It's Say Nice Things Sunday. Let it rip. It's time to give your teammates that pre-playoff glaze to make them play well.
I mean, there's so many things I can say here, Vaughn. Working with Megaverse this season, he's always been a goalie like I've always seen play, and I've always told myself one day once I'm good enough to reach out to this man, I want to play with him. He's always been a man I've seen play, and I've always like loved what he does. Love the room goalie, love everything else he pulls out. He's crafty, he's smart, he's tactical, and overall he just locks it down, and that's all I could ever ask for. And of course midfield for midfielder as well, Eternal. I played with this guy since season 5. Back with the Eternal Sovereigns, which, to be fair, that team did have its ups and downs, but playing with him throughout all these seasons and him being one of my best friends, like I've made in the scene as well, we work together so well. We coordinate our offenses with like such precision, and we're able to just put together like these fast strings like right in your face and overwhelm the opponent sometimes, which has seen like varying degrees of success at Duper players, but. Hey, I love these guys. I think they're really great. And I think another great person right here has it in his name as well, the Greatest Meme. This guy is amazing. I love watching him play. And I think as a brawler, he is like in the show right there. Like number one scorer goals. I mean, guys. He's the greatest for the reason. He's number one for the reason. And personally, all I can say is I'm looking forward to playing him today.
Hey, well said. I like that quite a bit. I obviously am a pretty big fan of all these players. I know if I get the Greatest Meme on my team of the Qs, I can win. If I get Megaverse, I mean, I've teamed with Megaverse and actual S tiers, and then Eternal, watching him improve this season has been a real pleasure for me. So moving on to number one, It's a 9-0 team. It's pretty hard not to vote for them. It is the entirety of the Furret squad. We've got Lemon, Ripstick, and Ate. One of the only times 9-0 has ever happened. I think the only other times is Demons Raw and Nassel 2 and PPL question mark and NASA 6 5 question mark. So again, very impressive, very difficult to do. We've got former MVP Overgrown Lemon, or last season's MVP Overgrown Lemon. Then we have Ripstick, hashtag Ripstick clears, with Rookie of the Season Ate bringing it up. And I'm going to quickly talk about this team because I've actually gotten to play with these guys. I've gotten actually the opportunity to play with a lot of NASA and Nasty players because I like filling in for the scrims. And let it be known, these guys are beasts. I subbed in goalie and we scrimmed a full 2-hour block versus Rat Pack and we won the majority of the games. I just want to put that out there. These guys are demons. Okay, they are absolute beasts. So shout out to Lemon and Ate because they mogged Tempo Melon and Carmine so hard, just destroyed them. Wasn't even close. Send them back down to Nasty. They would not survive. So I like those two guys a lot. And then if anyone watched Nassel finals yesterday, I hit a little ripstick clear myself in honor of the GOAT. So I love these guys. I really, really have a lot of respect for them. Honestly, W Glaze. I'm just gonna move on because they're like they're so good. They look so good. This looks like a NASA team that is just in Nasty. So I'm a big fan of these guys. Congratulations to an amazing season. Hopefully they can secure the dub. Curse of first seed. We all know it can happen. But if anyone's gonna be able to win the chip this year, I do believe it's gonna be for it. So those are our all-pro teams, and we've got one final award to give, which is our most valuable player. Now, before we move on, I'm going to ask, out of the 3 players on this team, unless you guys looked at the stream, which is kind of teased who won it, but if you haven't, it was your own choice. Obviously, they have 3 players on the 9-0 team. I want everyone on the desk to say who they would vote if these were your only 3 options. Who would be your MVP? And let's start with Mystic Watch. As the #1 nasty content consumer, I know he's going to snipe a powerful pick with some good reasoning. So Mystic Watch, who is your choice out of these 3 for MVP this season?
Honestly, we're gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna go with Tay because Tay's a Rune player, and I
Oh
love
my God,
Rune, and I
beast.
love seeing more Rune midfield specifically, not goalie. Sorry, Gumi. But yeah, that's literally it. I think they've improved a lot, and I really like their character pool.
Amen. All right, Sav, how about you?
You know, Vaughn, there's a lot of talented players on this team, and I think each one of them in their own right has outperformed every single expectation ever placed on them in the past. And I believe my personal pick would have to go to Ripstick. I was low-key beefing with him on Sunday, but that was because I was upset with Dubu. But hindsight hits me. Hindsight hit me, and I gotta give my flowers when they're needed. I personally think this guy played like a beast in our series, and has played like a beast throughout the entire season. So personally, I think Ripstick is my vote for MVP of the season.
It's facts. Do not let this man get Dubu. He's a demon. And last but not least, Ray, who's your pick out of these 3?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a Tay. I mean, it's like midfielder biased. It just feels like midfielders have the most impact, it seems, a lot of the times. And I feel like when you play him, it just feels that way too. He's also who I voted for, so I know at least, he gets my points for that. So I'm going to go with him.
Fair enough. If it came down to me, it would go to Overgoat Lemon 5. That guy is a beast. He's a beast. Low key, that guy, a little more reps. If he keeps up the work, he's Nassau Brawler next season. I'm gonna say it. That guy is nasty. Lemon, hit me up in the off season, bro. I'll fill scrims versus you. You gotta get some reps in. I got you, bro. We gonna do the boot camp. You gotta get the reps in on me. I'm gonna barcode clear on you 50,000 times until you can get it, and then you're gonna be Nassel. So, without any further ado, let's go ahead and reveal our most valuable player. Drum roll, please. Will it be Ripstick? Will it be Atay? Will it be Overgrown Lemon? If you look, we already see Luna and Kai. The NAST MVP this season is, in fact, Atay, the midfielder for Furret. Congratulations. This marks not just one league, but two, where the rookie of the season also won MVP, which is super cool. Atay taking home 3 different votes and rewards in the nasty season. I like that a lot. He's got also the Chatter Award, which is honestly really hard because I think that's more impressive than winning MVP for people who didn't watch. He beat Liari as the #1 chatter in the space, and that is truly impressive. So I'd like to give congratulations to Atay for that achievement as well, because if anything, I would have more pride in that. That is difficult to do. So congratulations to Atay. We're going to cut now really quickly to bracket predictions, but what I want us to do as a desk is we are going to look at the 6 teams that we have in playoffs. We have Weasel Little Furrets, we have Poo Dash's Dynasty, Final Destination, Scriptwriters, Pantheon, Cutie Patooties. I want you to pick the 3 teams that you expect to make it to our final day, the top 3 teams remaining in Nasty after all is said and done. Who are going to be our final 3 competitors on day 3 of this competition? And we'll start with Ray. And Ray, what you're going to do is instead of picking your team,
All right.
you will pick 3 other teams that you think could make it, because obviously you're going to pick yourself. So I just want you to pick the 3 teams that if you weren't in playoffs that would make it, if that makes sense.
Mhm.
So I'd like you to give me your 3 teams that you think are going to make it out, starting with any team but yours.
All right. Well, I think Furts, just the 1 seed, 9-0. They've proven they can beat every team. Let's get them in there. If something happens to us, right, the script writer is obviously going to be up there right with them. So I think those 2. If I can't choose my own team, I'm going to go with that. And then I'm going to go with Pantheon as the 3rd. I think, right, like they had to play losers of Furt and Pudash, and I'm pretty sure they beat Pudash in playoff, or not playoffs, in the round robin portion. So I think they'll like make it there if something happens to us. So those are my 3 teams.
All right, Sav, same thing for you. Top 3 teams, not including yourself, making it to day 2.
Me may as well go with my cop out answer first. I think I have no doubt that Weasel Little Furrets will take top 3 here. I think this team will be beasting out in playoffs, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they play. Secondly, I gotta say, Red Boy P, I think you guys on Final Destination have a really good shot at making top 3 as well, and I'm looking forward to see either a run back, sometime later in bracket, or and also just facing off against you first. But also looking forward to see how you guys do. And finally, Pantheon, I think that team has demon potential. And now in starting in losers, I think they're gonna have that little chip on their shoulder, that little like grudge to try and claw their way up to grand finals. So I think Pantheon can take it. Those are my top 3.
All right, last but not least, Mystic Watch.
All right. I mean, we're gonna keep it simple. We's Little Furries, Final Destination, and Script Writers. So the 2 teams that were essentially almost 9-0 the entire way through, and then Final Destination because I like who's on their team.
That's facts. All right, here's my take. First team making it out, Poo Dash's Dynasty. Wolfmang is a demon, and Cliff has hours and hours of National VOD study as #1 ref of the season with games refed. Bang, Poo Dash, instant first pick. Second pick, Cutie Patooties, no diff. Dr. Smag is going to pull up. She is the most educated player in the scene, and she's going to use all of that brain power day to really seal the deal. And then the last team that's going to make it is a Final Destination. They're about to bring him no items. About to lock in a collab and watching Ray's gif or his header on Discord with the Falco like edge canceling, and I was like hypnotized by it. So it's gonna be those 3 teams making it out. Apologies to everyone else. You shouldn't have even showed up today. The script has been written and the script writers are not in it, and neither is We's Little Furret. So you heard it here first. When you see it happen, don't be surprised, just be understanding. So with that, thank you very much, everyone. This was the Nasty Awards. We're gonna go to a break really quickly, and then we'll be back with the first series of the day starting very soon. Don't go anywhere. Nasty playoffs start right now after this break. Welcome back. It's like we never left. It's Mystic and I. We're here to cast. Mystic, are you excited for some Omega Strikers tonight?
I love casting Omega Strikers, and one thing that I love more about casting Omega Strikers is casting it with my good friend Vaughn.
Dude, you took the words out of my mouth. And if I'm gonna be honest, I'm excited to cast a Taiko Temple game because I didn't see this. Fun fact: this map got played 0 times in the entirety of NASL playoffs. So already I'm feeling like a bit of a fresh start to begin our nasty playoffs day. Unfortunately, it is a bit of a not just a fresh start; it's a size start, which means we've got all of the Chungus picks. But most importantly, I feel honored to cast this. We have Atlas Midi locked in today on the Temple, which is a pick that is so near and dear to my heart. I'm really excited to see it, and I'm going to take the first point to talk about the strengths that this pick is going to add to the comp, because it's going to get off to a meandering slow start. It's a Taiko game. It's going to take a while. So Atlas Midi opted for the Siege Machine. One thing this character does quite well is over the course of this game, you're going to watch Taiko Temple be dictated not by the passing ability of the teams, but the sheer force that they can just brute strength the ball through the 2 lanes of the map. The middle drum really shuts down almost any kind of interaction as the ball moves up the court. So pretty much for the entirety of this game, Mystic, we're going to see 2 teams spawn in 6 different creations, 5 because we have an X, and it will do nothing but slam the ball back and forth, no way to pass it through the middle, and the Atlas midfield is prime equipped to use his CDs to get the ball through picks like the X and even the Now, because he can beat out her strike primary by hit stunning her just like we saw there. So that's kind of a breakdown of the pick strength. Obviously, it's going to be a bit slower, and they're going to have to play around that better. But I think with this Dubu plus Atlas backline, it's going to be really, really hard for Overgrown Lemon to score alone, as he won't have any hit stun support from the Now. So that's kind of what we're looking at here, and how Pudash is going to attempt to control this match.
Yeah, I mean, that was a wonderful breakdown of the Atlas. Ooh, great kill by Overgrown Lemon. But Atlas is actually one of those picks that it was just not too long ago where I was specifically asking you about your reasonings for picking Atlas midfield, because you play it not only on this map, but you also play it on Demon Days quite a bit too. And I was a big fan of trying to figure out like why, like what the strengths of that character was. And one of the things that I've noticed on this Taiko Temple specifically is my character pool. I really like Taiko Temple, and I think my character pool is part of the reason, or a big reason why, and it's because I play a lot of the creation characters.
Yes.
And just being able to get like exactly there by Wolfmang, just putting the Amy turret down, and then following it up with Asianator with the Dubu Fortress behind it. You know, like we see, oh my god, a great play by Overgrown Lemon. Like the ability of the Amy and the Dubu to break through, and plus the Atlas, all these creations are so much higher that Overgrown Lemon on the Axe is going to have a much harder time, like you said. But you know, just because it's a harder time doesn't mean it's an impossible time. And like going for those type of plays where you kind of have to like think outside the box and be a little bit tricky, using the middle to bounce and get a rebound off of to try to go for a scoring attempt or things like that. So I really appreciate how he's trying to score in these situations.
I think that's well put in. Something I also like about all these creation characters too is Ripstick is on his Asher. Dubu is definitely that preferred character of choice, but Asher, we've seen a lot of popularity. Oh, I like that. We've seen a lot of popularity in these melee goalies, but what I think is so much of an impact that's going to go through this game is Wolfmang has opted not into a traditional brawler, but more of the Amy pick, which I find really interesting, because when you have the Amy turret and the Atlas Expanse, Asher primary is maybe the best defensive ability ever in the history of the game. But the thing is, she can't push it past a creation. She can only stall it out, which is so much different than other traditional picks. So we're seeing a lot of goalie pressure put on Ripstick, because Asher Primary simply won't function in the same way it would against a traditional midfield brawler pairing. They have too many constant hitboxes that are going to put a ton of pressure on it. And, not to mention, Cliff putting on a great defensive masterpiece as well, with Wolfmang sneaking past a goal. And once those barriers are down, Asher's weaknesses get exposed. So I love this alternate approach from Pudash's son. I love when teams look outside the box and try to play their strengths of the map and their strengths as players. And this is already on a full display as our 9-0 team is off to a small but significant early deficit.
Yeah, and I completely agree with what you said about the Asher's strengths and weaknesses, which are very few, but do exist. And we'll see if like Pudash is able to keep this pressure up. Like you said, I love the creation combo masterclass that's being put on here. Asher just not able to push forward, right? It's just able to halt the core, but that's about it. And once that final barrier breaks, it's really tough. And then that's even more exacerbated by the fact that X has a really big uphill battle to climb to break that barrier against Atlas, against the support of the Amy turret on defense if it needs to be there, against the Dubu. And then on top of that is, while now is a creation character and a phenomenal midfielder at that, it's not the same type of creation that the entire Pudash team has, right? It's not this like unending fortress of moving forward unstoppable objects that appear. It's more so just like quick instant extra forces of either hit stun or rebound catching or like primary, like strike primary type of abilities. They're still creations, but they don't function the same way as the entire Pudash team's creations.
Completely agree. Now we've gotten to a point where Ripstick is staring down the series and first set of the series. It's gone. Ripstick not able to hold it in that open net. These creations are doing such a good job of zoning him off, and he opted for the mom boots for the extra speed, but it's not going to mean anything in the face of Amy turrets, Dubu walls, Atlas expanses, and a quick first set going the side of Pudash's dynasty here. I'm eyeing that extra special, but team player also a great choice if you're a midfielder. I think when you have this team, though, you just completely double down, triple down on these creations. I wouldn't be surprised if I see Amy pick the extra special, but we're opting for 1-2 punch, which I'm not sure if I agree with, but we're going to have to see what they decide. I see Fire Up. I see Spark of Focus as some power picks. But if I'm being honest, I feel like if I'm the side of Pudash, there's a bit of a missed opportunity in the fact that we didn't get extra special Amy, opting in towards the 1-2 punch for some damage, but I don't really think that's indexing how this team is going to be winning their games. So I'm curious to see if this decision is going to pay off. I don't think it's game losing, but I think it's a small miss in the draft, and we're going to see if Overgrown Lemon's able to punish that now that he has his X ult up so many more times.
Yeah, I was actually really hoping they either took the extra special, or if one less spark was in the draft, just take the spark of focus there for the same reason, really. And one of the reasons why I don't really like the 1-2 punch here, one, like you said, their win condition doesn't seem to be that, but the fact that it's 5, every single person on Furrets has, why can't I think of the name of the awakening, the size awakening that they all have?
Recovery drone.
Yeah, recovery drone, thank you. They all have recovery drone, right? So not only, it's like 2 layers of, one, they're not really going for damage to begin with, and they should focus more on that creation. And then on top of that, every single person has recovery drone, so it's even less impactful. Not that it's not impactful at all, but it seems less towards that win condition that you had stated before.
Completely understand, and I find myself agreeing as we're watching Red Team Pudash put up a bit of an offensive pressure. Good find from Wolfmang, not able to push past the 3, I understand completely, but a good redirect from Cliff puts pressure on Ripstick, who stays calm. Lots of abilities popped as well as a core flip, but no dice just quite yet. Extra speed from Ripstick, helping him get to some of those loose balls as Overgrown Lemon pops the ult for 1. Will he get 2? Probably not. Asianer with a nice defensive hold, and it's creations everywhere and a flip. Oh my god, it's like watching a pachinko game go down, and they're managing to hold it quite well, but it was anyone's guess. As now the beautiful Taiko Temple gameplay loop is in full display. Ping pong the animation, core speed goes a little too fast. His blood tastes like iron. Overgrown Lemon then slots it in. That open net is going to be so potent. As soon as one of these melee goalies doesn't have a barrier, they are a sitting duck. Their wings get clipped. And as someone who really, really pushed for these picks in playoffs, I completely understand. If you can't add offensively for the team by walking up without a barrier, then you lose so much of that potency that a ranged alternative would. So Fur is not out of this yet. They took that set 1 loss on the chin, adjusted quite well, and are fighting back for the series, wanting to even up the sets. As an errant Asianer Dubu roll doesn't exactly catch the core, and Ripstick, trying to push the tempo, doesn't exactly find it quite yet, but ball control isn't completely lost. They do have a now, which does add extra speed that every single character in this game is missing. But Lemon, great heads-up play. Yeah, that was a fantastic call out on the Dubu wall. Asianer, I think, had the right idea, honestly, going for it, but just a great heads-up play from Lemon on that strike to put the ball in, and it was just 2 back-to-back sets of quick, efficient gameplay, and he gets his pick of the litter, deciding to safely opt into denying Cliff this second spark with the CDR. So he's rewarded for his play, not with the greatest X training of all time, but making sure that Atlas may be scoreable on in future sets.
Yeah, I mean, there wasn't really too much here for X to take regardless. Maybe you go for the Orb Dancer or OIA. I know that's been a more popular pick by none other than Sad Boys Truly Bells in the brawler role, but none of the traditional X picks there. No size, no Stagger Awakening. So I think it's completely fine to go for the deny, because Atlas with a speed, Atlas being one of the slower characters in the game, having that speed. Oh my goodness, I think that's our first recovery drone that we've seen in a while popped. But Atlas having pretty low base speed, getting not only 1 spark, but 2 sparks, one of them being speed, and then on top of that, the focus would have been really tough. Just that moving wall forward with the primary from Atlas is so hard to defend against. And we're seeing, kind of going back to what you mentioned from the last draft, if we'd be seeing the punish come through or not from X getting the extra special. And it seems like with how Overgrown Lemon performed last set, that it could have been a little bit bigger of a mistake by letting that extra special through.
Yeah, having that strike reset, like in that exact moment, is just so powerful. I think it was a real blunder on the side of Wolfgang to not pick it up. And another thing I want to point out is that on the side of Furret, 3 incredibly strong speed awakenings were all drafted, and we're going to see this exacerbate a problem that we're slowly starting to come to terms with, is that yes, Pudash's team has some incredible defensive capabilities, and they have some really difficult to defeat creations. Once those are down, though, it lets Ate and Overgrown Lemon, and even Ripstick, who has almost like 500 plus, no, he does. When Mambus are active, he has close to 600 movement speed. It's really letting them rotate the ball so much more efficiently and play in more aggressive ways that they weren't able to do in set 1. So I think if I'm the side of Pudash, I need to figure out how to index my really powerful creations to get more chip damage down on Lemon like it's happening now and pressure him into some KOs. Even if they have it now, I think that's what they're going to have to start doing to make sure that they have more opportunities to keep the ball off of their defensive half and utilize those creations more for breaking Ripstick's final barrier.
Yeah, completely agree. If we're going to be building the type of build that we have on the Amy there with the 1-2 punch and the Deadeye, one of the things that is really miserable as a brawler is when you're in Taiko Temple. Oh my god, another great shot there, or the Bull Rush. But one of the things that's really tough as a brawler on this map that I hear complaints about all the time is that when you get into the corner and the enemy melee goalie is there with the midfielder and you're just getting beaten to a pulp trying to break through. And we see that happening, right? Overgrown Lemon lost the recovery drone, but it hasn't been followed up since. And we have such high amounts of damage on all these characters, between the Pauldron's Dubu, between, double damage awakening Amy, and then Monu plus Spark of Focus on Atlas, that the defense, if we're doing half of or 3/4 of Overgrown Lemon's health, try to finish it off just like that. And this is the type of opportunities that Pudash needs to then score, right? Take a little bit of breather off with one less person on the map and see if they can force out the flips or they can get a shot in.
Yep, now we've got some of that pressure coming down. Ripstick, forced to use his abilities, only has the flip, but good patience from the side of Furret. Make sure they don't lose that. Ate grabbing that rebound there with his flip. That's 1 out of 2 down, but Lemon back in the fold with his ult, but that forced out a flip from Cliff, and just it's back and forth. Asiator almost saves that. Honestly shocked it didn't, and now Ripstick pushes up to keep the pressure going, but I don't think it's going to amount to much. Asiator just able to corral the ball. Wolfmang now has his flip, and Asiator flips for the speed, and the creations shall inherit the earth. Good job. Cliff with the extra siege machine range, able to checkmate the evasive-less Ate between his primary and Amy ult. And it looks like we have a bit of a pause, and we can chit-chat a little more about how the game is going. How wonderful. And one thing that I think that you mentioned, and we immediately saw after talking about it, is Wolfmang has picked up quite an effective build. 1-2 punch Deadeye, finding that power play in that point resulted in their first scored goal in 6 straight goals. Fur was on a 5-0 run before that. So I think that while the build is powerful, if Wolfmang isn't able to find more of those KOs, it's going to look difficult for Pudash and Sons to be able to find a win. So the onus is really on him, while Asiator and Cliff... Oh, and wonderful job! Wolfmang already has listened to what I said and said, hey man, watch this! And I wouldn't be surprised, Mystic, if this is going to result in both barriers.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher without an extra body there striking through. I feel like Overgrown Lemon came back really fast somehow, but it wasn't fast enough as the last barrier falls for them. And you mentioned having that pressure as a melee goalie, being able to walk up while you have a barrier behind you and exerting that additional manpower. And let's see if Aginator can do that. I really liked how Aginator in the previous point, like a lot of like a good heads up knowledge there to just pop the ultimate with nothing happening, or not the ultimate, the energy burst for the fire up speed, which played into that last point being scored. So I want to see more of how Aginator with a barrier behind can lead into this. And oh my goodness, Taiko Temple at its finest. Overtime, the little stalling there may have played into it a little bit with that, whatever their technical issue was. But overtime on Taiko with creations is always a masterpiece to see.
Yeah, that's just one of those classic, you kind of throw your hands up and you just go unlucky. It's really hard to gauge that. The drum giveth and taketh. And I actually really do like this turret coming out from Wolfmang. Doesn't amount to much, but I like the idea. Asianer, once again, I'm finding this interaction so interesting because he'll slam the ball and save it, but I think his strike hitbox is too big, and he'll take the barrier after, which I find pretty funny. Now, trying to break through the double creations, isn't able to do it. What an effective hold from Cliff and Asianer. I think Overgrown Lemon really has his work cut out from him. Every time it doesn't even look like a checkmate. He just has to keep pounding in that corner until he breaks through all these goalie picks, but now Cliff, Wolfmang, pressuring Ripstick, doesn't have his abilities up yet. If they were able to continue that offense, we might have seen it. But, oh, the duel giveth and taketh. I've been there myself. Asianer now has the fire-up flip. This looks like a good attempt from the side of Pudash and Sons. Wolfmang has the turret again, and not able to find much. And Lemon has that ult stalled out by the Dubu roll, or Dubu log, excuse me. Such a powerful tool, hit stunning. While Ripstick able to get there with that additional Mom Boot speed. Now Cliff in the corner with Expanse. This is going to be a gotten barrier for sure. Not if Ferd has anything to say about it. I stand corrected. But Cliff coming right back again, able to farm the energy off his Expanse. Overgrown Lemon, I know, is itching for the ball. Ripstick not able to find it, but Overgrown Lemon has his ult looking for the... Ooh, not quite able to do it through the Dubu stun. But we're going to look for Lemon. He's hounding. But an insane mix-up. I actually couldn't even tell where that ball was going. Pudash's team able to keep the ball out of the X's hands for the 1v1 and take a third set. This is a back-and-forth game. And if I'm Cliff, I'm looking for... I was about to say hot shot, but rapid fire's there too, as alongside missile prop. So if I'm him, I'm just putting the fries in the bag. You don't want to deal with this rapid fire now. And I think having your primary up, even though you have such a fantastic secondary build, will pay dividends for you down the line, as well as aiming able to pick up like a timeless. But option for demo as well. So, Mystic, I just keep saying things here, pal. I'm a little lost. I'm missing on all cylinders. So, I don't know. What do you think about the draft? What was the real power pick? What are we taking away from this other than that rapid fire, Atlas?
I mean, I absolutely love that. I wish if this is now going still, again, back 3 sets, but had the Amy taking the extra special there, pairing that with a timeless on every single kickoff would have been such a deciding factor in this matchup there. Outside of that, nothing really speaks out to me. Like, we took the size on the Amy. It'll help a little bit with the secondary there, and maybe a little bit with the CDRs from the demo proc. But again, it's also a bit of a deny from the enemy team there, so that they have 2 characters that can really utilize the size. So it stops it from there. Other than that, I don't see anything amazing. Getting some CDR on now always feels good. Getting that heavy impact adds to the damage, and then also adds to the secondary just having lower cooldowns. But the damage might not matter too much from Furret's side, because mostly it's on them. Oh my goodness, a little bit of a hit stun. I don't know if that actually mattered. I think it was just a really good angle that it bounced off that bottom drum and ended up going through. A little bit lucky that it did not impact an Amy turret on the way there, hitting it into Ripstick though.
I really want to shout out Asianer. I've been really impressed. We're going to see him even more at this point. He's been so consistent. He found a great outlet pass in that point through a slam, and he's been so precise. I actually really have been impressed with his gameplay. A little bit of a caster curse coming through, but regardless of that happening, I think Asianer has been putting on a bit of a defensive clinic, and I'm really pleased with how he's been playing. Excellent strike placement into the Dubu wall, shutting down multiple attacks here as he's getting zoned from his own net by the now primary. So really, really stellar play for him as Cliff. Looking to just push the ball up as Wolfmang himself gets pushed up by some abilities. Okay, So, Asianator, you're doing great. Shake that one off, King. You know what? That's on me. I shouldn't have said anything. You're doing just fine. Points happen. I own gold to lose an entire game yesterday. So you just keep it up, pal. I think the side of Pudash should be very pleased with how this game's going. And I think what I'd like to see them do is maybe bait the side of Furt a little more into the edge so our Amy can take advantage of that. So Cliff, already taking heat of that, trying to push the ball forward with his abilities. 2 flips burned from the side of Furt. Now Cliff has a secondary up, opts not to use it yet while Wolfmang takes control of the ball. Burns both abilities from the now. That's a big point, and Wolfmang able to not find the first barrier. Ripstick, cool, calm, and collected. And Asianator gets a little kill for himself with his wall for defense. Oh, a great pass. Make sure that rotation from Ripstick takes that final barrier, and now we see the weakness of this comp. We have slow Atlas, and we have slow Dubu with no barriers to supplement the offense. So a lot of the onus is going to come from Wolfmang and Cliff, but a great glitch pop strike results in 1. Wasn't sure if it was going to be 2, but we get another flip out from Ate, while Lemon trying to just hit stun the Dubu. Isn't able to find the goal yet, but great interference by him, but he just slots it through. That was a really well played now mine, because if Asianator came out of strike, he wasn't sure if he would live the knockback or not. So for it, not out of this just yet. That's our number 1 seeded team for a reason. Getting close to taking it to a set 5 in this first match, Ahad.
Yeah, I want to shout out Ripstick on that last point, being able to, like you said, this is going back to how you talked about these melee goalies and how you yourself were playing them yesterday. But being able to, oh my goodness, punished at the midfield line, though. I was actually going to just compliment Ripstick for the previous point, walking up and using that airship to break that final barrier, which was one of the issues that Ferrets were having overall in this game. But, you know, this also tends to happen every now and then. You know, you walk up, you try to be a little bit aggressive, and one of the downsides of that is putting yourself at danger of dying. Regardless, it did not matter. Being able to clutch out this entire set, overall showing the speeds being stacked up. You mentioned it in the previous set, right? All the characters, or all the entire side of Pudash is slow besides the Amy there, and we're seeing the speed make such a big difference. Even if Ripstick fell out, it did not matter, and we're seeing even more speed being picked up. I see the catalyst being however, I don't think it's going to make it down to Ripstick, but another primary extending awakening for the Atlas to pair with the rapid fire and the siege machine and the sparkle focus. This Atlas is going to be a menace if they can get the ball just slightly past the midfield line. Oh my goodness, they did actually end up getting the catalyst all the way down to I don't really like that. I think it's fine on Ripstick, but I think the X would have been a better user of it. But what is your thoughts on that?
Wolfmang! Take the catalyst, my brother. He's so good, but he's just, oh man, I hope it doesn't come down to this, but I really think we missed the opportunity there, and I'm nervous the fact that Ripstick gets catalyst 1 ult if he pushes up here, and just the pass if he already has his flip. I think that's a huge miss. We're gonna see if it doesn't matter. Asianator pushing up, ignoring X behind him. I think that's a great play. Well, Wolfmang trapped in the Thunderdome, manages to get the flip out. Ripstick already had at this point, courtesy of Catalyst. Oh, what a clear! Asianator, Cliff decide they're not done yet. Well, Wolfmang brings the ball back up, and we're back down to the bottom side. Ate and Lemon able to hit stun their way through the top. That's the name of the game on Tycho, and Wolfmang trying to duplicate that, but Ripstick able to just press his primary and get it out, no problem. Now Lemon eyeing this goal. Cliff nervous about it, flips it out. Doesn't even want to risk it now. Dubu drops as well. The fire proc speed has happened, but no more creations left instead of the ult, which isn't going to come out in time. Dubu's cast animation is going to take too long. And it's the name of the game with who's going to use their flips better. And unfortunately for the side of Pudash and Sons, they've got no energy to work with. While Ripstick is probably going to charge an ult and a flip. And Lemon, I know, has extra special with his flip. Too quick. Maybe gets the kill. Actually passes the Ripstick with the ult. This is looking dire. And Ripstick forces it through with another flip on the way because of Catalyst. The momentum, Mystic, is just so clearly back in for its favor for this game.
I just saw Ripstick farm 40 energy in a matter of 3 seconds with the ultimate ability there. And that's right after Overgrown Lemon just popped their energy burst. So having another one in the tank, oh my god, there it is. It's ready. It's just going to come down to another Asher ultimate. If they can keep this barrier up, they're going to be in such a strong position for Furrets here. They're in a little bit of tough spot now with okay, at least the Dubu wall fell down. Oh my god, a great ult to catch the rebound and get the bottom barrier there. Overgrown Lemon going in, does not have the X ultimate yet. Oh, but a good glitch pop. GP, if for those who know, got it through. Wasn't enough to break the barrier. Looking a little low there on the now, but oh my god, so much back and forth here. I don't know what's going on. There's the Atlas primary with 14 awakenings to back it up, but it wasn't enough. We're still keeping the ball pretty far forward here for Pudash, which feels really good for them. Looking for another kill. Wolfman does not find it. It would have only popped the recovery drone and wouldn't have been anything more than that, but still getting that out early would have felt really good here. And we're just going back and forth on Tycho. Creations being thrown out everywhere. We're in overtime. The ball's going too fast. Energy being popped. Oh my god, we're in fire up mode. I don't know what's happening.
Oh my god.
Flip after flip.
Flip. Creation thrown! Oh my god! I can't help but mistake. It's just creation, flip, team player, speed. Everything's going to happen. I don't know how it's going to go in, but it's going to go in one way or another. And it starts with Wolfman getting a big kill and glitch pop. Flips to himself. Does he find the goal? He doesn't yet. Ripstick covers it with the speed, but Cliff has the greatest expanse known to man. Now he has a flip too. I don't know what's going to happen. He misses it. Wolfgang just strikes the ball for the love of the game. Lemon comes back on defense because he can't get the ball out unless he helps his team. He's got extra special. Is it going to matter? Maybe not. Ate has team player now. They have everything they need to do to win. Little Gumi clear from Ripstick, but Asianator cool, calm, and collected. Doesn't let it go in for free while Lemon tries to set himself up but can't find it. We need Ate to use this team player to set up his X for the win. Asianator won't have the speed, but the great glitch pop interference from Mr. Wolf, making sure that it's not a clean sweep in set 5. Oh my goodness, my heart, bro. I legit could not tell what was happening. All I know is we're going to see 50 more creations and at least 5 more core flips before the game ends, Mystic.
As a player, I can see how this can be very frustrating if you're participating in this game. But as a spectator, I miss this. This is so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's so goofy.
I'm glad we have a little bit of whimsy in what mask we pick here in the Nasty League.
Okay, I almost thought for a second there we missed the clear, but Asianator has the flip. Now Wolfman goes on the other goalie with a flip as Overgrown Lemon charges his flip, and Cliff is close to his flip, and Wolfman close to his flip. One flip denied. One flip, two flip, red flip, blue flip, somersault flip. Wolfman, nice dribble, doesn't get anything. Now there's another flip. Good pass. Dimer, by the way. Oh, Cliff isn't able to get it, but now he has his flip. Who's excited about that? Wolfman has his flip. Hold on to that. Don't. Remain calm. Remain calm. Remain calm. All right, we didn't remain calm, but we pushed the ball up nice and closely. Wolfman not losing interaction. Literally 1v3 is the point, by the way. Whoa! It's in. Wolfman just decided to go hero ball mode for a second there, and Ripstick thought he saw Casper. Wanted to give him a quick high five at the Tycho drum, and it's a set 5.5.
Oh, I mean, what a funny dive from Ripstick there. Probably assumed that made a prediction rather than a reaction that to cross the pass. And those things happen. Sometimes you just have to predict and you lose the prediction, and that's those minor choices that you make actually end up having what seems like a small choice ends up having such a big impact. And one thing that I was really liking here is, oh my goodness, pause that. We just got a double barrier, and this might be the final point of this is the final point of this match, but let's see if they can finish it here. The pass into the flip there, immediately striking, not giving a chance for Dubu to get that log out at all. And game 1, from what seemed like a pretty decent deficit early on, is being brought right back for Furrets.
Cinema. Overgrown Lemon was able to punish just the greediest of clears. We needed to channel our bower code there, but we went for a crosshair, and I completely understand why. But Overgrown Lemon was ready to pounce like a tiger and make sure that he rang that bell for the double ball, double barrier, double bounce technique, and put it in with the double flip as well. The name of that game was Double Flip, and the name of that game was also Lemon. I think that is maybe, and this is not a slight on him at all, maybe the most meaningless 61,000 damage I've ever seen in Omega Strikers. I legit don't think it mattered. I mean, obviously the hits doesn't matter, but what I'm kind of hinting at here is, wow, that team could not die with the recovery drone Atlas combo. I mean, I saw one kill all game. I didn't see a single kill from Stagger either. It was literally just 3 Deadeye knockback kills from Wolfmang, and then I don't even remember when Lemon got the kill. I'm sure it was like an ult flip or something, but wow, what a barn burner! That was a good game, and I really want to highlight Cliff because he played. I mean, that guy made me proud. What a performance from him. I don't remember saying his name very much, but every time I watched him walk up in my head, I was going, now you expand. Now you want to do this. And he did it right every time. Most goals on the team. Helped out a ton on defense. 300 plus redirects on the Atlas with 43k in the bank. Also a little meaningless, but it has more aura because Atlas did it. WR and Spear. And when I'm going into this next game on Deus, which I fear if I'm Pudash because I think the forwards are beasts on this map, I can't help but think, Mystic, that game. Now, obviously, it's. I feel like I get a little annoyed when it's boiled down to this, but I really think, and I strongly believe this, that game was lost in inches, and those inches came from the awakening picks that Pudash's team failed to get, and I think it all came from Wolfmang, which I think he played well in the moment, but I think that he could have had extra special timeless catalyst Amy that game. If it had just gone every single way that those drafts had gone, nothing else had changed. If he had just picked those awakenings, I think they would have won. I think it was a huge blunder to see Overgrown Lemon and Ripstick and Atay locking these characters. Asher now notoriously difficult to kill, and his recovery drone start, and we went for 1-2 punch and Deadeye, which even if we had gotten more KOs, only 3 is not acceptable. If that's the route you're going to go, that is not acceptable. So I think that's a real missed opportunity. And I'll just point to my own field. I have the greatest Amy player of all time on my NAST team, which is kind of. Do you know he drafted in the final game of Grand Finals? Fire up Catalyst Amy, baby. Bang. You know what? If he can do it, you can do it too. Don't try to look sexy out there. Don't reinvent the wheel. Take the fries from the cashier, put them in the bag, and hand them off to your team. There's nothing wrong with it. And I've just got a notification that Pudash has a substitution coming in. So Asianator is stepping out with Surapi coming in for game 2. The fabled Hatsune Miku. Formerly played for E-Boys Entourage at one point. Very, very skilled player, but not someone I think of for goalie, even though I know they can play it. I think of them really as that midfielder where they play things like the Era, the Amy. So I'm curious to see how this is going to affect the dynamic of that team. But one thing I'm very interested about is those picks are actually quite good on Demon Deus as goalie. So I'm interested to see if we might see an Era goalie lock-in a la Gumi. We might see anything, but what I expect not to see is a melee goalie, which will be different because Asianator and Ripstick really have gotten the success they've seen in Nasty from piling these melee goalies. So this is going to change the dynamic quite a bit, Mystic.
Yeah, completely agree there. And I'm glad you did go over. I was going to bring up the question of the previous game being that draft. Do you think it made the difference? So glad that you brought that up on your own. And to wrap up that point really quickly, the only thing I want to bring up is the builds themselves are really strong individually, like in isolation, like what we picked on the Amy. But part of that, like the failing of that game, is just recognizing what is the win condition of your team in this moment, right? And like that's what it really comes down to. So I think they played great. Like Wolfmang played great and picked a very strong Amy build, but it just wasn't the build for that game. So I'm hoping that the lesson is learned from there, and going into the second game, I'm taking a look at the Reptile Remedy and Hotshot Start. So we have like a bunch of new options here to go. One of my personal favorite picks, especially since Hotshot is presenting itself here on Demon Deus, is the Rune here, and I'm not sure if it's going to get picked up or not. I don't know how much we like it on ferrets at all on this map. It's one of those things where I personally like it because the Banish has a really strong presence on this map because of how the barrier is shaped and the fact that the goalie tends to be above the goalie line a lot of the time, which means the Banish can get the full duration off. But that's a little like that's what I'm hoping for. I hope it gets picked. I always like seeing it played here. But other than that, I think what they did last game is going to work completely well again. You did mention the melee goalie not being something that is most likely going to come out this time because of the substitution. And I think this is one of the maps that it does benefit you to do so because of how the barrier is shaped, and having that eject button goalie or the mom boots era, for example, I think plays really well into this map. But the other aspect that you also brought up is that, not just the pick being good or not, is that your goalie that you've been playing with the entire time has been playing really well on melee goalies. So having that shift in play style is also something that you have to get used to as well.
I love seeing the respect ban on the Atlas after that first game. Cliff really was putting in a ton of work, and make sure the Atlas is taken away on the hotshot start on Deus is quite powerful. It also means that he, if you pick Atlas, can cheat and not really take the remedy, because you can just have your ult, and that will give you the clutch healing or res you need. So I think that's a really good choice by the side of Furret. Well, Pudash opts in for the Zentaro, which I, from firsthand, know that Wolfman is a beast at. I've played against his Zentaro and solo queue multiple times last week, and I really think he's quite good at it. So I'm very pleased that he picked it. One, just because he's so good at it, but two, it takes away from Lemon, who I'm curious what he's going to pick. I would opt into, personally, I would love to see him on the Julie. I think Julie is so powerful, especially on this start. She gets the reptile remedy she needs. She doesn't have to worry about damage dumping through reptile remedy. She can just always dash punch. And if you ever pick up something like tempo swing, it just blows the game wide open. Juliet, we've been seeing, I can't believe I'm saying this, by the way, multiple games in Nassau where Juliet is the highest damage in the game. That is sickens me. Should not happen. Like, the character is so powerful and has risen up quite surprisingly on Deus, where she's always been good, but it feels like it's always been the kind of like, oh, X Centauro, these characters that can cover so much space with their circular abilities. But I really, really do think she's quite powerful. As the rest of these picks come in, pretty standard for what I'm expecting. I see a Dubu and I see an Amy. Now I'm curious what positions they go. I would assume that it's Dubu goalie and Amy midfield. But we did just see Cliff bust out the Atlas. We do know that Serapi is subbing in. Now, we don't technically know what role they're playing, so maybe they are playing midfield, but I would not be surprised if this was Amy goalie as well. We'll have to just wait and see. But Ferd decides the tried and true X, slides the Drakkar flex pick into the goalie position, which is a fantastic pick. We not as popular as it is in Europe, which here sees tons of play, but it has been picking up in popularity more and more. That ult change where his CDR has been decreased a lot. His ult's only a 24-second cooldown. As well, if you're a goalie, you don't really have to take Reptile Remedy. You can opt in for the hot shot, kind of play your life a little more with the goalie orb. Don't have to get contested. All of a sudden, you have just the easiest lock and load defenses ever. So looking at these comps, if you were in this game, Mystic, which one would you be more comfortable and at home with? Which one would you be more confident that you would win on if you were on that team?
I'm looking at Pudash's team, and that's a team that speaks home to me. I would love to have a hotshot Amy midfield right here with a Dubu behind me, and then a Zentaro that just gets to go crazy with a Reptile Remedy up front. That is my type of comp right there. We talked about it last time on the Taiko Temple as well, where I just love Creation Awakenings. Hey, I'm a notoriously low APM, like low skill ceiling type of guy. So hey, let the Creation do the work for me. Yeah.
We're getting old, bro. We don't have the time to be clicking these keys like these youngsters. We're boomers. We're literally double the age, I think, of some of our competitors. So
yep.
I don't blame you, bro. Like, I don't have the energy to be clicking my mouse. Let the Amy turret do it for me. And we are correct. It is Amy midfield. Cliff, after that stellar midfield performance, is sliding into the goalie position. I have a lot of respect for that. We're gonna see if he has the same level of gameplay that he did in his first game, because I know it's really easy to just say, oh, okay, midfield and goalie feel the same, but they do, but in these high pressure situations, they really don't. There's a lot of different small intricacies compared to when you're just playing another game of solo queue, where it's going to come down to the tiny interactions, the knowledge you have of what your role needs to do in certain moments, and we'll see if Cliff's able to do that. But on the other side, something I want to point out while we watch Cliff do his thing on the goalie position, we have eject button Drakkar. This is a pick that has gained a lot of like fan favorite, I'd say, attention. Do I think it's that good? No. But I do like seeing it. We'll see if he can index that eject button more than if he just had strike shot with hot shot. So I'm curious to see if it's going to work out for them as we go through the first point of this Demon Deus game.
Yeah, and because of the lack of the recovery drones, we're already seeing kills come out. We have a pretty strong damage combo, honestly, from both sides here. And only the brawlers are the ones with any form of healing there with the Reptile Remedy. So damage is out and about and will definitely be a determining factor in like how this goes. And like you said, one of the things I'm looking out for is to see how Cliff performs. The differences between goalie and midfield definitely exist. You know, as a midfielder, a lot of time you're taking that first strike for your goalie, or you're the assistant goalie, but you're not the primary one, and you have different roles in that moment. And then on top of that, like knowing when to walk up, the role of your understanding what your role is as a goalie, like you said, is really important. And some of the best goalies just, you know, have such small differences to the play style. It's not just about defending in the net. It's how do you add the pressure of being a third man on the field as well, especially when you're a melee goalie, something that I think you do really well yourself and, you know, distinguishes you from other goalies.
Now we see Ripstick already moving up with that eject button, and the never-ending offense of Deus reigns supreme. I talk about this a little bit when I do coaching. I'm going to espouse on it here. We mentioned that last game, the melee goalies were struggling because their barriers were down, so they couldn't help on offense. That's just true of melee goalies, but not necessarily always on Tycho. Now, this map is so much different, and you talked a little about this before, because as the goalie, you can legitimately take a barrier from your own barrier. No questions asked. So if we look at where Ripstick is standing, he is on the midfield line, and he'll be able to save anything possible, and it puts so much pressure on the other team on this map compared to any other map in the game. I think it's one of the most snowbally maps, and it's why you see teams that really prefer this map always seem to win on it, because the level of execution is so high. So now we see a Tay, Lemon, Ripstick going in for their goal. I would not be surprised if Serapi isn't forced to flip, but a bit of a missed opportunity from Lemon. But there it is. Okay, I was about to say I should see it soon. Now Lemon has his ult and flip, but doesn't get much as Cliff burns only the Summer Assault. Now Ripstick coming in with a nice Molten Bolt lock and load combo. Doesn't find it exactly quite yet. While a new challenger with flip. Serapi tries to run interference, isn't able to find it. Getting bounced around. Ate very patient with his flip. Honestly, more patient than me. I think I would have already wasted it. But I like that he's holding it for that perfect moment. But he won't have much longer because Wolfgang is getting it done on the other side of the pitch. He has one chance before it goes in, and he gets it. It was looking real dicey for the side of Pudash and Sons. But a big heads-up play from Wolfgang. Make sure that the ball goes in the net. A little courtesy bounce of the sound barrier, like little waves at the top, pushing the ball where it needed to be. And we see in the second game in a row, Pudash and Sons, different roster, same first set vibes, up early as we get close to the end of our first set, Han.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to highlight from that point is the number of attempts on net that Furrets had versus what Pudash had in that moment, right? Like, I'm just ballparking here, but it seemed like Furrets had like 10 plus shots on net. Now Cliff got this. Nice try, Cliff.
Nope. I've been in that. As soon as I saw where he was, I was like, I've done this before. This is in. Not to just interrupt you, but yeah. I think you're making a great point about those shots on Cliff, by the way. So I'd love you to keep espousing on that.
And assuming it keeps up, we had the level of execution from Wolfgang, right? Had one shot on net the moment the barrier broke and the gates were open, and was able to score off of it. Whereas Pudash and like specifically Cliff holding it for multiple attempt after attempt. And that's the type of pressure that like builds up over the course of a set, being like, oh, come on, man. Like, okay, we're going to get on this one. Nope. On this one. Nope. On this one. And let's see if that was just like a fluke or if that's the level that they're going to be playing on. And honestly, even with one man down, they're kind of playing as if, it's not even that big of a deal. Like, they know Wolfmang's going to come back. Oh my God, the wall. The Scoopy makes its return. Never thought I'd see it in a professional gameplay environment. And a kill from Serapi on the Amy there, and the barrier breaks, and this is a situation that we were in before when Wolfgang was able to score very, very quickly. Let's see how the Amy plays this with the flip, and it goes straight in. Who knows where the Dragar is? Invisible. Gone somewhere.
Yo, actually, dude, I got so excited with the Scoopy because it meant also that the wall couldn't mess up where the ball was going. I was a really big fan of that option out of him. So, W from Cliff, L from Ripstick. This eject button is buns. This looks so useless. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna take off the like nice Cassacurs. It looks like some buns. I feel like they either need to let him just play even more aggressively than he already is, or just use it completely defensively. Like, I think an adjustment I'd like to see with this Chrono Boost pickup, which I think is actually really big, actually, is I think Drakkar is the best character out of literally all 6 of these characters at taking the barriers with, like, left click, right click, the esoteric combo. I want to see Ripstick not secondary on kickoff. His midfield is going to use every ability they can to get the ball forward, and then he runs in and stays up the whole time. Like, I don't want to sit, like, that's what I'm looking for as an adjustment, because Lemon is constantly getting kills on X, and then it feels like Cliff is just holding like a beast, or tries his best in a power play. And I think if we want to see this Drakkar be more, like, impactful, I think I want to see him commit even harder to playing on offense, because I don't see this eject button ever really having the pressure that I would want it to have in this Demon Deus game.
Yeah, it seems more currently being used as a tool to just assist on defense, which we could have taken something else, right? We could have taken the Mom Boost, we could have taken the Strike Shot, we could have even taken the Pauldrons if that was the case. Like, the eject button signals that, like, hey, I'm trying to get in there and I'm trying to be active. And that is something that has been lacking as of right now. Oh, Cliff goes a little wide. Oh no, very unfortunate there. Misses the stun on the roll, and then gets hit with the Crystal Thorns for the goal there. But overall, that entire point was looking pretty dominant for them, getting, I think, maybe 2 kills that set or that point alone. And we can see the damage coming out. Like, Wolfman with the 1-2 punch, targeting specifically the Estelle there, and I like, you can see Serapi tagging on the damage specifically onto a Tay, right? They have an understanding of, like, who the damage target is, but unfortunately the barriers are falling in the meantime. So if they aren't able to capitalize and actually finish off a Tay, a Scoopy round 2 comes out, unable to really do much there. Doesn't have the duration. And I think we got a little too excited by the Scoopy succeeding the first time around. That
yeah.
That it's okay.
And, like, I love it, but I hate it. And what I do love is actually the reason that second barrier fell was Ripstick ran at the speed of light with Chrono Boost and just dinked it in with a little strike. Cliff was not prepared, and if I'm being honest, neither was I. So Ripstick making this eject button pay off, while the side of Pudash on a bit of a back foot this set. They're going to need to try their best to stay alive, because in the comparison to set 1 versus set 2, I know it was a Reptile Remedy start, but they are just constantly, both teams are chipping away at the midfielders who opted for Hot Shot. And I think that is coming back to bite them. Cooldowns are great, but in this Demon Deus game, how many times are you using it on the core versus on someone else? I think that we've missed an opportunity here to really go Reptile Remedy and have a more secure game plan. Less volatility is always good, especially into an X who's so dominant on this map. Now, Cliff and Serapi, good defensive hold while Ate keeps the ball up, doesn't lose a single interaction. Excellent midfielding while attempted checkmate comes out. Very creative pass into Flip by Lemon to make sure they get it. Flip also comes out from Ate. Ripstick calm under pressure with the fire up speed and drops his own. Mix up from Lemon, caught by Cliff. Dash from Lemon, caught by Cliff again. And Ripstick not able to get the clear. Deus Soundwave making those shots just a little bit different than other maps, positioned for a normal bounce, and just forgot how the map really interacts with the core there. Don't blame him. Easy mistake to make, but it gives Pudash a sign of life going into point 4.
Yeah, I mean, those ones are always tough, right? Like, you position it away, and then you always forget how the sound barrier just slightly shifts the core. And we saw, like, a similar goal happen earlier in this game. With Cliff being slightly out of position, but in a normal map would have caught that. I like that Ripstick here, going with the eject button already, got the first barrier with the eject button, and try to go for the second one there. We're seeing a little bit more aggression coming out, and, you know, you've said this before, the eject button, like, just get in there and trust your Ate when Ate is a little bit healthier to get your back, and just rotate between your abilities, right? Let Ate use their abilities, stand back for a second and then Ripstick like let it loose. And he is doing it right now. And you know, sometimes you will lose the barrier, and that's okay, because the whole point is be proactive, and more often than not, if your execution is well, you will be rewarded for it rather than you losing that barrier.
Now, we have a power play for one of the very first times on the side of Pudash and Sun, looking to even it up another 0.5, hopefully on the horizon. Serapi just barely misses the ball, and Lemon capitalizes. Now Cliff, one away. Oh, goes for the roll. Isn't able to find it. And that's just another one of those moments where you kind of have to guess as the melee goalie. You go for a bit of a gamble. If he'd hit that roll, he'd get flip. Really advantageous spot, but Lemon goes in a different direction than Cliff thought. And that's going to even it back up 1-1. And I spy with my little eye, I see a timeless creator pick. And I know that you're not getting missile prop. So if I'm Amy, I would very much like this timeless creator. And if I'm Dubu, I'm taking missile prop from this Drakkar. Oh, good boy. Very good draft. I like this quite a bit.
Yeah,
Hey,
wonderful
she gets
pickup
it.
here. Seeing the lesson, well,
Yeah.
not really the lesson from last game, but
Yes. Exactly
playing
what
out
you're
in the
saying.
alternate timeline.
Yeah. We're in the beta universe now. Hopefully, we see the X special come to full fruition, and it would just be the icing on the cake miss if we saw Catalyst as well.
Yeah, oh my goodness. I can see the demonic Amy build coming out already. And nice flip there. Or sorry, cyber swipe to break the barrier from the top side. And we have the turret guarding in from the top, but a little bit early there, wasn't able to position the ball or set up the play in a way that the turret was impactful. But hey, we have Hotshot as well. Oh my goodness, great glitch pop. I love that.
That was a fire conversion. Yo,
Yeah.
do you got moves like that on Amy Loki? I don't.
I don't. Like maybe on Rune sometimes, but on Amy, like I'll play for the turrets, man.
Amen, bro.
I'm a simple man. I left click the ball forward and I put the turret down, and if the point goes in, great. If it doesn't, you're not seeing me do all that.
I understand completely. We're going to see if Lemon is able to left-click the ball himself. Clip just a little late on the wall. Hit stunned out of it. Flip comes out. All right. And it goes in. Nice shot. I was ready to cast the next thing, and the sound waves giveth and the sound waves taketh. I think the sound waves may have resulted in more goals at this point than some of the players. Really good conversion. I like that quite a bit.
Can we get a stats for goals scored by Soundwave?
I'm down. I'm there. Oh, Lemon.
Ooh, around the world.
Little flip, getting in the cardio here as the offense on the other side. Another flip denied. Wolfmang is in a world of hurt here. Let's see if he can convert before he dies, but Ate just has enough energy to make sure he survives. Wolfmang eyeing the kill with passive, gets it. Ripstick not able to trade it back, and Wolfmang has that Berserker value right now, so he's going to do a lot of damage. But on the other side, Overgrown Lemon is not done, making sure he says that he's not happy with his midfielder getting killed, taking both barriers, while this side of Furt has both. Attempted kill, but then gets it off of the primary. Now Ripstick back in at Serapi, attempts to trade, not able to find it. That's both abilities down. He's under a lot of pressure here. I don't know if he's going to save it, but a huge ult from Wolfmang. Oh my god! I thought they were going to save that, but instead Wolfmang gets punted into the net, and Lemon really has a lot of damage pressure. I swear, I see this guy get so many kills every set. The former MVP making sure he still reminds these new nasty playoff contenders that he still got it, making sure that he's pulling through big on the X signature, one of his better characters, I would say. And Pudash is looking to strike back after that first goal, and they do. I'm yapping about Lemon, and Wolfmang says anything you can do, I can do better. And it's a set 5. No, it's a 0.5. I hope he goes to set 5, but for now, it's the last point of this set, Mystic.
Yeah, and one of the things that they have going for them on Furrits is that Ate has that Stinger plus Hotshot. So if you play Estella and you know about the rule of twos, you should be getting a good amount of CDR plus the plus damage being tackled on. Like we can already see Serapi having to be forced back to get that orb, and none of the damage on the X will ever stick, right? It is Reptile Remedy unless you get a knockback KO like that. But it is Reptile Remedy plus Tempo Swing, so the only way to really kill that X is through knockback. And once Lemon returns, if they can keep this barrier, unfortunate, but if they could have kept that barrier just for a little bit longer, it would have been really good for them. But now they're on the defensive here. Maybe they can get Serapi out. Serapi is getting ticked down a little bit lower with that Stinger. Overgrown Lemon coming in has the size and makes that Bull Rush so much more scary. It just needs one more hit on the X Maximus, is not able to reach here, as Atay trying to look for a little bit more damage and just keep the ball up alongside that hot shot, keep the core point. Oh my goodness, the damage that just got onto Atay was so high. And I'm looking at everything. There's barely any actual damage awakenings going on, but everyone's getting blown apart on the line. Oh my goodness, the double kill comes through. We do a little bit of a Soren clear and it goes right back in. Wolfmang with the insane double KO and score on the Zentaro ultimate.
That was hot. Oh my god, that was so cool. That was so cool. Dude, first of all, the defense of Furret was so good. And then Wolfmang had ult up and just got in there, and it went so hard. He was rewarded for Catalyst. And I think one of the most wild things about that point, too.
The Happy Star.
No, Timeless. Oh no, we gave Lemon a Happy Star again. We might regret that. I think there's this small interaction that happened that actually I think turned the whole point. And it was when Lemon was about to kill Serapi. And unironically, the difference was Mags versus Slicks. And Serapi lived because he had mag speed, and Overgrown Lemon didn't have Slick speed, and he outran the last punch, and then got the ball up to Wolfmang to continue the offense. So that's just so funny. That's just how close these matches are. And I think Mystic, you already talked about it, but we just gave Happy Star to X, who has Tempo Swing and Demo and Reptile, and I am fearing for Kudash, even though they just won. That is a very powerful combination to give, and it's going to put a ton of pressure on Cliff. So I'm hoping it doesn't come back to bite them. We'll have to see for sure. But so far, to start set 4, it's looking like a bit of a Lemon show right now.
Yeah, those 2 barriers that Lemon just took could only happen because he popped ult again, which he just popped last point. And we might see a very quick set 5.
I for one, I'm a little nervous about it. Serapi traded the Deadeye for it and almost gets a kill, but isn't able to get it quite off of his abilities. And Lemon has so much pressure. Serapi's pretty much dead as soon as anyone even gets within striking distance of him. Doesn't actually go down, but he's going to be out of the play for quite a while, as Lemon and Atay just keep him so staggered. So much pressure on the side.
Ooh.
Ash, but then Serapi with the Deadeye Timeless Amy turret. Are they going to be able to get one? Wow, Brawler in the net. Lemon and Atay with some great strike layering as Wolfmang opts for the orb instead of pushing pressure down. Kind of gives up everything they had right there as Cliff tries to clear. Lemon's going to have ult up very soon. Gets the kill on Dubu. Wolfmang flips the stall, not going to amount to much. I don't think Serapi's going to be able to hold, but he does. Great evade strike coming through. Now other forwards in the net. My goodness, it's a defensive masterclass from the midfield Brawler pairings of both teams as the goalies are just chopped cheese. Flip comes out, caught by the Amy turret. Now Wolfmang fighting back, goes down to Atay. It's a show out of the forwards from both pairs as Serapi keeps the ball under control. Doesn't have glitch pop to corral. Cliff's going to have to hold right now. Does. Excellent timing on the roll into the Estelle primary. Clears around the back, making sure Lemon can't get his hands on the ball just quite yet. He's going to have that X Maximus up for this next offensive push. He has to be careful. Flip goes down, but Cliff can't get his hands on the ball. Now team player overtime, Drakkar. It's going to make this a living nightmare for the side of Pudash to defend. They're just going to have to start guessing. Maybe Wolfmang can make a bit of a hero play, but Lemon attempts to stun Cliff. Not able to get it. Now Serapi and Atay on the foot. Atay doesn't have much here. Just the Crystal Thorns come out, but Cliff has the strikes to be able to get it done. Wolfmang helps out his goalie on defense. Atay stuffs it, but no dice, as Cliff almost has Flip himself. It's going to give him a lot of agency and reacts. Hands check successful. Also, gets to the flip, and Serapi gets the kill. Now Ripstick has to be careful here in the power play, but he could go for a very cheeky flip score. Opts to use it defensively. I can respect that. Playing really conservative. Doesn't want to give anything up Ahad, and let's just see who's going to take this point. Will it be Furret taking us to a set 5, or is the side of Pudash going to claw this one back?
I mean, they had such a great defense while Atay was down, but the pressure is on. Cliff is holding like an absolute beast here, and I don't want to No! I couldn't even finish the sentence, but the amount of pressure coming on between Atay and Overgrown Lemon, and there we actually saw the rapid fire hotshot primaries that are coming out from Estelle are really powerful because you end up having this threshold where where Cliff can like hit the ball back, but his strike is not up fast enough to get the next interaction. And we're seeing that speed from the hot shot plus the team player actually cause those like small gaps where your strike just isn't up fast enough to get, you get one defense, you get two, you get three, but the fourth one, it's just the ball's too fast. What are you thinking about the draft in general here, though, from this final draft as we go into set 5?
X looks like Jesus. He looks like Jesus. He's going to do so much damage with Tempo Swing. I think Tempo Swing is so broken. I think unless he's knocked back, he will never die. They will never be able to bully him out. All of the damage done to him is going to be completely meaningless, and he's going to do an insane amount of knockback and chip damage. So I'm really nervous. And if I'm Estelle, I have maybe the most beautiful primary build of all time. I think it's going to be a real test of strength if Pudash can make sure that they take this home. Now they have the tools to do so, and we saw set 5.5 last game, so it's anyone's game. But if I'm the side of Pudash, I need Serapi to play some big hero ball, Huss bets the Joker style. And it's not going to start here. Next point! Huss bets the Joker style. Ahad, next point. There's always a new point, and Furret decided this one was theirs. So let's see what happens at point 2.
Do you know what's consistent at the start of every point, though?
X Maximus, Ahad.
X Maximus, baby. And that's something that could have been a turret instead. But let's see how it gets utilized here as the X Maximus does get popped. And one of those things that Overgrown Lemon does really well is that the moment the X Maximus doesn't lead to, oh my goodness, who left the field? It was a Teya's gone, but it does not matter because they still have both barriers up and they're playing super aggressively, as Wolfmang might end up seeing the lights, but they don't, and it doesn't matter here. A great hit stun there from Serapi on the Amy to ensure that it's going in. Both barriers dropped. Wolfmang doing a phenomenal job there between the 1-2 punch Berserker Catalyst popping off. The amount of damage and CDR that they have going for them is doing so well. We see them get dropped down super low here, but they do have the Reptile Remedy themselves. They have the Berserker pop, and if they can play a little bit in or position themselves in a way that makes sure they're not close to an edge, they can get a lot of value out of being this low on the stagger bar. God. And oh my goodness, there it is. The missile prop comes through, knocks one out, one returned for the other side, but can Serapi get one?
Oh my God.
They get a barrier. Are they able to get two? Oh my God, the hero plays was not actually happening from Wolfmang, but instead from Serapi, 1 point after the other. But Overgrown Lemon coming in with the X Maximus. The energy burst popped early. No fire up this time from the goalie of Dubu. But both barriers are open from both sides. Oh my goodness, and there it is, the hot shot. We're going on to what potentially is a series point right here if it takes one more.
50 barcode clears, young man. 50 barcode clears. This Estelle has primary up all the time, and Serapi is putting on an absolute masterclass in set 5. I'm so impressed. He drops the ult, has flip, is gonna have to run away now. Lemon's got blood in the water. Oh my God, Dead by Daylight. I came around the Dubu wall. Didn't expect that. Now Serapi's in the clear now, and putting on a lot of pressure with Wolfmang. That's one flip going down. Is he going to get a barrier? He does get one. Staggers Ate as well. Serapi, I know, is going to be looking for that ad rush. It's going to completely swing the point if he can find it. Looking for it right now. See if he gets it. Not able to get the glitch pop. Looking for another kill. Can't get it either, but he's still staggered. Bang, there it is. He was hunting for it the whole point. Now Lemon trying to see if he can continue his incredible performance of being honest, but let's let the turret take it home, Ahad. You know how much we love the creations, and Serapi loved it there too. He was eyeing that ad rush point, and it's a second set 5.5, different roster, different positions, same outcome. Let's see what happens.
Let's see if Pudash drops down to losers on this point here, or if they keep the winner side dream alive for a whole other game. At this point, one barrier piece already popped. The X Maximus has not been used yet. It's there. We're just waiting for the ball to get a little bit closer to Overgrown Lemon here. Oh, so close to taking barrier after barrier there. But all these small interaction. Let's see if the flip gets it. It does not, but Serapi's there to get the rebound. Wolfmang is gone. We popped it. Oh no, that's a horrible interaction. I've done it so many times though. Over there, use the flip into the turret, but the turret moves so slow that the core doesn't really get benefited by the energy burst here. We see the orbs allowing Cliff to move around and around here. Everyone is back. Both barriers are up. Serapi able to get the rebound off the Zentaro ult. The walls behind there. And oh my goodness, I thought that was it right there. But Ripstick with a phenomenal save there. Going around the corner there. Doesn't touch the sound wave. Overgrown Lemon looking for it. But this is a pretty tough position to be in as X. You need to get the ball sent to you. You can't really walk back there because you won't have anything up for the actual shot. But this is tough. Creations are out. I don't know what's happening, Vaughn. It's happening like the last Taiko Temple game. Everything's going everywhere, and I don't know who's going to score.
11 has the flip. I see it slotted in right to Cliff. W pass. Ripstick saves the ball. Does a little goofy clear. Now Serapi intercepts quite nicely. Just doesn't able to get the ball as well. Wolfgang passing back and forth. I like this play to them. Lemon has the ult, and he gets it in. That's cool and calm under pressure. Lemon slots it in the 1v1. Not afraid. Decides, I'm going to put my money where my mouth is. We're the first seed for a reason. Cool under pressure. And that's for it taking... God, what a series. 2, set 5.5, back-to-back, absolute heaters for our start to the Nasty Playoffs day. Wow, what a series.
And once again, the game won by inches, and there's an inch that I saw very clearly that went one way, the same as game 1, that I was hoping would go a different way. And it is Happy Star once again arriving in the palms of Overgrown Lemon when we had half the build there. We took the Timeless Creator, but we did not take the Happy Star, instead opted in for the Deadeye, which inherently wasn't that bad, right? We talked about on the last game where Wolfgang only had 3 kills, and like that just like wasn't enough. Here we have 7 kills. We had the Adrush procs coming through from Serapi, and Serapi was playing really, really well. But even then, it was just these small incremental differences that could have made such a huge difference. The turret was doing an insane amount of work. Now imagine if you had that on kickoff every time. And it's not just having it for yourself on kickoff every time, it's making sure that Overgrown Lemon doesn't have it on kickoff every single time. And I do think like these small, and of course it doesn't have to have been the timeless plus the Happy Star. Any one of these small differences, shifting up a little bit more, recognizing the sound barrier, how the path is going to move, one pass here, one hit there, one evade here. Any of these differences could have made the win for Pudash. But I do want to give credit where credit is due. Furret's played absolutely insane both of these sets, and Overgrown Lemon. I mean, Ate did a great job. 8 goals here, but Overgrown Lemon just looked like an absolute unit on the battlefield there, and I think like they played phenomenally.
I also want to give the credit to Pudash. I don't know how many teams were expecting this to be this close of a series, but literally 2 interactions go differently, and our undefeated first seed team is in losers, which I think is crazy. So man, those are tough series to lose. And I know if I'm on Pudash in that situation, I'm like, damn, kind of kicking myself. But at the same time, you kind of have to think, okay, guys, we got a long day ahead of us. We got to play 2 losers series. We were just literally, essentially 2 strike wars, 2 primary interactions away from beating the undefeated team. Who is going to stop us if we keep playing like that? So really big ups to every single player on that team. I think Wolfgang on the Zentara was looking really good. Cliff swapping to goalie and still playing really well against some very difficult builds. And then Serapi had just, I think he had the biggest, like, highest of highs in that series, or in that game of that series. I was at the edge of my seat. So I loved what I saw. Really, really awesome start to the day. Set 5.5s are always a movie, and especially with how those played out, I couldn't tell who was going to win. So I was really happy to see that. That's going to do it for us. But don't go anywhere, because we're about to see the other winners side of the bracket, where Final Destination, our 2nd seed, is going to play Script Writers, our 3rd seed, in what I expect to be another close match, because these 2 teams were pretty much identical in their regular season performance. So don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss that. These Nasty Playoffs are legit a movie. So we will see you very soon. Stay tuned.
What's everyone? What's up, everyone? We are here in Nasty Playoffs Day 1. We're still on the winner's side, FD versus SCP. We've got some of these top seeds duking at it for that spot in the winners finals and that guaranteed move on to day number 2. I think both teams are going to be ready. We're going to be jumping in a game in just a second. But coming into this fresh, who are the players that you want to be looking at this series? What do you think is going to be the most interesting in terms of striker select, in terms of play style? What do you have in your mind?
I'm a little biased. I'm a big fan of all the players on SCP. I was like, what is their short code for a second? Because they've all been on different teams, like so many different teams. But my eye is specifically on Spartan with this Mako pick in particular. I've coached him in the past. I've really kind of been a part of his growth. Or I say I've been a part of his growth. Like I've been watching his growth pretty often. So like I like to see him play every single time. He has his pop off moments. I feel like if Spartan's having a good day, he's really hard to get through. But I feel like both these teams are kind of like playing what they're comfortable with. Eternal on the Octavia. Every single time I see him on it, I'm always frustrated, and solo queue at the very least. And I don't really see Sav playing Kazan as much, but I think he's really good on it. So I'm pretty excited for this.
And coming into it, we do have a Spark start. 5 members of the game picking it up. The only exception being Megaverse on the Atlas. And that makes sense. The Octavia is definitely going to probably get most of the XP from all the ball possession that she wants. It makes sense that just letting her contest the Spark will do some good, but we'll still see, because as of right now, both teams have traded barrier for barrier, and now we are into the game proper.
Yeah, all these abilities coming out and kind of being rebuked by Eternal and Megaverse, and Eternal with an excellent ultimate, able to take the barrier away from Spartan, not really able to do much about it, considering he's not level 2 at all yet. All those saves that Eternal got earlier, giving him all that XP he needs to kind of seal the deal and make this point a lot easier for them.
Yeah, for sure. Right now, Sovereign trying to get a little bit of an attempt. The flip comes out from Eternal. It's immediately going to be sent away by the Ensnare Drums. A KO going to be found, though, by SCP. Pull from Sovereign, trying to find a little bit of ball possession, but the greatest meme's going to be there to interrupt, but it's not going to stop the goal attempts. Sov going to win that strike war, going to score the first goal of the series. SCP now with a small lead.
Every single ultimate that Eternal's put out so far, it's the first point of the game, so it's really easy to say this. But every single ultimate so far has just gotten so much value, able to kind of take the barrier out, able to kind of seal the deal on the goal. I'm really enjoying the way that Eternal's playing this character, and I think Octavia is insanely strong right now. So all these players who have practiced Octavia when she's kind of at a weaker point in her career, they're going to be getting a lot out of her.
Now we're going to see a reverse attempt here. The side of Final Destination. Nothing going to come from it, though. Just a lost barrier. We do have no energy for the forwards, and the support from Mako is not going to be enough. Move speed does allow the greatest meme to come back and win a strike war, but for now, SCP is going to remain on the offensive. Megaverse, good strike shot to keep the forward momentum for his team. Eternal now looking for an opportunity, but it's just going to be sniped away. No strike war win for Sovereign this time. We are back into it. We'll see. Is Spartan able to hold? The flip comes through, and Snare Drums coming out as well. The base drop going to be fully deflected. Excellent defense coming out from the side of Final Destination, but they're still not out of the woods yet. Megaverse with the flip is going to elect to use it now. Ray Poi P is able to find the reverse on the strike. Still, the core is going to be going faster now in overtime. Sovereign now going to be looking for a scoring attempt, but nothing to be found. Ball's just going to sail right by. Finally, the greatest meme, after a lot of attempts, very hard to get through this Atlas, is managing to find it, but it might not be enough. The Ensnare Drums is clutch, though, from Spartan, and this could be an opportunity. The greatest meme gets the 1v1, but it's so hard to win against this Atlas with cooldowns. Whiplash comes through. Cooldown's now going to be gone from Megaverse. Core just not quite cleared yet. The core speed is making it so hard to keep up with ball, keep that possession. Pass goes through for Sovereign, and finally, one of the melee goalies is going to cave in. Spartan just doesn't have the move speed, no strike shot to bail him out, and that's going to be a second point for the scriptwriters.
I'm starting to really see why Megaverse picked up that timeless creator. You know, Spark would have been really nice to kind of keep him moving around. But you don't really need to move much on this map. You're kind of just tethered to your barriers. All you really need to do is press secondary. You can kind of shut down any offensive attempt that is coming out from the side of FD. Whereas Spartan doesn't really have that option. You know, he has that speed and all that stuff, but the most he's got to kind of shut things down is his ultimate.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. And it's right again, Spartan is going to have an open net to contend with. Even though the offense from the side of Final Destination has been enough to open the goalie barriers, no goals yet, and potentially no goals scored this entire set. Oh, but now an opportunity, a little bit of a misstep from Megaverse opens up an opportunity for the Greatest Meme. Great usage of the flip, takes the whole point for themselves. Final Destination going to be on the board.
Every single time Megaverse kind of steps out of position, Greatest Meme really needs to take advantage of those moments to take the barrier. It's really hard to take the barrier away from Atlas any other time, but you know, capitalize on those moments and take the goal every single time you can, and that's exactly what Greatest Meme did.
Are going to see the flow stage start winding up from the Octavia. Nothing to be found from it, though. Flip from Sovereign going to come out, finds a goal, a little bit of deja vu from what we saw from the Greatest Meme, and immediately the goal is to follow. Sovereign making a little bit of a statement. Anything you could do, I could do a little bit better. And is exactly what has happened. Eternal's going to be your MVP for the first set of the series. What is on the board? What is in the cards for this Octavia here?
I'm looking at rapid fire. It's rapid fire every single time. I do think that Eternal's getting a lot of value out of that extra special. Never mind explosive entrance. You know, that extra speed on Octavia is just going to make it a lot harder for her to be shut down. And I think a lot of the plays are revolving around Octavia right now. However, it doesn't mean that the side of FD is not getting some great picks. You know, the extra special on the Mako means that she can shut down Kazan a lot more often, and the rapid fire on the Rasmus means he can kind of like hit stun a lot more. Other than that, I'm not really seeing anything that is like game warping. So I think both sides got a really good draft here.
Yeah, as we get into the second series here, no sparks have yet to show. And given that Eternal was the MVP of the previous series, if that continues, this could be a very fast Octavia. So we'll see what comes to be in this upcoming set. Eternal now looking to get possession. That explosive entrance really making a big difference, but not enough to keep the flow state there. Wow, it actually gets kept the last second. Flip comes through, but not too much found from it. Primary from Megaverse keeps the offensive play going, but Spartan's going to be ready. Flip coming up soon as well. Means that this goalie is going to be pretty difficult to get through. Small misstep here from Megaverse is going to have that goalie open. Flip now comes out from Spartan, gets the base drop of Eternal. It's both forwards of Final Destination now looking for an opportunity. No cross clear from Megaverse. Understands that doing that against Estelle is no bueno. As a flip now comes out. Both goalies very low on resources, so any future attempt in the next few seconds can be disastrous. And there it is. Sovereign able to get the confirm off the top spin. Another point for the side of SCP.
Yeah, I know I'm yapping a lot about the Octavia. I do think that the entire game kind of revolves around her whenever she's in there. As you can see, the Rasmus and the Estelle have to spend a lot of abilities to kind of shut her down. And every single time they do, that's one less ability meant for the Atlas. So a lot of the game is kind of revolving around her. But even still, I do think that Rainbow P and Greatest Meme are playing exceptionally well. The Spartan's holding it down until, of course, the Octavia is able to kind of get into a position where she can kind of shut down anything that he does. Exactly what's going on right there. You know, keeping that flow state going, getting flip, and then just walking it in.
Yeah, this Octavia is starting to be a huge problem for the side of FD. This might potentially mean that they're going to be in an underdog situation, a loss or a full comeback. The only thing's going to be on the cards, and it's just looking worse by the second. Eternal now able to get that open net for Spartan, though. FD able to respond in kind. Two flips come through, but it's going to be blocked away by the Atlas. Strike shot in the cooldowns. Greatest Meme now sending the core forward, but it's going to go into the hands of Megaverse. Primary comes through. Get the core out, and a good pull. Takes Megaverse away from the play before he's able to interact with the core, and it's going to be a good point for Final Destination.
Yeah, when Atlas is in position, he's kind of hard to score on. So Rasmus is like a really good pick into that because he can kind of hook him away. Exactly what you saw right there. You know, the second that the Atlas was you know, moving into a position, he was able to pull him away, and that kind of shut down the offense. I want to talk a little bit about this Kazan as well. Like Kazan is covering so much space whenever they kind of get the core forward with the hook and the strike, like the increased strike size. And every single time he's doing that, he's kind of setting up the ability for Eternal to kind of get in there and get things done. But I mean, as I'm saying that, like, Greatest Meme and Rainbow Peak kind of changed their plan a little bit. I think they're caring a lot less about taking the core away from Eternal, and they're caring more about spending abilities to get the core through Megaverse. And that is such a huge adjustment that they made right there.
Yeah, and it is working. They've been able to get two very quick goals evening up the set, which once looked very SCP-sided, is now looking a lot more even. Spartan looking to play a little bit more aggressive. The Ensnare Drum coming up, that extra special is going to be very nice for any future defense. Now going to be an open net for Megaverse, but it's time for Sovereign and Eternal to return in kind. Base drop coming through. Flip is going to come out as well, and the strike ward is going to be one. Sovereign now looking to make the score on the strike, but with two whiff strikes from the Kazan, it's going to be a little bit of a choke. We'll see, though. Not out of the woods yet for Final Destination. Still many strike wars to win. Megaverse with possession of the core sends it through to Eternal. No flow state just quite yet. Sovereign potentially able to get it, but the Mako secondary is giving that speed boost. Not going to happen, though. This base drop is going to come through, but the clear is going to be found. Greatest Meme now moving forward with the Whiplash. No cooldowns for this offense, which means Eternal and Sovereign are going to get one more opportunity. Clear is going to be made as now we're entering overtime on Oni Village. The core is going a little bit too fast to control. Greatest Meme finds the clear, but this Atlas secondary is going to send it right back to Sovereign. With the one-on-one, wins the strike war. Spartan a little bit too eager with the flip. That is going to be a massive windfall. SCP looked strong, faltered a bit, but they're able to get the set, and now they find themselves with a very dominant lead and another Dash Awakening for this first pick, Octavia.
The question is, does Octavia take Chrono Boost or take the Spark? I think it's obvious the Chrono Boost, and there it is. Just because Mako doesn't really get that much value out of the Sparks. Spark of Focus is different, but not Spark of Speed and Spark of Strength. And because of that, I think Octavia is just... The game's going to be insanely hard for the side of FD. Octavia not only having the 2 Dash Awakenings, but also one of them being Chrono Boost is everything kind of revolves around, can they get the core away from Octavia and keep her away from it long enough to where they can kind of get an offense going. And it's going to be extremely difficult for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it seems like it is going very, very well in terms of draft for the side of SCP. That being said, it looked well for them in the last draft, and Final Destination were able to bring it back. That being said, a very quick goal, 10 seconds on Oni Village, is exactly what you want to see if you are a scriptwriter right now. And the words are saying that SCP are going to be taking game number 1. We'll see, though, if those end up coming true. Still 2 points left for Final Destination to make their mark. 1 goalie barrier going to go down instantly for the scriptwriters. 2 now off of a good primary from Rayboy B. Pull comes through, going to be weaved, though, with the strikes. Good KO going to be found. Now a power play for the side of Final Destination. They are able to find it. Good strike war as well, following up the primary of Rayboy P again. Off the back of some very great cherry picking. A 20-second point here for the side of Final Destination.
Yeah, the way that Spartan was able to move the core out of there and keep it away from the Octavia so that she lost her flow state. And then Greatest Meme and Rayboy P able to take advantage of that situation and you know, get the hit stuns on the Atlas and take both barriers as well. Same thing that kind of happened last point. This is exactly what they kind of need. This is the momentum that they need in order to kind of win the game here. And if they keep this ball moving up, if they keep these hit stuns going, I think it's going to look really hard for the side of SCP.
Yeah, Rastel obviously the kind of core Oni Village. Wow, what a strike from the Greatest Meme. Absolutely beautiful, and despite the draft disadvantage, the excellent individual play we are seeing from all 3 members of Final Destination means that they are going to actually be advantaged in the set. 2 very quick double barriers. We'll see if another one can come through. One is going to be down. Megaverse potentially down to his final barrier of the set. It's going to be able to primary Greatest Meme away, and another barrier is going to be found for the side of the script writers. Now Strike War comes through. Spartan's going to be the one favored. Primary comes through. The Greatest Meme is going to get flipped. Now it is going to be burned. Flip parry not going to work out for the Greatest Meme, and there are going to be no bailouts from Megaverse this time. Now a one-on-one situation. The Rasmus is able to find it in Final Destination, despite the disadvantage of draft, are going to be finding a set for themselves. And Greatest Meme is going to be your MVP. Excellent individual play has come out for the side of Final Destination. We'll see what they can do with this draft.
They're not going to do much with this draft, unfortunately. I'm looking at Spark of Focus, I'm looking at Aerials, I'm looking at Fight or Flight. It's a nightmare situation for FD. So many things that they want to deny away from the Octavia. And on top of all that, Atlas is before Mako, so they kind of have to put team player on the Estelle. I think that's kind of correct anyways, but with Fire Up being in the pool and how strong it is, it was kind of like a goalie battle. You know, one of the goalies wanted Fire Up, one of the goalies wanted team player, and because the midfielder had to take team player, I don't think that Spartan's really getting much value out of this. Even though FD won the set, I think they lost the draft, and that's looking unfortunate. However, Greatest Meme might not be scaling as hard as SCP is. He is definitely scaling in what he's doing. He's definitely playing a lot more confident, playing a lot better. And I think if this keeps up, I think FD might be able to take this away.
Yeah, again, good individual play from the side of Final Destination might come through, but that is not what you want to see. A blunder KO going to be found by Sovereign and Eternal. Now it's going to be a power play for the side of the script writers and a quick goal to follow as well. Yeah, that is a triple dash awakening Octavia, though it is going to be Sovereign with a good build of his own, mind you. Pretty solid mobility on this Kazan, if I don't say so myself, is able to find that goal. One goalie barrier going to quickly go down, but we'll see, though, if more double barriers from the side of Rayboy P and the Greatest Meme are to follow.
Yeah, Rayboy P having excellent spacing, able to kind of take the barrier away from Megaverse every single time it kind of gets in front of him. But the unfortunate reality is he missed that primary there, and that means that it's going to be a lot harder for Greatest Meme to kind of do a lot here. He's really counting on those hit stuns from Rayboy P, and he's been doing it. Like, those hit stuns have been coming out, but obviously every single time he misses an ability like that, it's going to be insanely hard for Greatest Meme to get through the defense of Megaverse. But you know, an excellent pull into an excellent strike means that the Greatest Meme is able to get things done. Rayboy P kind of covering that space behind Greatest Meme and making it very hard for Megaverse to clear it out, but he's able to find a clear, and the offense is on the side of SCP.
Yeah, we do see a heal coming out for Eternal, very much needed with that flip on the page. Not even going to be needed, though, for this final goalie barrier. Sovereign now just going to be waiting for the core. Flip going to come out from the Greatest Meme to keep his recovery drone intact. Now flip from Sovereign, and Spartan just not able to react to that strike in time. Had to guess when it's that close to the goalie net. And again, SCP find themselves with a 2-0 lead in the set.
They can still come back. You know, I want this to come to a game 3. We're obviously on the first game, but if I'm not mistaken, this is FD's map, so they're really kind of counting on winning this one. Actually, no. Is that correct?
No,
No,
it's SCP's map. Yeah, it's still,
SCP's
regardless, right? A win is a win in a best of 3. Every win matters, of course.
Ain't that the
We'll
truth?
see, though. Yeah, ain't that the truth indeed. Eternal now. The truth is that Octavia has 3 dash awakenings, but another truth is that the Greatest Meme is an absolute beast. He's able to get that goalie barrier here against Megaverse with the core speed. Rayboy P now trying to find possession again, but the flip from Octavia prevents that from happening. The clear is going to be made, though. The pull comes out, but the dash range or the pendulum swing range is just not there, which means that potentially we're going to have to go back to the drawing board for the offense. Movement speed is going to buy a little bit of time. Spartan, great strike wars to get a clear in Sovereign's face, but again, the Greatest Meme not able to find that pendulum swing on to the Atlas, and that means that unfortunately Spartan just not in range for that core flip. Means that this game is going to come to an end. SCP is going to be the ones to close it out, and they're going to be advantaged coming into game number 2, though it is going to be Final Destination map of a Night Market.
Yeah, the offensive pressure that the Octavia kind of enabled, it kind of let Sov sit up front a lot of the time, and then just kind of play against the Mako in the 1v1. And Mako, in my opinion, is usually favored in there. But because Octavia can kind of keep just giving chance after chance, infinite chances, if you will, I think that it's going to be insanely hard for Spartan to kind of defend against that Kazan, who has the great strikes. And that's not to discount the other players in the lobby at all. I know I talked a lot about the Octavia. But the way Rayboy P and Greatest Meme played together, they played off each other very well. It's just really hard to kind of get through that Atlas with the Timeless Expanse, covering so much space. And the excellent strike placement as well from Megaverse made it insanely hard for them to kind of take any barrier every time they were on the offense.
Yeah, 100% agreed. I am very curious to see how Rayboy P and the Greatest Meme will perform on their map pick, and if they do perform that final game decider, because it felt like they were able to steal a lot of goalie barriers under Megaverse's nose, despite some pretty damn good defense. But we'll see. I do want to pay attention again to Eternal, that 3+7. It's going to be a 100% goal participation, I believe, in the entire game. But just off of that, 8 goalie participation, obviously 7 goals himself, but 8 goal participation from Sov and 7 from Megaverse, the goalie, right? That's not something you see a lot on these melee picks. So not only I think is he striking good, clearing well, but it seems like he's doing a lot of work on the offense as well, taking advantage of that astral projection potentially to kind of make sure that Eternal is able to set up some unsavable situations, which I felt like we saw a lot of in that game.
Yeah, I mean, Megaverse, the offensive play doesn't really begin with the midfielder and the brawler kind of working in unison. It usually starts with the goalie. I'm a little goalie player. I'm going to glaze myself a little bit. Just moving the core forward up to the midfielder. If you can get every chance, or if you can get a good offensive sequence going for your forwards, it's going to be a lot easier for them to kind of take the barrier, take the goal away from the opponent. Whereas usually if they're like playing off each other and you're just kind of sitting in the back, you're not going to get much done. And I think that was the big difference. Spartan on a lot of kickoffs was like throwing the ultimate out and was helping a lot on offense with that. You knew using the cage to kind of keep the core forward so that Greatest Meme and Railway P can kind of get a lot done off of that. But I think just Megaverse was just getting involved in a lot of offensive plays more often, and that was just insanely overwhelming for the side of FD. Different map now though. They could ban the Octavia. They could ban, maybe they think the Atlas is actually the problem. Maybe they ban the Atlas. I'm interested to see kind of how the draft goes for the side of FD.
Ooh, an Asher ban coming through, potentially to go against I believe Sovereign. That's going to be his pick on Night Market. We'll see, though, the Juliet Band as well, which means that the Brawler pool is going to be a little bit clinched. Obviously, the Greatest Meme, very good, very proficient on the Rasmus. Shouldn't be too big of a problem for him, but there are still things on the board. The X, this is a pretty damn good start for him, I think, between either Spark of Strength or Peak Performance on top of that, right? What other Brawlers are there? I guess the Kazan's not really that crazy here. It would just be the X, right? The X would be the Brawler pick of this map, maybe?
Well, I mean, if you're looking at an era, I'm thinking the X is definitely something that they're going to be considering. And because of that, I'm leaning towards the side of X. But there also is Drakkar. I think Drakkar has been getting a lot of play this season, and I think that Drakkar can take away a game with the help of an era.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of damage on board for that character, but we do see the Era X come out. Mako going to be on the board for the final pick, especially with this Dubu pickup. So unless you want to run that Brawler Dubu, unless you feel like you're confident with that pick on Night Market, and I know that you have a lot to say about that pick, unless they're going to run that, this might be a guaranteed Mako Era X for the side of Final Destination.
Hey, we might see the Dubu forward, we might see the Mako forward, who knows? SCP might pull some crazy things. and there's the Drakkar. Drakkar, I think, would be a really good pick into the X, into the Era, able to put on a lot of damage, able to kind of slow them down so that Era's speed isn't really overwhelming this Megaverse that often. But I am really curious what Eternal's going to pick here. The Octavia, I felt like took over the game last game, but on like a more closed off map like Night Market, it is sometimes harder for her to kind of like feed it through people. So I'm curious kind of what they pick here in order to kind of facilitate the Drakkar, and it's the Kai. I think Kai's really good at kill confirming. He's really good at putting damage on with the Giga Blasts. And Eternal's Kai is no slouch. Like he's extremely good with it. And there it is. There's the Mako Era X. Oh boy, we're back. I'm a big fan of the comp. I think it's boring to spectate, but it's a lot of fun to play. I think just buffing the X is just so funny. The amount of giggles that I always put out every single time I'm playing Mako, just banging the drums, and I'm like, look at me, guys, I'm helping. I'm excited to see what FD does with this into SCP's draft. But hey, I think both sides kind of have a really good draft. Yeah, I'm interested to see how this game goes.
Yeah, it feels like as well, Drakkar Brawler and the Dubu have kind of been some pretty centralizing picks in a lot of these series, I think, throughout the season. So it is interesting to see kind of a classic comp versus a comp that feels very this season. So a little bit of old versus new there. I'm very curious to see who's going to opt into that Spark or who's going to opt into that early peak performance power. I think that it's going to make draft dynamics a little bit interesting in those first few drafts to see who ends up getting those Spark combos. On top of that, though, Bulk Up, a combo for peak performance on his own as well. So there is a lot of scaling opportunity no matter what you end up picking. But now, going to the game proper, it is SCP's time to shine. If they win, they will be moving on to the winner's final, securing their top 3 spot in the season. Or if they lose, they're going to be going on to a game 3. Obviously, this is a winner's side, so whoever loses the series is going to have one more shot to make it and get their bag. But we'll see if that ends up happening. We're going to be loading into game. We're going to be looking at the Awakenings here, and it is going to be a Spark of Strength for the Greatest Meme and Spartan. Everyone else is going to be electing to that peak performance.
I'm a peak performance enjoyer. I think that 6% speed, even though it doesn't sound like a lot, I think it can kind of like help you win that first set. And you don't need the really Spark scale. You can just deny the first Spark away from the opponent, and I think Spark of Strength loses a lot of value there. On the other side, 22 power is no joke. And I mean, with that extra power, able to kind of take away Eternal, shut him down, and because of that, they're able to take this power play and just go right through Megaverse. And there you go. There's the first point going over to FD.
Yeah, that was a super good showing from the side of Final Destination, just finding a KO and instant conversion onto the goal. It kind of ran over the script writers there in that point. We'll see. This is their map pick. This is the one that they are going to be more comfortable on. We'll see if this Era X Mako combo is able to continue and bring us to a game number 3. So right now the clear is going to be made, but a lot of cooldowns expended from the side of Final Destination. We're going to see if they find any value off of this offense. Flip is there for the greatest meme, but no Strike Wards 1 means that that flip is going to remain for now. Rainbow AP is able to actually blast it up, get a double barrier. Oh, and a snipe from Spartan from downtown opens up the goal for the greatest meme. And again, 1 minute, 2 points for the side of Final Destination.
Spartan deciding, hey, I don't need the speed, I don't need the stagger. I'm going to sit in the back, bang my drums, and then every now and again throw a little projectile out in order to kind of take players out. I think Sparker's strength's really good on Mako in this instance. All that damage is kind of getting put out, staying on the opponents, mean that they're able to kind of take these power plays and run away with it.
Yeah, we are going to see that flip from Rayboy P go down. Still got its value. Found the one barrier in the end to dodge that Divu stun. That means that no flip is going to be available to open up the net, and this could potentially be an opportunity for Sovereign, who's been sitting on that flip for a while. Not really many opportunities for this Drakkar to contribute. The court is just not getting to him that often. Is going to find a KO, though. Tries to get that bottom barrier, but just the pixel off means the Spartan's going to get the rebound. Finally, though, the barrier is going to go down. The power play. Still 4 seconds on it. Though the layered strikes and the Mako drum and bass is going to prevent that final goalie barrier from going down. Greatest meme now going to be back in the play. The barrage is going to be there. Strike War won by Sovereign. Now it's going to be up to the greatest meme and Rayboy P to maybe even up the field here as we enter overtime. Core is going to go through down to Eternal. Strike shot it away, though. Megaverse very comfortable here on the boo with Flip. That's going to be a very hard wall to get through. Now we're going to have to see a lot of offense come out from Final Destination if they want to get through and close out the set.
I'm pretty sure the K just saved Eternal right there, but Meme's not done. Meme wants the kill. Meme wants blood. Shark in the water. The defensive play from Rainbow P and Spartan was phenomenal earlier, and buying all that time, even though they were kind of on a power play, meant that the SCT wasn't able to take the goal earlier. But Sovereign using that secondary strength to kind of hit the core so fast, faster than Spartan could anticipate, means that they're going to take this point away, even though it was looking a little bleak for them.
Yeah, it was looking a little rough, but this point is looking pretty dang good. 2 flips coming out and an immediate flip into Tofu Force just to guarantee that possession from Megaverse is actually going to get 1 barrier. They are going to keep theirs as well. Now we're going to see Rayboy P and the greatest meme are going to be the next ones with Flip. Sovereign as well, if he is able to actually find interactions to get energy. Strike is going to be taken away from Rayboy P. This is going to be a huge windfall for the side of the script writers. Damage now going to be down on to the X. Now with Flip as well, they're going to want to find some value off the Flip very soon before this X gets sent off the map. There it is. Patience is still not enough, but the X Maximus certainly is, and now going to be up to Rayboy P and Spartan to hold the line. Tofu Fortress going to come through. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure for the script writers coming out. NATO not going to find too much value. Spartan now with possession of the core, looking to get it through Sovereign and Eternal. This flip is looking a little scary, and there it goes. Going to be an open net for both teams. Flip comes through at the last second for Spartan, but Eternal finds a flip in front of the goal line, is going to be evening up the set. Final Destination now in a little bit of a reversals of fortunes. They were the ones making the comebacks all the way through in game number 1, and now it's SCP's time to shine and get their chip. Brawl's going to kind of engage on the bottom side of the map, but Rayboy P is going to be the one with core possession. The Sovereign now looking to find 2 goalie barriers, is only able to get 1.
Yeah, I mean, all that offense from earlier, all that damage putting out, even though the resources were being spent, there was so much damage, man, it was hard for them to kind of defend against it. And I mean, other than what was going on last point, what's going on this point is crazy. Meme is taking out Megaverse. Megaverse, seeing they had Flip, probably seeing that he had ult, was like, I'm going to get involved here, and Greatest Meme did not like that whatsoever. Typical X thing, typical brawler thing, Unga Bunga, B Smash. Taking Megaverse out of the play meant that power play, or not power play, that potentially bad situation for FD got turned around. And now things are looking really good for FD. With all of the energy that they have going on here, it's going to be insanely hard for Megaverse to defend against this. But with an excellent strike placement from Eternal, means that Spartan is going to lose a barrier to that, and things that were looking bad previously are starting to look a lot better for them.
Yeah, all of a sudden, a little bit of a misstep means that it's going to be even. This is going to be 2 whiff flips from the side of Final Destination, and now an opportunity. Eternal is going to have flip again, but is he going to get the opportunity to use it? The X Maximus comes through, but it's going to be the shotgun from Sovereign of all things. The good old humble Drakkar shotgun is going to be what takes this intense set. And the script writers are going to be taking this very, very close situation. Sovereign, MVP off of that goal.
MVP off that goal and taking bulk up right away. You know, the peak performance is paying off. Opting to kind of give the Kai is probably going to be the one that takes away the spark, unless they honestly don't care about it, which would be kind of weird to me, but I'm interested to see what they draft here. But it seems like SCP kind of has their composure. They're not wasting their flips. All their resources are kind of being used so well to take barriers, to take goals away. Whereas FD, they had 2 flips at the start of the last point, and they weren't really able to get anything from it. I don't think a single flip kind of connected. So the way that the side of SCP is moving the core around means that FD is not really getting a lot of value out of these resources. And if they don't kind of like compose themselves here, it's probably going to be a swift 3-0 for SCP.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It felt like there was an opportunity for Megaverse to panic right after that KO from the greatest meme, but I mean, they talked about it. I think Time talked about, hey, you know, sometimes the greatest component that a goalie could have is be like, oh, I messed up. I'm a chud. Let's go next. And I feel like that is exactly what happened, and they were able to close out the set. And not only that, continued into another point while I was talking about it. So very, very good composure, like you mentioned, from the side of the script writers. They're looking to continue their offense, and it's now going to be up to Final Destination to maybe find an opportunity. There it is. Eternal is able to get the clear, but loses 1 goalie barrier in the process. And now let's see what happens for the remainder of the power play. Gigablast coming out, maybe buy a little bit of extra time. It is going to be enough for the debut to come back up. Oh, and he's walking up. He's the biggest, the largest, and he's going to be supporting his team to get that final goalie barrier. Log comes through to push the greatest meme away. Dribbles coming out from Megaverse, feeling confident, feeling good. And it's going to be a flip from Spartan. Shotgun almost finds it, but the defense is going to be made. Sovereign not able to find the strike war against Rayboy P. But the greatest meme is not able to find possession, importantly. Now Beam comes through. The greatest meme now looking to win a strike war, is able to do it. A great NATO. It's going to force the evade from Megaverse, but now it's going to be the opportunity for the scriptwriters to get their point. Not going to find it, however. The X Maximus is going to be finding that final goalie barrier. Another KO. A 4 KO streak on the side of the greatest meme, but the power play has been stalled out 6 seconds until Eternal is able to make it back. Sovereign, though, playing great interference. We'll see if it's going to be enough. The strike from the greatest meme isn't back up in time, and now an opportunity flip from Rayboy P comes through. Oh, the dash is just not long enough, and the strike from Sovereign off of the Xeno Cloak is fast enough. 2 points for the side of the script writers. They're going to be looking to make this a very swift series if they're able to just 3-0 this one.
Greatest Meme is getting all these kills, all these KOs, but like they're not able to get much off of it. You know, a Sovereign kind of showing like, hey, playing goalie looks a little fun. I want to do a little bit myself, playing goalie from the midfield line. I was able to hold it down. Megaverse didn't really even have to get involved whatsoever. Megaverse getting a little clever with these clears. I like it a lot. But yeah, I mean, the KOs aren't really mattering for Greatest Meme here. You know, he gets another KO here. I want to see them get something from this. But if it's anything like their previous points, they're not really going to be getting much out of this KO, and that definitely has to change.
Yeah, in fact, they're losing a reverse power play here. Sovereign able to snipe it with a Molten Bolt. Rayboy P looking to find core possession, but none to be found against Eternals, and Snare Drums could have come through. Got to buy a lot of space to work with for the forward duo of Final Destination. But again, nothing to be found from it. It's going to be up. Spartan tries to take a shot at it himself with a flip, but not able to find it. Again, the pressure from the side of the script writers is immaculate. They're able to now open up the net, 1 point away from getting a defining lead in this game as we enter overtime. Eternal winning the strike war, going to be KO'd, but can Sovereign close it out? Now going to be playing a little bit of that midfield goalie. Ooh, it's a little scary right now, but we are able to make the clear. That being said, the power play has been stalled out. Megaverse still no resources spent beyond the somersault. Still not able to find anything in SCP. Once again on the offense, the strike's going to be there, and it's going to be sent down to Sovereign, who takes that dimer and cashes it in accordingly. It's going to be a 3-0 set for the script writers, and they are going to be looking to take this series in a dominant fashion.
Megaverse is looking like a wall right now. He's at the back of the draft, but that's because he doesn't really have to get involved. He gets like the perfect clear every single time. He's chilling in the back there. As you said, he's the biggest right now. Coming to this draft, Drakkar with the missile prop means that Spartan's going to have a lot more pressure whenever he tries to go for the cross clear. I think that's going to be a huge pickup for them, as well as the Kai with the aerials. But I mean, team player on Mako moving the core forward faster, fire up faster every time they flip, and they're getting a lot of flips. And then the 1-2 punch, even though Greatest Meme is getting a lot of KOs, it's going to happen more often. And I think because of all those three things, that's kind of a draft that you really want to see for FD. I think that FD can take this draft and kind of turn it around. And that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Because as I alluded to earlier, I want to see the Game 3. I might be rooting for SCP, but hey, that doesn't mean that I want games to be as close as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to get a very good series. We had a great one last time, and we'll see if we could get some heaters. As of right now, the heat is on for the side of the scriptwriters. Final Destination able to find their first goalie barrier, not able to find the second. A great strike war from Spartan. The defense is going to hold again, but not enough. The strike is going to be there. Rayboy P able to cover it this time. Greatest Meme able to find that strike and buy space for his team. The Mako secondary is here, but not too much value is going to come from it. Megaverse on the Boo, looking to hold it down, and it's just another Tuesday for Dubu on this defense. Strike from Sovereign comes through, and this is going to be a brutal offense. Yeah, there it is. The hit stun from the Molten Bolt, the barrage to follow. That is all but guaranteed for the scriptwriters, and it looks like the words are on the wall, the writing's on the wall, and it looks like SCP are going to be running away with it. Final Destination, just 2 more points to find any sort of comeback.
All it takes is a trickle, remember the ocean. FD can easily bring this back. I think that the drafts are definitely still enabling FD to kind of like make some crazy comebacks. Drafts as far as like the awakenings that are going to be available. But all these resources coming out, and Greatest Meme finally taking that strike war and taking a barrier away from Megaverse. Once the barriers are open, it's a lot harder for Dubu to kind of defend against this, because all they can kind of do is like shove it through them. Hey, Greatest Meme deciding I'm going to play it right through, waiting for the roll to come out, waiting a little bit for the strike to come out, and then able to seal the deal from there.
Yeah, fantastic patience. Able to get that shot into the bottom side net. Sovereign, though, it's going to be next on the chopping block here with that flip coming up soon. We'll see what values that come from it. As though 1 goalie barrier going to go down, 2 actually within 9 seconds. Spartan now going to be looking to move the core forward. That it is going to be another goal almost found barely by the Greatest Meme, a little bit more size, and that would have been in. As the defense has to come through, but the barrage from Eternal is magnificently placed. The flip's going to come through and banked off the top side of the net. SCP now 1 point away from moving on to winners finals, and 1 point away from forcing Final Destination to play in losers for their life.
The core control from SCP is scary. That's all I could say. They're moving around a lot faster than their opponents due to having the peak performance, and then also like they just kind of hold the core a lot longer than their opponents, and because of that, like they just have as many chances as they need to kind of take it away. That's not that take away from the excellent strike wars that Spartan is putting out there. It's a lot harder for him to defend against the Drakkar, a lot harder for him to defend against the X, and I mean, no matter what, no matter how good you're playing, you're eventually going to cave into the pressure that they're bringing in.
Yeah. Now a very tense situation for both teams. Just 1 point away. It's going to be an open net for both. The strike is not going to be there for Sov. As flip now used by Spartan. That's the last safety net that Final Destination have to work with. And now Sovereign with that Xenocloak is there. The hit stun from the shotgun. And bada bing, bada boom, surprise! Drakkar has shot you, and he has taken the game for the side of the script writers. Eternal to be your MVP for the game. Immaculate core possession, like you mentioned, and that is absolutely going to be earned off the back of SCP's midfielder. Has been enabled, had so many haste awakenings. I believe 4 or 5 drafted the entire series on the Octavia and the Kai. That, I believe, is going to be leading scriptwriters into their winners finals and is going to be sending Final Destination hastily down into the loser side of bracket.
Yeah, things aren't done for FD. I saw a lot of glimpses from them. They got overwhelmed by the passing plays, but all they have to do really is sit down and talk about it, and I think they can easily kind of come back from it. A lot of teams have come and made a crazy losers run, so I'm not gonna count FD out yet. They got here playing exceptionally well, and we'll just say that these 2 games were like a little off for them. I'm excited to see them kind of to make a little run back. Do we know who they're playing against?
Yeah, they're going to be sent down. I think they're going to be playing the Cutie Patooties for that loser semifinal spot. I think we're going to be switching over to loser side in just a bit. Anyways, we'll have that series a little bit later. Give Final Destination a little bit of time to check over themselves and collect, get some water, use the bathroom, all that. They're going to have an hour or so to do just that, as we're going to be moving on, I believe, to Pudad's Dynasty, or Pudash's Dynasty versus Pantheon. Is going to be our first Losers Quarterfinals match. We'll have that coming on in just a bit, but we're going to take a quick break before then. And any final words you want to give out to any of the teams in Losers bracket before we see their performance?
Well played to everyone I've seen play so far. I really want to see Cutie Patooties play. I really want to see Pantheon play. I've had my eyes on both of those teams, so seeing what they can bring to the table here is something that I'm really interested in.
Oh yeah, and only one of those 4 teams that we've talked about is going to be making out of it alive today. We'll see what the loser side bracket has for us. Or 2 of them, they're going to be in loser semifinals, right? Only 2 of those 4 teams are going to be making it out alive today. We'll see who ends up being very soon. But again, we are going to go to a quick break. We'll catch you guys with more of Nasty Playoffs in just a bit. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. We're here down in the loser side of Nasty Playoffs Day 1. Now we're going to be watching some series where every team is going to be playing for elimination or life. We've got Pudash's Dynasty, who we saw a little bit earlier today, lose a bit of a heartbreaking game to get sent down here. And we are going to be seeing the 5th seed representatives in Pantheon, led by Strages and crew. For those not in the know about name changes, Osquio on Pantheon has been formerly known as Loki NB. So this is a not new name, but in fact someone who's been around on the block for a very long time at this point.
Yeah, all players that I've seen in my solo queue games, it's kind of nasty. It's kind of that league for me where it's just like, oh, I like all these people are people I know, and I was going to say something kind of mean, but I stopped myself. So be proud of me, Brickbat. Be proud.
Well, those are his first words on cast today.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. Hey, going into the game proper, let's take a look at those. We'll make you earn your non-existent paycheck here, though. We do have IME's app with a fight or flight recovery drone start, and it seems that all members of the side of Pudash's Dynasties has opted into recovery drone over what many consider to be the stronger fight or flight.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy to me. I love fight or flight. Size is great. I'm not going to say it's the worst option by any means. But especially on this map, like being on this center line and having that size is like so busted because you just have so much control over the area. And this is a map where people are known to be KO'd. So already seeing the damage kind of pile on to both brawlers, but nothing really. No one getting KO'd yet. No recovery drones getting flipped over, but no level 2s either. So that could be a big flip in the damage department.
We are going to see. Ooh, good goal from Wolfmang overall. We are going to. I've been kind of impressed by Wolfmang's performance. I think he played very good in the previous series that we saw him in. Did not end up bringing it home, obviously, but I think that he's been playing pretty good all day, and if that performance continues, Pantheon is going to have a pretty good performance, or going to need a pretty good performance to survive this one. That being said, they are doing that, immediately getting an early goalie barrier, and we'll see if Osquio can be the one to put it in. It's actually going to be Cows off the piercing shot, the Tofu Fortress, just a little bit too late. A failed attempt at the Scoopy, as we call it in these parts. 1-1.
Yeah, I was gonna say a nice ult from Asianator to put that one. No, okay. I'm friends with Asianator and Cows. Although I haven't talked to Cows in quite a while. We did team together in PLX once upon a time. Really nice guy. So glad to see him still playing in the leagues. Asianator, we have quite a few shared VTuber interests. What's great is whenever I need to like find a clip, hey, grab that. Sorry. So yeah, could have got slowed down just enough not to be able to get it. It's a really good combination play from this side of Pantheon. But yeah, flip could have been used there. But honestly, now that you have to flip this round, like especially on this really good offense, like Storm going for the behind the back play, but just didn't have enough room. Now Wolfmang in the 1v1, but going to get right past. But now Cows has really low and has no recovery drones, so the KO would be permanent, and there it is. Wolfmang finding it. Now, good power play opportunity. Asianator has a flip too if needed to initialize the offense a bit more, but Storm's going to win the strike board to send it up. And this slowdown could be just what they need for the respawn to happen. Both strike shotguns used, but won't be enough. Wolfmang now on the offensive side, but Asianator is going to lose barrier to the Crystal Thorns, and that's really scary when the Luna comes in, forcing the flip out. But not only is the flip going to be a save, it's going to be an opportunity for Cliff, who does the corner flip that never works, but at least it gets a KO. So it's actually like it's pretty good in this one situation. Wolfmang not going to win the strike war to give Cliff the setup, but now it's a 1v1, and Storm's dash is not going to be faster than the speed from that strike from Drakkar.
Yeah, we saw that in the previous series as well. The Xeno Cloak core speed is just so hard to react to, even with a tool like the Luna's boost. can absolutely steal points away at a moment's notice. And Cliff,
Oh!
very prominent Drakkar player, used this character before it even got popular, so really cashing in on that familiarity. We'll see that we are going into point number 5 here. Wolfmang taking a lot of damage, but 2 flips still to work with for Pantheon.
Unused already just to kind of initialize an offense, but it will end up in the barrier being taken. Asian Air stunned, has no evade and still has no evade, which is really scary when playing against Estelle Rasmus. But Cliff using these shotguns to get the stuns off to get through, and there's the scoop you were talking about. It's going to be able to grab that barrier. And the first flip comes off from Wolfmang, but is not going to grab the barrier. These primaries being played around very well by Storm, and now Wolfmang will dash to win the strike war, or the long distance strike war, but both abilities used, so it's going to be cleared out in the end. Asian Air should have quite a lot up right now, so not even going to need to use it, but the open goal, Wolfmang in the right spot, the right time, Cliff gets the setup, and Storm is low on the cooldowns, so there's going to be set 1 going to Dad.
Yeah, Dads are going to get Wolfmang, going to be your MVP. What's here on draft? I'm looking at things like the spark, the tempo swing, though, but the adrenaline rush as well, right? And that enables that Zentaro passive quite a bit.
It's broken. I swear it's broken, Brickbat. it's adrenaline rush, Zentaro, the passive dash strike. Like, if it was just that, I would take adrenaline rush as an awakening. Like, I swear that's just that's like, it's so broken.
Yeah, it enables so much for the Zentaro. But speaking of being enabled, extra special for the Luna and Deadeye for the Estelle. There's going to be a lot more damage being flinged the way of Pudash's Dynasty. Already we see Wolfmang basically just chunked out, losing that recovery drone 5 seconds into the set. And hey, Adrenaline Rush is great, but if you're always too dead before you even get passive, what value does it really bring?
That's the thing about Zentaro, is that like, everyone likes to talk about how a broken Zentaro is, but you have no stagger.
Oh my God.
And honestly, wow, finds the smallest of gaps in between Storm and Oscrio to put that one in. But I don't know. I'm hearing word that this might be Oscar's first game since like week 3 in Nasty, at least. So maybe clip of the shotgun. But a few errors all being punched, and then what a hook to find the perfect angle to get it around Cows. Just I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty sure Cows also own gold the barrier at that point. So kind of a combination of from the forwards of Pantheon to grab that point.
That's rough. That's rough. Hey, sometimes that happens. A bit of a cascading failure for Pantheon in the previous point, but they're not out of the woods just quite yet. 2 points gonna go the way of Punash's Dynasty, but the pressure is on for the Dads. Oh, the Cliff though, great shotgun. It sends Osquio right into the recovery drone state, unable to strike it in a pretty damn dominant set from Pudash's Dynasty. Obviously, some shenanigans on the way to help him along, but Cliff now going to be enabled and get his pick of the litter of draft.
Yeah, and we didn't really talk about the comps too much, but I will always see the team with the melee goalie on it and think they are favored. Especially on a recovery drone start, right? It's probably another reason they'll took recovery drone is that there's a lot of more KO potential from this Pantheon side. So that's a big thing, but more importantly is look at Dubu's awakenings, and we've seen a quadruple size Dubu that is about as big as the barrier. So they're going to really need to find some good hit stuns here if they're going to want to ever take this barrier, because this Dubu is going to be a problem.
Yeah, already. I mean, look at Oscar. He's so tiny. As Aviator just shows how puny he is on the cosmic scale that is this Dubu. Cows with the Among Titans basically down 5 size awakenings, actually able to fight the strike war off of a little bit of a blunder. He might be too big for himself to handle in this situation. We are going to see Storm and Cows now on the defense, not able to hold the barrier against Cliff's strike shotgun. That's going to be Wolfmang, maybe able to bring it through. No, Oscar going to be taken out before an offense can mount. We'll see. Wolfmang is not able to find it. Cliff now trying to find a shotgun dribble, not able to get anything just quite yet. But Wolfmang, off of a good slice and dice, able to snipe away that clear from Storm. A little bit of a use energy burst to add insult to injury, but Dad is running away with it.
Yeah, and I really think on the same line of like why I believe in melee goalies so much, especially in like maybe an area like Nasty, but I still believe the same thing often for Nassel, is that like this Drakkar Strike Shotgun becomes like God versus non-melee goalies. But so like Luna, like what do you do? Like actually what do you do when they strike shotgun? Like you need to have like a cooldown, and it needs to be like timed perfectly, and like if you're using your dash for defense, then like you're just sad. So there's just a lot of issues there, but good strike war to be Asianator. It runs out of cooldowns and then gets 2v1. So able to get past the big Dubu, which is really hard. A very hard thing to do. But Wolfmang with a great primary to grab that, and then a KO from Cliff with the strike flip. But with the dash used and the ult used, it's going to be hard to find a goal. Like honestly, maybe seeing like a swap there after the cooldowns run out so that Cliff can try to get a good strike shotgun. But here's the flip that's going to be perfectly blocked by the log plus Dubu wall. But there's the speed that's also really scary to deal with as even ranged goalies, but still going to hold. And now Cliff is kind of scared of getting KO'd, and with no secondary now, it's going to be a bit of a sitting duck. Primary is going to get stopped with a well-timed Summer Assault from Asianator. But here's the ult plus the passive plus the strike, but the second strike from Adrenaline Rush will not find the core. But now it's a scary spot. Asianator stunned by the Luna ult, not going to find it once again. Cliff is going to try to get this to Wolfmang, ideally to center of the map, but this time, that's exactly what Osquio was practicing earlier. You know, find that angle, but Cows is the one that actually gets the strike to hit it at the exact right angle. So the speed, really cool combination of the speed from the Rasmus hook with the strike from Cows, if I saw that correctly, because in hindsight, right? That's what happened, right?
Hmm? Yeah, that's what happens. And you know what's also happening? Wolfmang is getting his shit kicked out of him, for lack of a better word.
You thought about using a different word. You're like,
they're really in a better word to describe what happened. He is forced to burn that evade, that flip. Is forced to burn another one to the Luna nuke. That being said, Cows is able to find the goalie barrier. Storm able to set up the pressure and the size of Dubu. That's still just one strike he's able to put out, and that's one strong strike. But one strong strike still loses 2 hits. So tried and true Omega Striker's formula of hitting the core more times than your opponent has come through. Pantheon now find themselves advantaged.
Yeah, and also, Drakkar, also known killable character, but barrier is able to be found, but it's really scary when Storm honestly doesn't use the cooldowns to defend the barrier, because it means you're going to have them for offense, but Asianator will defend, and then Cliff has evade, so should be able to survive for a little bit, but still quite scary with like just the onslaught of cooldowns and the like even with more mobility now than before, still a bit lack of mobility. The orb from Cliff is going to be helpful, and Asianator is going to just completely take out Osquio and force the flip to come out already. So now 2 players are looking really scared there, but Osquio will find the KO, and Cows is going to find a bear at the same time. Really scary spot, but Asianator's massive size is going to reach the core, even though he's on the other side of where the core was. Like, it's so hard on the open net to get past the huge Dubu. But Cows is going to hold this in the midfield line, doing a good job. Storm will be forced to flip, though. Osquio needs to beat the log, but isn't going to. Past the Cows, has the primary. Evade strike's going to come out, but didn't even hit the core anyway. But now, no evade. Possible stuns could be big here, but Cliff, as the 1-2 punch, they get the core speed to get that to Wolfmang to put that one in. And that's another hot shot 1-2 punch on Cliff, just having huge value at that point.
Yeah, just good awareness of the tools in his toolkit. Cliff's able to find that very good presence of mind to recognize what you're capable of. Being able to dime up your brawler with all that money in your awakenings. Oh, bit of an unfortunate situation there, Wolfmang. Usually that's confirmed,
Unlucky.
but yeah, just the worst possible situation. Hey, sometimes that happens. Cow's now going to help out on the defense. Storm, good strike to keep it going. The clears are going to be made, but so much damage is now being pumped out onto Osquio. Right now, the core offense is going to continue. Good Molten Bolt from Cliff. Damage coming out as well. Half HP for basically all members of Pantheon. It doesn't even matter. Cliff able to find that strike. And Pudash's Dynasty are able to take the first game of this series. Pantheon a little bit of momentum building, but just not quite fast enough. Pooh Dash's Dynasty is going to be taking game number 1. Moving on with that advantage. Cliff, your MVP here on the Drakkar.
Yeah, and really high impact Drakkar. Even on that last point, you saw the 1-2 hot shot just immediately come into play. Like, really good defense from the side of Pantheon for a really long time, but it just in the face of the 1-2 punch plus hot shot, Molten Bolt just goes way too fast through all of them while they don't have strike up. So just ends up to take the barrier, which leads to that final goal. All coming from, and Cliff, the point before we saw that great play utilizing the 1-2 punch to come back from that 1-2 deficit. Just, and I was just a big fan of their comp. When you're running these damage like kind of comps or when you're trying to KO them, especially when it's sort of a defensive start like recovery drone, you have to like really kind of scale. You really need to scale, and they weren't able to get to the later sets to scale, but their comp was never really felt to me to be stronger. Like they never even like at the beginning they didn't have a chance to be stronger, and after the first 2 drafts I think they looked even weaker than at the beginning, which is another reason why I don't know. This is all just an excuse to glaze melee goalies and to push my narrative that the only reason that teams stop playing melee goalies is because they get bored. They say like, oh, it's not good anymore because like one non-melee goalie team wins because they like it was like Deadeye start and they like destroy them, and then they're like, oh yeah guys, melee goalies is not as good as damage, and then it works out. But no, I mean, it also just depends on how synced the team is, you know, how good you are at core controlling and playing defense without the melee goalie to be able to play the damage, and how good the offense is too, like how that stacks up against your defense in order to be able to do things like that. So
we'll see. Asianator, obviously, big melee goalie user when he's not on the Finny, of course. And we'll see if that is going to be selected here in game number 2. I think we'll have that. I forgot what the let me double check what the map was for map draft. It is actually going to be Taiko Temple for game number 2. So I think we might see some more of that melee goalie bonanza come out in game number 2. Taiko Temple, similarly, if not more claustrophobic than Imi Zap in some situations, and again, another map where KO is certainly an option.
Yeah, the Taiko Temple. Well,
Yeah,
I got confused for because of the game 1, game 2 thing. I was I'm not used to that. I'm an old head. I'm not used to all the new map draft order. Yeah, but Taiko Temple. It's an interesting map. I've come around to it a little bit more. It's still I'm a very as a midfielder, it feels a lot harder to like keep the ball under control, like under my own control. Like you have to rely a lot more on passing between your teammates if you want to maintain possession, because of how fast the core will move if you hit it anywhere that's not like directly to your teammate, or if the ball just touches the center at all. So really interested to see if we see that kind of team play and that amount of passing from the teams, or if we're just going to see equally valid aggressive play. We're just trying to hit the core really fast towards the barriers and then winning the interaction there. Both good strategies, and both should be utilized by both teams in a game of Taiko Temple, but still can see it being similar to Imi's app in kind of the structure really of there being the 2 lanes on the side. I think Drakkar can do fine midfield on this map for similar reasons, where you can just kind of hang out in that middle area and Strike Shotgun just covers like the whole lane, so you have a lot of control.
Yeah. Not to mention too, right? Even if the Drakkar's taken away, right? Cliff plays Rune, kind of famously. So there are like a lot of shenanigans that Cliff as a midfielder brings to the table on this map, and I'm curious to see if like you mentioned, that chaos is going to be kind of taken advantage of by the side of Pooh Dash's dynasties, and they're up. They've got the advantage right now, and that was Pantheon's pick last map. So I'm curious to see, because Pantheon right now certainly looks to be on the back foot. We'll see though if they'll be able to get that momentum back. And I'm taking a look right now. It does seem like we might be getting a sub, and there seems to be some technical issues. From what I remember, there is a storm going around somewhere far away from me at Fudgy Waffle, somewhere out east, and we've been having a lot of problems with power throughout the day. So we've had a ref had to step out. We've had I believe Strages had some issues with it as well, and we're looking to get those resolved. So hopefully we'll get Strages. Maybe Strages is coming back in. I'm not quite sure. But we are looking to resolve that in the meantime. So I guess while we're here, we're gonna have a little bit of time talking about what potentially can be brought to the table. Obviously, we talked about the Drakkar, the Rune, Asianator as well. Wolfmang, though, I think kind of the player that I've been most impressed on today, or impressed by the team. He's been picking pretty much. I think Zentaro. I think throughout the day. I literally saw the series. I can't even remember anymore. But he's been playing a lot of the Zentaro. He's been, but I know he has other picks. I'm curious to see what he's gonna pick. But man, what do brawlers pick, man? Oh man, are they gonna pick the Julie X, or are they gonna pick literally anything else? Man, it's so hard to talk about this. What do you do? Man?
I missed. I didn't watch. I was probably like asleep or something on the first series. I'm not gonna lie. But like, so I'm looking at their comp though right now. It was Asianator on Dubu. Do you remember what Cliff was on Taiko Temple versus Ferret?
Can't remember at all.
It was Atlas.
Oh,
which is banger pick.
Right.
Ironically, I think that pick is just like really solid. As the Mag Souls Atlas, I think is a really solid pick. And then Wolfmang was playing Aimi Brawler. So, which honestly I'm like a little less of a fan of, but like if you can make it work, you can then I'm down. And you have like a bunch of creations, which is always good. But I would not mind at all seeing the run back of like Dubu Atlas, and then maybe like I would probably prefer a more traditional brawler, but you are, I don't know, it was against the melee goalie and Ripstick, so playing Asher, so you can kind of justify wanting to play the Aimi there to try to get around Asher primary being just super annoying to get through as most of the traditional brawlers, but and I'm sure I'm trying to see how it looks like the game was very close. Did they even?
Yeah, it was. No, they didn't win it because it was a 2-0. So
Yeah,
but it is coming back to me. Yeah, the Atlas midfield, the Aimi Brawler. I was talking about being impressed by Wolfmang that series, and I remember getting him finding a lot of opportunities with the Aimi. Yeah, so I guess that would be what the side of Pudash's Dynasty is going to be looking to play. I am looking at the thread right now. We are getting into Striker Draft pretty soon. Strages is going to be coming in for Osquio, aka Loki and Beast. So we're going to be seeing the lineup of Storm, Strages, and Cows for this game number 2. Looks like they're going to be loading up, going in and looking at the thread right now. Cliff and Asianator are talking about saving us. So let's hope, because I was talking about what brawlers are going to pick, man, and that's how you know the well and the conversation topics are going to be dry, man. That's Jesus. What do you do as that role? Fucked up role, am I right?
Yep. All
Yep.
right.
Avab, go next, guys.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
Just another day. Just another day.
Yeah.
Avab, am I right? Anyways, I'm gonna take a look. Let's see. We do have the Striker draft now going to be open. We see the X Band Away by Pudash's Dynasties,
Which they
the
lost
Atlas
earlier.
Yeah, the notably that Atlas that we saw in
That's
the
my
previous
bad.
series.
They probably forgot, and then I reminded them when they were listening to the cast. So yeah.
Yeah, it does kind of look like they are taking that. Yeah, the Atlas Band Away. Going to be really damn good, too. Timeless Hot Shot start, right? One of those two, either of those two, just super, super good for the Atlas, so it makes sense that it's Band Away. But that does leave that Dubu to fall down to Pudash's Dynasty. That's Asianator's pick for this map, so that comfort is coming through. And with that Hot Shot, there's just a Dubu with cooldowns. Eek! You know? So Pantheon are going to respond with Aimi Zentaro, but I'm curious to see what the midfield is going to be looking like for Pudash's Dynasty.
Yeah. Also, I mean, those are both the two brawlers. From my very limited knowledge, are the only two brawlers I've ever seen Wolfmang on in Nasty. So both denied away, and looks like it's gonna be Asher likely picked. Could technically be Asher goalie Duper Brawler, but I doubt it. A little bit more likely to be Asher Brawler, which is also it's so weird because like everything is a deny from someone else in a way. Right, because like Imi could be going like midfield or goalie, but if we imagine it's going midfield, it's also blocking a brawler pick, and then the Zentaro is blocking a brawler pick, and then the Asher is blocking a goalie pick, but is probably be playing brawler. Are you keeping up with me, Brickbat? Do you understand what I'm saying?
No, absolutely not. You said brawler like 4 times, and whoosh, it's all gone. So I get it. I was in the exact situation that you were in a second ago. It was so hard to follow because these brawler players, I just tune out.
And it's gonna completely be a damaged comp coming outside of Pantheon, running it back. I love playing Luna, my favorite character in the game. I am such a Luna hater, and like terms of like the character being good, which I know people and they'll hate me. They'll hate me for this. They'll cancel me for this, Brickbat. But Luna, I swear, you just stand on Luna. Just stand on Luna. You can block Luna's crap. You cannot block Imi's and Vice's crap. Like that, and that's the difference. That's the only difference, and it matters so much, in my opinion. So there's going to be a lot of Vice, and that's the difference this time. It's still a damage comp, but we have more damage. Instead of Rasmus, we have Zentaro, and instead of Luna, we have the Vice. Notably, which is already like a ton of damage. Imi, instead of this stealth, is just like a level up and like potential damage from the characters. So we'll see if they can do it. They don't have a damage awakening start, but you know, Hot Shot and Timeless are just good awakenings on like all their characters. Hot Shot is just good on every character. So if they can get damage off while hitting the core, it's just so much value from that cooldown reduction.
Yep. We're going to see that going to be picked up by the Zentaro, the Vice, and the Asher. The rest going to be electing for that Timeless setup. See, however, though, is right now the defense is going to go the way of Pudash's Dynasty. They've got an open net as Stratus and Chaos now looking to respond in kind. Ooh, but the Zentaro passage just out fast enough to defend. Wolfmang now gets the dribble, not able to find the KO, though, against the goalie of Pantheon. Now a bit of a slow play coming on for the side of Pantheon. We'll see what they could do, but the Imi turret just not able to catch the core as we enter overtime, and Flip going to be burned away. This is now potentially disastrous for the side of Pantheon. So we are seeing a Cliff now get the core downfield at the cost of some very, very valuable HP. Storm looking to get a little bit of damage on a Wolfmang. The sidestep from the Asher comes through, and a big blunder from Asiator comes through. Oh no, it's a disaster on the defense for Pudash's Dynasty. The barrier beam sends it right down into Cow's greedy, grubby hands on that brawler, and it's gonna go right into the net afterwards. Pantheon now found themselves in the lead in this game off of more shenanigans coming through.
Yeah, Asianator when off the map is a little bit worse at defense when KO'd. So that could be that is one of the strats for versus melee goalies to just KO them, and we're already seeing a KO, a double flip action for the damage, and Cow still has the flip to possibly grab this barrier or continue to damage onto Cliff. But the pressure is really, it's a lot. It is quite a lot, and Cows is going to put in a Die Rush. Asianator I don't even think was even stunned, but just the speed of the core and being forced to evade and the Vice being there, it's just, there's just nowhere to go.
Yeah, that's looking real good. This is looking like a little bit of a revitalized Pantheon team. Strages, the captain of Pantheon, seems like a little bit of an appearance from leadership has turned it around for the team. The offense looking that much better as Storm now going to be moving up. Asianator almost sent off the map again, but the Oni's Blade into passive is going to be what takes one goalie barrier down to the side of Pudash's Dynasty. A good follow-up here. The glitch pop into the Vice Thunderstorm or Lightning, whatever it's called, is going to be now sending a KO. It's going to be a power play. Thunderstruck, that's what it is. Yeah, another one is going to come
Power
through.
forward.
How could I forget such an iconic
Oh!
line? How could I forget an iconic line? And you know what? An iconic set for Pantheon has just happened. 3-0. A complete swap for what has happened in game number 1. Cal's going to be your MVP, and we'll see what they end up picking up in this draft.
Yeah, and just a 3-0. So this is without any damage awakenings, mind you. So, and bulk up immediately being taken, which is not only a deny for the stagger increase for them, but is just more damage. And it's also Zentaro, who is usually like ends up being the target in reverse KO situations. So getting that bulkiness is going to be really nice. Rapid fire, I mean, is really going to be really great. But like, I honestly, I look at this awakening and I'm even more scared for the lives of Dad.
Yeah, I'm particularly looking at like that classic Aimi combo, Timeless Extra Special, the one awakening that we were told never to give Aimi back in ye olden days. And Firewall Sentry was like considered the best ability in the game.
They don't tell you this still is, but
Yeah, Loki. Yeah, I was about to say it is still kind of a thing. But Cow's able to find a KO off of the Eye Rush, means that it's going to be another power play for the side of Pantheon. They're going to be moving the core forward. As the Strikers come through. Aginator has been
Mocked by Brawler in current year?
That was crazy. I think, yeah, Cows went crazy right there. Aginator a little bit flustered, immediately losing the goal after off the bounce of the Taiko jump. And Cows following it up with another goalie barrier. Not able to find the strike to make it a quad, but is still able to find so much value off of this Zentaro. This is a pick that he seems so much better on. And we'll see what can come of it. Strages has this flip. The offense now going to be mounting up. Cliff dead off screen to Cow's Eye Rush. Flip now coming out. The defense is going to be made. That's double melee goalie. Let's not forget. Asher on her side of the map. But it's just not going to be enough. The KOs are coming through. These are 2 quick points for Pantheon, and the KO train is not stopping.
All right, yeah. So all that stuff I said about KO not being good, yeah, ignore me. Okay. I do think Taiko is. I think you even stated earlier. Is a better map for KO because of how like the core can't just be kept in one place so easily. Like it is much easier and sporadically keep it out. And the lack of range from Era and Asher just means that they like don't really have a core control advantage either. Maybe once they get in the corner, their offense should be better. Like it is there. It looks pretty replicable, and this should be how they try to win these games. But it's just if anyone is dead, it's so hard for them to play. And if the core is not in their exact control, they're going to lose a barrier just like they did now. Like they're not going to be the first ones to touch the ball, but. Is that the chain lightning from Storm that sends it backwards?
Yeah, that was the chain lightning, yeah.
Oh, no. It's the only thing that can beat them. The only thing that can beat Pantheon right now is themselves.
That's true. Hey, playoffs is a game of mental. Being able to say, hey, I chudded that one out. Let's win the next point anyways and make it not matter. We'll see what Pantheon is able to do from that. But hey, those blunders are going to happen. It's up to experienced teams to keep their composure and recognize, hey, we're still very much in the lead. Flip is going to come through from Aginator, but Strangers responds with a double, a beautiful shot off the core flip. Means that now the pressure is coming on for the side of Pudash's Dynasty. KO's going to be found. Flip comes through, but that's still a Dubu in your way. Storm with the flip. It's going to greed this one out. Not able to find it, though. Wolfmake barely able to survive, but just goes into the waiting arms of Cows. And now we are in a 1v3 situation, and nothing the Boo can do there. There's just too much pressure coming out from Pantheon, and they're going to roll the core upwards into a second set win. Cows again your MVP, and Zooey Mama, that's a catalyst for the Zentaro.
Yeah, a classic little combination. Honestly, whenever I see Catalyst and Fire Up, I get like shivers and like flashbacks to when those were even better. we're just like literally like 4 times better, by the way, than like they are now. And they're still great awakenings. So, all good. All good Odyssey Interactive. But on the other end, we do see Dubu up 1 size. So maybe now you'll be able to defend from the probably incoming 3v1 when Wolfmang already on low stagger and no evade.
Is going to be rough. That stinger on the Imi as well, absolutely not going to help this situation. Yeah, there is Brawler down. As we are seeing some good layered strikes come through for the side of Pudash's Dynasty. Yeah, Asianator now coming forward. That's a Tofu Fortress. Oh! Gets a little crazy. The cutout audio we come to know and love from the Particle Accelerator. Cliff now looking to find possession of the core, but it's going to be so hard against the mobility that Cows has. Beam comes through as well. Wolfmang not able to win the strike war. Damage again coming through as Straight just flip a little bit awry, but no matter. Offense is going to now go the way of Pudash's Dynasty. 1 goalie barrier, you're going to go down. Cliff now trying to make it a 2 against Cows, but possession's going to be found again for Pantheon, which means that again we're going to go through the cycle of pain and damage. But this time though, fortunate clear, no, it actually just goes right back into the Imi turret. Things were looking good for Pudash Dynasties for just a second. But now Cows, with that level 8 on the Zentaro, by the way, the highest in the lobby, sinks it into the net 5 levels over his counterpart on the side of Pudash's Dynasty.
And I'm going to just keep talking about this. Like I said earlier, like when you pick a core control comp like this, you're not actually better at controlling the core than the team with like all ranged abilities. Like unless you really have the core just in one spot, like in one like one quadrant of the map, and it's not getting out. But if it's anywhere else on the map, you're at a disadvantage in the core control front. So your core control comp just turns into a worse comp. But there, they get it in the corner, exactly like, and then they're able to get the barrier. Then that's just what they need to replicate. But on defense, Asian Air is dead. No one's there to walk into the Zentaro ult to save him. So it's just going to lose flip and get KO'd. It's 2-0 and it's 2-0-2-0 right now.
Yeah. And again, had a really good showing in the first game, but this is looking to be all the way Pantheon. 1 goalie barrier going to go down. It just feels like the inevitable is going to be happening. Flip comes out from Straight, just pass up to Storm, not going to be enough, but it seems like it's only a matter of time. Good glitch pop though to save the goalie barrier, but it may not be enough. Yeah, missed strike from Straight just means that 1's going to go down. Wolfmang desperately trying to make it 2. There it goes. Storm does have flip, but this is still a level 4 Asher, and now all the damage is coming out. We're seeing it pile up in real time. Flip comes out from Cows, waits out the arrow. NATO sends it right into the loving arms of Strages, but well, not enough to get through Asian Eater. KO is going to be found. Storm going to be blocked out by the Tofu Fortress. 14 seconds until overtime. Wolfman now playing defense, still in Asher on defense. Going to build time for Cliff to come back up, but an unfortunate strike war loss from Asian Eater at the last second means it's going to be an open net for both teams. Storm now with the flip. Power cord sent forward. Not going to be enough. Flip comes out. The parry is not going to be there in overtime. Cliff finds a good bewitching beam, but Wolfmang is going to be damaged out before even getting in position for this. It's going to be a power play again for the side of Pantheon. Going to be there. Flip comes out for Storm, but it's going to whiff. But finally, it was chaotic. It was a little bit messy, and we saw 2 whiff flips, but it's still in the net. Pantheon move on and bring us to a game number 3 off of a beautiful Taiko Temple game. We're not out of the woods yet for this series.
Yeah, that looked even more dominant when Dad won the first one, which was also a very dominant set. So, really, really hard to tell what direction the series is going. Pantheon has all the momentum, and really, I expect them to be going, no matter what the start is on this third set, with a very similar comp, going all in on the damage. I don't quite remember what map they're going to. Do you happen to remember?
Bring it up. It is going to be Gates of Obscura.
Okay. Interesting one. Speed, I do think is a little bit more important because, you know, the core isn't moving at Mach 10, so you can't. It's harder to get away with going full damage. The barriers being, I mean, they're about the same size as Taika, but they're quite big barriers, quite an open map. You don't have this area in the center that just accelerates the core at Mach 10. A lot more ways to survive. I do really think the map is just Like people will disagree. They'll cancel from you for this brick bat, but it's only village. It is just like low key only village, but with different barriers and there's portals. But I do think damage will be a lot harder. It'll be a lot harder to pull off on Gates of Obscura, even if. But it's still possible. It's still totally possible. But with all the open space, we could, if it was a run back of the same exact comps, I would imagine it being closer. But I don't know. I don't really want to see like
Catalyst
Era
start.
Asher though. Exactly. But yeah, Rapid Fire Catalyst. I'm too washed to know like honestly what's more OP, because like I've been seeing people take Rapid Fire insanely early in these drafts, and because it's I love Rapid Fire. I love lower cooldown on my right click button.
Mm-hmm.
But there's the Dubu ban, which makes a lot of sense. Like it's still annoying even if you're KOing them nonstop, especially on this map where things will be a little bit slower. But Zentaro will be first picked this time by Dad.
That makes sense, right? The Catalyst just ramps up so quickly for that guy. And that's going to be such a pain in the butt for Pantheon to deal with. We'll see what they counter up, though, especially now that the Brawler pool has been clinched a little bit. We do see that Aimi locked in. Strages a fantastic performance on it on Taiko Temple in the previous game. Makes sense that it's going to get picked up again. But again, the question is, what is the Brawler pickup here?
Yeah, no, those being the two like super damage characters on the Brawler. But Asher will be locked in. Could be, I don't know the goalie pools, but could be Brawler, could be goalie. From what I know, I do think Asher Aimi is so annoying to play against, and they just both drop their ults on you. And there is a Kazan locked in. Can you explain this one to me?
I think that's Kazan goalie. Not potentially a pretty good user of Catalyst, but Rapid Fire as well for more pulls is still pretty damn good. We are going to see, I think, Cliff's Drakkar. It's going to be Cliff's Drakkar. Yeah, brought up for that. So this is a pretty interesting composition, I think, for Pudash's Dynasty. We are going to see the Era follow up. That's probably going to be an Era goalie, if I'm to be believed, out from Storm. Again, Rapid Fire on Era, obviously pretty damn good, especially against any brawler that tries to get close to your face. That being said, there will be a lot of opportunities, I think, for the Zentaro to find a lot of those close range engagements against the Era. So we'll see how the defense comes along on Gates of Obscura for this pick. But I think it's a little bit scary. I think that Pudash's Dynasty, I mean, Cliff on Drakkar, extremely comfortable on that pick, not to mention Wolfmang on Zentaro with Catalyst. Those are two very, very scary picks, I think, this series, and they're both here on this map. So yeah, I'm curious to see how it'll go out. I think it's absolutely winnable for Pantheon. Again, like you mentioned earlier, they have all the momentum. Strages and Cows played amazingly in that previous game, and so if that continues, I think we've got a heater on our hands for this one.
Yeah, it is literally a different team between game 1s and game 2 with the substitute coming in. So that is also a big thing to consider, is that like maybe that sub is just flips this matchup somehow. But this is going to be a different game, very different game than both of them. No like infinite damage on either side. So won't see either team going all in on that aspect of the game. The Kazan goal, okay, be honest. What happened to is Finny suck or something? Like
no, Finny's good. I don't know. Asian just ain't picking it.
Asian just like bored of it now. Like just
so,
doesn't play it anymore. Maybe just who knows what's going on in scrims, right? Maybe just it doesn't work with the team. Maybe they realize that it's just better when they play a more defensive goalie. But Kazan on this map, I coach someone who plays Kazan goalie quite a bit, and he makes that look OP, especially on the open net with Rapid Fire. It is going to be extremely hard for Asher to really get much done. It's going to be, I really think, up to Aimi to get in there and then help out. But that's only on the open net. On this closed barrier, though, I do think Chaos is going to have quite a lot of control and power, especially if there's an Aimi turret or any Aimi ability coming behind it.
100% agreed. And as well with the Pauldrons, there are opportunities for Kazan just to not take the interaction against. Wow. That's a crazy shotgun.
I can't believe that killed. Yeah, I have no idea.
That was insane. Anyways, regardless, I think there are a lot of situations where Asianator doesn't even need to take the interaction against cows because he can just poke the core before cows can even strike it. So if that size scales up for Asianator, it could be potentially disastrous. But as long as the Air Beam comes through for the Brawler, which is a little bit easier said than done from the goalie position, cows will still have that advantage. So a little bit of an interesting defensive scenario for the side of Pudash's Dynasty, but going on the offense here, it is going to be an open net. We do see Cliff, as that flip is going to be taken out, wants to stay alive for it. We'll see if it gets to him, and that it does. Flip comes through. Oh, boom. No response even allowed. And that's that comfort on the Drakkar. This man is a seasoned hitman. He sends its shots perfectly.
Yeah, walks all the way past the core to stand in the perfect spot where it stuns and hits the core, or stuns the goalie and hits the core. So, and them finding this corner pressure is good. Like Era, I love playing Era goalie. It's not easy to just get it out like that without the help of your teammate when you're in the corner. But it's going to be the same for both sides here. And here's Era helping up on the offense. It's just a full 3v3, and the damage is piling on Wolfgang and Cliff, who both have no evade. Cal's is going to find the first KO. Cliff looking super low as well, isn't able to get the bear. Cal's is just going to block it. But now Cal's is also getting low to be worried about. But Flip is going to be lost from Asianator. It's just an open net, and Asianator commits early to the primary, which Cal's is going to punish with a strike up to take that point.
I wanted to shout out Strages, just playing around the flip from Asianator so perfectly, making the shot and baiting out Asianator's flip, which enabled all of that to even happen. Strages is playing incredibly well ever since he got his power back, and like you mentioned, it feels like an entirely different team. It just feels, everything feels a lot more practice, everything feels a lot more deadly to play against. Even though we are seeing Pudash's Dynasty fight back right now, it's still an absolutely stellar performance from Pantheon. So I think, again, we got a bit of a heater right now. Flip coming out from Wolfmang, tries to be a little bit too patient there, and Stray just calls him out for it, and now it is a reversal of the offense. Oh, but Wolfmang! Oh my god, what a great play. Great awareness of the portals and what's going to happen. Finds a nice goal off of that and kind of robs it under the nose of Pantheon. They're going to be taking that second point.
Yeah, this is a really good angle. It really does feel like, I don't want to. Oh, nice KO from Chaos. That I don't want to call into question the comps, but literally whenever the core gets onto either side, a barrier's being taken, and in that time it's just going to be a full goal as well. There was a KO, but right now the four duos are very good at winning the 2v1, and the Kazan and the Era are having trouble dealing with really like any amount of pressure when in the corner, which is very recent. I'm not saying they should even be able to save it, but without the like true melee goalie on either side, like these barriers are just being taken fast. And even if they aren't, like look at all the damage that piles up while you have the control in the corner, while you're forcing the other team to move the way you want them to. Means you get to easily just shoot at them, and they're not allowed to shoot at you because they have the core to worry about. But we're getting one breakaway. One breakaway is all it takes, and both barriers down. Storm was kind of playing midfield in that situation. Crazy bounce. I was ready for something even crazier to happen, but Molten Bolt's not going to put it in. It's going to be a KO found as well. A lot of cooldowns committed to it, though. So if Stationaire can hold this 1v1 or 2v1 with the flips, but will not be able to. Hook goes the wrong way on the guess, and Chaos is going to send that one straight in to win the set.
Yeah, a close set to end set number one. Cows again, MVP of the set, gets his pick, and looking at a couple things. Team player spark and size. 1-2 punch. Hey, anything could happen.
I know Kazan's strike's been like nerfed and team player's been nerfed, but that is a swing awakening either way to me. Even if it was Juliet goalie, to me, this is a swing awakening. Team player is so broken. If you can get the round to just last long enough to OT, your odds of winning the game just go up so dramatically. And even without that, just the increased speed from your strikes is so powerful. And it's Kazan goalie who'd be striking the core quite a lot. So I do really think that is a key piece of this draft. There's obviously quite a lot of other things happening, but to be quite honest, the on the side of Pantheon, despite winning the set, like not any real like huge increase in power level. And the KO is going to be found by Asianator.
Yeah, but Cliff just worse for wear right now. No evade, no stagger. Very hard to meaningfully contribute to the play, but that he still does with the Molten Bolt. It's now going to be an open net and an immediate follow through. The dimer from Cliff gives Wolfman the opportunity to field gold it between the defensive line of Pantheon. Very, very good, solid play. And yeah, big draft, I think, for Pudash's Dynasty, but still there is a lot of fight left, I think, in Pantheon's eyes, and there's just so much damage. Cliff really experiencing the worst of it right now.
Yeah, and then, but Cows could be next up on the menu. Wolfbang has this 1-2 punch. Cows was low on the evade, but not going to happen. Core is going to be cleared out quite quickly. Another big thing is that the Era has been able to help on offense a little bit more than Asianator would. Maybe if the team player, Asianator will be able to help out a little bit more, but maybe they don't need that help. Cliff is just going to strike shotgun to force the flip, and Wolfmang is going to cover the clear angle. Great read from Wolfmang, and now it's up to Asianator to be able to defend against Cow's ult and Strage's ult.
Oh my god.
It's going to be done for now, but here's the flip, the stagger flip. Gonna miss the core, but it's not gonna matter. Two enemies staggered with the Aeronado coming in and Cow's primary. It's too much pressure.
There is so much damage just being hurled towards the side of Pudash's Dynasty in these claustrophobic situations. Not only, right, is the Era beaming giving more power either to the Aimi or the Asher, who have those AoE abilities to just kill you, but the core is being held, like you mentioned, in those situations for very long. And Cliff, again, just a raw shotgun KO to continue the madness. Yeah, they did nerf it. Cliff just beasted it up right now.
I swear, there's been like I've seen Cliff just have like 3 raw shotgun KOs this series.
Yeah, he's just done that. You gotta respect that. And again, this is one of the picks that he's been piloting for a very long time and is super duper familiar with. Being said, though, Strages on the Aimi, also kind of his signature character, is able to show Cliff up in that situation, finding that Galat's goalie barrier and the goal all by himself with a flip. A big advantage here for Pantheon.
Yeah, it's like I'm a little upset. I'm sad that like how fast every point goes. Like I want to see the game develop a little bit more, but as soon as someone gets to offense, it's just immediate, so much pressure. Like 3 creations coming in is so scary, but it only going to be 1 barrier this time. So 2 ults, maybe 3. No, just 2 ults for 1 barrier is like really fine. Like your first barrier never matters. I genuinely believe that. I genuinely believe your first barrier does not matter in this game, and it's. But nice ult to find the first barrier that allegedly doesn't matter according to our stupid commentator, Fudgy Waffles. Yeah, Alirush not going to find it, but flip will be forced. And with the stupid pencil. That's I'm going to kill you in game. It was
That's okay.
Yeah, a little rough. On the defense side, but there was also a power play about to happen anyway. It was not looking great. But I don't know, speaking of comfortability, like I haven't seen Asianator look comfortable on this Kazan at all. I've seen like one standout play where a KO is found, but maybe with this bonus size, we'll see a little bit more impact, because I do think that has been a glaring weakness on the side of Dad.
I think there are some pretty big pickups as well, just across the board. I'm notably looking at that heavy impact from Drakar to complement the rapid fire. And then on top of that, 2 spark pickups for Cows, both agility and power. So this is now an Asher that can absolutely hit really hard. We are seeing that Cliff, who's already been the victim of so much damage this game so far.
Okay.
We're just doing that, huh? Okay. Wolfbang and Awakenings be damned. He's going to pick up his Demolitionist, and he's going to like it. He's just going to use that extra size to win a 1v3 situation. If we see some more of that, yeah, Pudash's Dynasty going to be looking good.
I know. I played a lot with Snake. Snake, known really good brawler, known really good Zentaro. Loves size on Zentaro. Says it is just one of the best Awakenings, if not the best Awakening on Zentaro, controversially. he still won't take it over other things, but he'll say like he'll be like low key size is the best though. And I'm not inclined to disagree. It helps with your abilities to hit the core, and it helps with your ability to strike more, and you're also just feel small, so it makes you feel bigger, which is always important, you know. But the Bears are down. Kaos is going to look to get it. It's going to be a KO from the flip of Storm, the goalie, who's doing a really good job with Strages of like sort of maintaining this swap between the goalie and midfielder in their roles. But the flip in the corner that never works is not going to work once again. And Wolfmang is back online and has cooldowns. Strages playing the goalie role but doesn't have the evade to play around that ult, but it's going to be Aginator staggered. The flip is going off from Wolfmang, who just came back alive, but is already KO'd. Aginator has the hook to save it, but Cliff isn't going to grab that core. If we're going to survive in time, the Cliff shotgun is going to give Aginator enough time to respawn. Cliff is going to strike it, has waste the red core, but so does Aginator with team player if an angle can be found, but Kaos is blocking it off. Strage is doing a good job. The flip is going to find the angle and is going to get the flip off of Storm, and it's going to be 2-0. Dad is starting to make a comeback.
What a crazy point overall. Just so many nail biters compacted into a single point. Now looking at the energy though, there's just nothing on the side of Pudash's Dynasty. They used everything, and there's so much energy, but the defense is going to come through regardless. He's able to nail one away from the side of Pantheon. Now it's going to go right in the hands of Strage. It's going to be a 1v1 situation. We are seeing that size on the Kazan actually mean quite a lot. He is striking before Kaos can really get into the play, and this is doing so much. Wolfmang going to be knocked away by the flip. Cliff now looking to do his work as his brawler gets pummeled, but it is just so tense right now. Anything can happen. KO gonna be found, but with his last breath, he's opening up the net. Wolfmang now in a 1v1 against the midfielder. Is he gonna do it though? Firewall Sentry's gonna come through, but it's not gonna be enough. Maybe Wolfmang has his energy. It gets through. The flip comes out. Can he do it? The patience is all encompassing, but it's still not enough. There's just too much layered on the defense of Pantheon for now. They're going to be looking to get 1 point in. Kaos not able to get it against the size of the Kazan again coming through. Ooh. And finally, Wolfmang finds it, but he's going to be the one taken out. Team play is perfect. Cliff finds it off the Xeno cloak. Yeah, full name Clifford. He's going to be finding it and taking the set. Pudash's Dynasty down 2-0. Find their set in a 3-0 fashion. What can they do from this, though?
Really, also, I want to highlight Wolfmang. Well, Aginator really came alive that set, which I think was a really big reason why that worked out. Also, is now highest level in lobby, Aginator level 9. But Wolfmang had this one play where there was like Storm and Strages 2v1ing Wolfmang. Wolfmang has no cooldowns, and Wolfmang wins the strike war versus both of them to force a flip out, which I just thought was like insane mog. But yeah, I guess we should probably talk about the drop. Immediate KO found. I mean, no time to rest on the side, but and then another KO just like randomly found. I didn't even see with like Aginator like open primary. I just straight up did not see like what got the KO. Maybe Wolfmang ult. I don't know, but Aginator hook is gonna come a little bit short. Honestly, I don't know. I was just about to glaze Aginator for having a really good last set, but like that primary probably could have covered a little bit more space. Even if it wasn't, it's like the guess was up or something. Just needs to be able to use those cooldowns as efficiently as possible if you want to justify this Kazan pick. But KO instantly found on both sides. This Aginator keeps finding these KOs. Has a little bit more damage from the bulk up now as well. So that's going to KO from even a little bit farther than it was before. Going to be able to get past the Firewall Sentry at the cost of all of Wolfmang's stagger. But if Cliff can find this barrier here, which he will, it's going to justify all of it. Wolfmang now really low, but is going to use this portal to survive. Aginator doesn't really have anything there with the primary that he could have used, but uses it to like kind of have an awkward spot. But there we go. We have hook. We're on again. This is the whole point. The whole point is to get to the open net anyway, right? It's, everything else was anyway. Cancel it. It still has the speed. It still has the speed. Yeah. Storm reacts, but it's not gonna matter. It's gonna be Cliff putting that one in the end. But really, if you don't know, you probably know this game's been out for like 20 years now. if you use flip and then stop the core or stop the speed of the core like with Zentaro primary, it keeps the momentum. But there's another KO from Asianator just to get another power play, and I don't know if this will be replicable forever, but Cows needs to stop, like, find some way to play around this. At this point, there's no excuse. You've seen it so many times. Getting KO'd like this is losing your team not only points but sets at this point. But both barriers down. Point is not over. Straight just has a flip as well. Storm is going to keep defending, but has no cooldowns now, and Wolfmang's going to put that in with that A-Rush.
Yeah, and hey, if there is a team that knows that it only takes a trickle, it is absolutely the side of Poo Dash's Dynasty. Wolfmang and Cliff have been pulling out the stops. Asianator has been looking online with this Kazan, finding so many opportunities on defense. And again, another goalie barrier is going to go down. Flip comes out, but it's time for defense to come through. KOs are always omnipresent of a threat. Flip comes through. It's going to be blocked away by Cows. Strage is now finding possession for his brawler and knocks the midfielder away, and the goalie barrier goes down. KO going to be found on the cliff. It's a 3v2 situation. See Wolfmang playing such great interference on the Zentaro, but the 1v1 with Flip is going to be there. Can it come out? The tornado, it's perfect, but the saves, it's not over yet. But Wolfmang not able to find it. Asianator not able to find the strike. Cliff going to be sent again into the net. And this is it, the potentially final point of the game, final point of the series. Pantheon 1 point away from punching their ticket and continuing their playoffs run. Poo Dash's dynasties aren't going to give that up without a fight.
I think Wolfmang has been playing great, but is level 8, and due to just being like KO'd so much, like just being dead so often is just leading to the level being lower. It leads to your stagger being lower. It means you're just not. It's just an ongoing effect. And Wolfmang is actually going to accidentally save the barrier with the passive strike, and now has Flip, which is not really a good thing in this situation. It's going to use it just for damage on the Storm, and it was just kind of becoming the win condition. This can Wolfmang survive and find damage on the Storm? And it looks like both will, like Wolfmang will survive. Damage is going to be reset, but here comes the turret, the timeless turret that has been just taking the lives of so many members of Dad. And now it's Cliff is going to probably need to use his flip for defense, but instead puts a full retreat. You don't have time for this. It's the last possible point of your season. But Wolfmang dashes in, isn't going to find anything. Asianator full stagger, about to have flip, has team player. We are in overtime. It's going to have that team player speed, but misses the strike with flip to lose the series. And it's going to be a comeback in a way from Pantheon in that specific set to win the series. And what a change from looks from this team with Strages being subbed back in.
Yeah, Strages coming back in, leading his team to victory. Such a tragic way for that series to end, but the pressure had mounted. It had been too much. Asianator, who had been performing all game long. Unfortunately, it only takes one mistake for that to be the end of your season. Poo Dash's Dynasty, an immaculate series, such a fun way to end it out, but fortunately it wasn't enough. Going to be falling short at the finish line. A great series from them, but it will be Pantheon coming back up. It felt like they really came alive when Strages was subbed in, and they really took that momentum and ran with it, and it was close. It was tense, but Pantheon are going to be the one moving on. Got one more series today, I believe, but that was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Pantheon looked really good to me in those other two games. I haven't really kept up with Nasty this season. I'm not sure like how the seeds came to how they came to be, but I'm looking forward to watching them play more in the losers semifinal, which will happen later today after we see who they'll be playing against in the next upcoming match.
Yeah, Cutie Patooties, I think, are going to be facing off against Final Destination for that ticket. See, as we saw at Final Destination lose against the scriptwriters earlier today, but they're going to be looking to redeem themselves against the 6th seed of the North American Strikers League training grounds. We'll see, however. But before then, we'll have a quick little break before those teams head on into the courts. For now, though,
We'll take a quick break. Again, congratulations to the side of Pantheon. Not out of the woods, but a great win. Again, a great season overall to Pudash's Dynasty. A great showing overall, but that will be the end of their ride. We have more Mega Strikers coming up. However, it ain't the end of the day. Stay tuned for more nasty playoffs. We'll see more amazing series almost certainly coming up soon. Stay tuned.
Hi. We are back, and we have replaced Brickbat. He
Killed
got in
him.
trouble for swearing too much during the last broadcast, so we're taking him away and replacing him with Z Yoshi 64.
I won't say anything bad.
Yeah, like honestly, an upgrade. I think everyone would agree. No, I'm just kidding, Brickbat. I'm just kidding.
I miss him.
I'm not kidding. We're just kidding. I miss Brickbat. Yeah.
I hope the summer's going
Brickbat.
well.
W beard, by the way, he honestly looks great. I was really impressed by the beard. I thought it's really grown out nicely since I last saw him. But
we're only joined to talk about Brickbat here.
I think we're playing a game. I think we're back for NAST lower bracket round 1. And we have the Cutie Patooties versus Final Destination.
Yep, Final Destination already playing today, getting some games in. Unfortunately, they find themselves in the losers bracket, so I'm sure you can figure out what went down. But Cutie Patooties been sitting here waiting all day to get their moment to play. Here they are. We're going to Taiko Temple Game 1, and it is built different. Omega infused accelerator start. Don't ask me how I know because you can't see it on screen. Well, I could be lying. Actually,
you don't want it. You don't want
to know
how it's how he knows. It would be bad.
It's on screen. It's on screen. I tab back in. There's actually a way that you can tell, but some exciting stuff going on. We've got the Dubu Brawler on the side of Final Destination. Took me a moment. The Atlas goalie. I was talking to Mr. Waffles here before the game, and we were thinking that the Dubu might be better in the box because it's Taiko and Dubu is. We decided
the best way to play
decision.
this comp would have been Dubu goalie, Atlas midfield, Kai brawler. But don't worry. Don't worry about how. Don't worry about how. But and we're wrong. And we're wrong.
The Dubu Brawler is really good. My thought was that obviously Dubu in the box is the best goalie in the game right now. He's just the best melee pick. But Dubu Brawler is really good. God. It's really strong. And so they also banned Asher, picked Atlas to actually go in the box. So many melees monopolized, but not Mako here, who has been picked by Arlong573. Unfortunately, did get a little rocked there, which I think is to be expected in these early sets. I expect the Mako to get a lot of good awakening scale up and be really, really influential in this match. But until then, I think FD kind of they have so much control over the game. They've got the Kai, they've got these two big melees. They've got size Dubu to try and put it in. Like they've got Spartan going rogue, saying, we don't have the Atlas goalie anymore. We were talking about Atlas midfield. I'll do you one better, and got right in there, doing it up. I think we're going to see a lot of that for the next 2 sets. Set 3 will have to be the time when Cutie Patooties get their flow going. They've got X, they've got Mako. This is one of them textbook scaling comps.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the scaling comp. So is that you have to scale, and you can't scale if you lose the game really fast. And right now it's not looking good. The KO comes out, the own barrier to set up the offense, really probably on purpose, right? That gotta be. And then we have Smags Arlong stalling. I like the stall, but a little miscommunication is gonna lead to the flip. But the flip wasted on Greatest Meme side. But now Yunaka. Top 4, I think. Top 8 at least. Bite Breakers player is back online and is going to lose to the Expanse. But I mean, it's broken. It's broken. I was wrong. About everything. Well, how do you? Dubu's the best character in the game. Like, how do you win?
He is. The ideal team comp is 3 Dubus, 1 in each position.
It's true.
And at best, I do think that FD's... Or not at best, that's the wrong thing to say. I think FD's comp is susceptible to dying. You know, sure. Kai is squishy. This map is very narrow, so it's a lot easier to pin him down than on an open map. Dubu is slow and big and slow and large and doesn't go very fast. So he's an exceptional target to just blow his head off. And with 1-2 punch X, you were talking about them having to do scaling. We're there already.
There's no scale. But what if?
that's
what
it
if?
right there.
What if the team susceptible to dying had a character that made them live?
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, they
And-
also something that we didn't mention. Big double
Crazy
barrier,
ult, by
but
the way. Insane ult, by the way. Yeah, like, I didn't
Just-
say anything. 'Cause I was just awestruck by like what just happened in front of my eyes.
yeah, the humble stun lock. But Spartan and Rayboy P are both rocking out with a Mega Infused Accelerator. So obviously, Greatest Meme doesn't have it. We were talking him being the big target to take down, and he's the enforcer right now. He has done everything this game. No one else has really played. But Spartan and especially Rayboy P are kind of asking for it, if I would say. You know, as we were also talking before the match, they took the awakening that makes you sick and die. So
Yeah, it makes you old. I'll say it.
it
I
ages
didn't want to
you.
say it.
Oh,
It's the awakening that makes
it
you old.
does. This is true.
But a good strike board from Spartan, but Rayboy P does have that peak performance to help compensate for the Omega Infused Accelerator. Not going to pass back. It's just going to go straight into them. Could be punished here if they get this good offense, which they do, but Smags either hits it backwards to try to rotate it, or it just bounces weirdly, or someone hit it and I didn't see it. But Arlong is going to not release, but the flip is not going to end up taking the barrier. The primary from Spartan looks really scary, but maybe now they can get an offense set up. But Spartan's walking all the way up, not going to let Yunaka dribble the ball and get an offense set up. And now it's Rayboy P with the flip in the center. It's going to be scary, but instead, why flip it in the center when we can just walk all the way to the corner and do it there instead and hit it right at their goal? All right. My bad. Rayboy P's been playing great this game. I just hate when they flip like that. And really good pass, but Arlong is able to get the strike shot off in time before Grace is able to get the stun off. Yunaka flip is going to whiff, but a little bit of damage on the Rayboy P. Really fast guy though right now, so kind of hard to track him down to get the KO. But good strike where is going to get that barrier, and the Tofu Fortress this time is not going to result in something incredible like it has in the past. And looking like an opportunity for Cutie Patooties, but this is a really tough spot, and Arlong gets reaction checked. Kind of disgusting. Rayboy P was wide open too, but just said, nah, you're not passing. You're not getting this.
Nah, I've got this one. Tough point to see. That point was especially going in Cutie Patooties' favors. The best chance they've had so far. Big recovery drone burned. That's not insignificant. If they can get something going this point, or just get the KO coming out. That is a big fat Atlas execution right there.
Expands Giga Super Combo 9000. Whoa! I mean, the team is scaring me. This is not normally nasty gaming.
I just took that guy out back real quick. Then they're gonna do it again.
Again.
Get the second one.
Oh, the
Real
combo! Oh my goodness, the greatest meme. Showing, I'm pretty sure got like all pro like second team. And showing why here with the Dubu going on full force, but Spartan is going to lose this barrier to a well-placed strike, and now the flip is probably going to have to come out here, or one of these three flips is going to have to come out here to save this barrier, which it does. Meme forced out of position, and the barrage is not going to reach perfectly, and the course is going to wrap all the way around, and that's going to be a point for Cutie Patooties.
Hey, and Cutie Patootie fans, that's what we want to see, because been seeing a lot of damage get onto this Dubu since the recovery drone's gone down. Now, with it being down at this point as well, something could happen. That being said, obviously, Dubu, he's he's a big fella. He's got some strong abilities. Creations are just so weak, as they say, and you know what can you even do with them other than take both barriers and the goal immediately? What good is that even? Extra special being picked up like
That's okay. Okay, what do we see? Probably I expect maybe explosive. Like we see rapid taken. That's probably valid too. Hot shot. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's gonna be Orb Dancer or Stinger. I honestly I think Orb Dancer is better as an awakening, but this game you need to KO them. I think that's just your only win con. Like right now, it's just shown that they are going to out core control. They're too fast, too quick. You just need to find KOs somehow. But instead, Smags is going to be saved by the Taiko drum from yet another Dubu dash punch. But Greatest Meme has just so much size and is playing Dubu. So this is not really shown to be a Strike War loser this game. You have to kind of hit it away from the giant Dubu, which has been just a problem. But Smags going to be able to defend in this situation. Yunaka's breaking forward. Smags has an opportunity here. Has a good ult here. Spartan getting low. We'll see if that can result in a KO, and it will be. No ult's even going to be able to be popped due to the hit stun. And Flip, the Flip will not quite capitalize on the power play, but Smags will not be KO'd. Arlong is looking for a way to set his offense, but instead we're just going to stall so Spartan can respawn. All good. And then Spartan's now back online, but somehow Yunaka gets set up by the Taiko drum in the center for the barriers, and now it's just one Strike War away, but Spartan will win it. Once again, really low on stagger. Should have... Oh, did he just use it? I don't remember. But a scary spot, nonetheless. Great strike shot. Yunaka pre-emoting, but it's going to lose a insane amount of aura for doing that. And Arlong too scared to hit it down because of the aura of Rayboy P, which is valid, and hits it into the Tofu Fortress to lose another point.
Yeah, I don't know. The Greatest Meme aura did force a lot of cooldowns out of Arlong immediately. So having the ult in the back too, and that extra special means here is another, 5 bowls of tofu, please, right here on my chin. Gonna be taking Yunaka out, and this is the set that Cutie Patooties have to shine. Obviously, if they don't win this, that is game. And right now, it is looking very, very difficult. The flips coming out seem to be distressing some of us, and we're really just Cutie Patooties are looking for anything that they can get right here. Greatest Meme is just in position though. All 3 members of FD are pushed up and forcing anything that could be punished by Cutie Patooties. They could have an opportunity to try and get it through, get the barriers that aren't being protected, and there's going to be one, but I don't know. It's FD has all of the control in this game right now. They've got Rayboy P with both awakenings that make you fast in exchange for being incredibly old. And we've got Giant Dubu, and we've got Atlas walking up. We've got RPG Kai blowing Arlong's head off, and that's going to be another point.
As soon as the Giga animation started, I knew it was a KO. I saw it all happen in my head. I swear, it was insane. Yeah. A little bit too close, a little bit of a CCL moment, as I like to call it, when you're standing a little bit too close to the goal line and get KO'd. But both barriers are going to somehow be found. Maybe getting a little too complacent. Spartan going to flip and dip to get in a better defensive position, but 2 flips incoming. I wouldn't be surprised to see another flip in the corner. Another flip in the corner. Another flip in the corner.
Hey, be nice. Everyone's been playing for 8 years. It's okay.
All good. But Yunaka still has flip, was able to get saved by an orb earlier. Would have killed. Oh, a flash step comes out of Yunaka. I don't know if everyone else. I don't think that was just me. Yunaka flash steps backwards. Hopefully, no internet issues there, but will be KO'd by the Greatest Meme, finding so many KOs on Dubu, who traditionally is not that character, and I can't describe Greatest Meme's play as anything but suffocating this game. Just always in the perfect spot to win the Strike War. Okay. Oh, maybe not. All right, but okay, there we go. Win the Strike War and to keep the offense going. But now Rayboy P's turn to get something going. Just kidding. We're going back to Greatest Meme. Just overall, just keeping it in the corner. There's nowhere to go. Just has so much size. Rayboy P tries to run in to get the Strike War. Has that speed to be able to do so, but there's the ult, and trying to beat the ult with every cooldown, but it's just not enough. Tofu Fortress stands tall, and the Greatest Meme leads the team to a really, really dominant Game 1.
Yep. A wise man once said, "You cannot argue with the Tofu Fortress," and he was right. You can't. You just gotta sit there and suck it up. Try and weave around, but Greatest Meme was just he was so fast. He was so big. Have we talked about how big he was? He was quite big.
Really big. They need to...
I
don't know about that.
I had a whole speech prepped after the barriers went down about how getting complacent's really easy, and even when you're one point away, you gotta make sure that you're a closer, and also that when a team is 1 point away from being eliminated, that's when their prime comes out. But of course, they did close it. They were closers, and so
Yeah.
good job.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you did it.
yeah.
It is really easy, especially in playoffs, to have these mental battles. You get so far ahead that it's easy to get comfortable, and then when you start not being ahead, again, enemy team kicks into high gear, their final push. Then all of a sudden you're losing. You have none of the momentum. You're trying to scrape back the dominance that you had, and that is a losing battle. That is a battle that not many people win. And so, being able to obviously not get into the throes of it, but being able to close out a game is very, very great. So big FD performance. That's going to be game 1. Game 2, I believe we're going to Night Market. Yep, we've got these really riveting, nasty map picks. We got the Tycho, we got the Night Market. We will be going to the app, game 3. If we make it there, but Cutie Patooties are going to have to put up a good performance on the market. I do think that Night Market, if they're able to respond to what Final Destinations put up in terms of draft, I think their game plan, as seen in game 1, what they want to go for, I think is strong and will be strong on Night Market. Especially the X. My eyes are peeled upon the X, and that's going to be what I want to see. They do have first pick. They've banned Rasmus both games, and to be honest, I believe they're banning it from Greatest Meme, but I just don't think it's worth the ban, especially on maps like Tycho or Night Market, where these stuffing characters like Julie, Asher, Dubu might be good to get rid of. I personally do not think Rasmus is a big threat.
Just scared of the 1v9, I think. Just like last game, like I'm not like honestly, I think like all 3 of the FD members played really well, so I don't think it was like a 1v9, but I do think the Dubu especially looked unstoppable, and the Greatest Meme just being given a character that can carry like that, I think is like, it's like reasonable to ban, but I don't think that the Rasmus is what's going to cause the Greatest Meme to have a high impact on the game. I think it's going to be the Greatest Meme doing that. So you're going to need to just, maybe doing your best to take a step down is reasonable. But Juliet, very strong brawler on Night Market, either way.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, me personally, guy like me, I'm strapping in for 100 hours of playing against Rasmus as opposed to that Dubu. Like, I just don't think Rasmus can do
Agreed
what Dubu can do. So Juliet here, also going to be a big threat, like you said, on Night Market. Very easy to get those KOs. That's going to be very scary. They do have the Atlas locked and loaded first picked, and Atlas does really well into Juliet. Very easy to shut out. So we'll have to see if we can get some of that going. FD rounding out their comp with Estelle and Rune, which is really interesting. I have to wonder which is going in the box. I would, after watching Nassel yesterday, I would guess the Rune, but I think the Estelle is probably more likely. On the other side, we do have Imi and X being locked right back in for Smags and Yunaka, and I liked when it wasn't the Dubu hour, I did like what the Kitty Patooties forward pair is able to pull off, and I think that in this game they'll have a better shot, but I'm worried about that Julie, and I think that they're gonna have to work. They're gonna have to work pretty hard to keep the Julie down.
So some upside that you can look at for Cutie Patooties heading into this game are that no one on FD, like there's no one in this game playing a character with an ability that makes them move faster, or make anyone move faster. It's just an honest game of Omega Strikers made the way it was intended to be played, except, I mean, because it was not intended to be played with these speed characters, right? Like, obviously, like that's what they just made
John
them on
Odyssey
accident.
disgraces Kai.
It was an accident when they made them all. So, We're taking out all the speed from the game. We're all going to be slow. Neither the Start Awakenings grant speed either. We're just the speed gate. Why would we need speed boost when we can just grab the speed gate?
Exactly.
That'll probably be what they'll be playing for. Speed gate's going to be very important in this game for that reason. But what I wanted to say is even if it's a Stell or Rune, especially if it's a Stell goalie, I think that is just a way like just weakness. It is a weakness. Like if you're not going full damage and you're picking a goalie that's not like a true melee goalie, like Atlas or Dubu, then it's just a way for you, like them to have an edge on you. Like they need to work a little bit less hard to defend than you do most of the time. If it is the Rune goalie, then there are ways for the X to kind of counteract that by standing on the barrier, which is already kind of seems to be how Yunaka likes to play the game anyway. So it will be Spartan on the Rune. So we'll see how Yunaka adapts to playing against that goalie. But there's a little fun, Rune taking the speed gate at the beginning of each round. But so far, not going to matter as we already have it in the corner and both barriers taken for the Cutie Patooties.
Yeah, not bad. And I 100% agree with everything you just said, especially in like it's easy to look at Nassel and then put up stuff like, oh yeah, you can play range goalies, etc. Like maybe Finny or Kai is okay, but in lower levels of play, I think melee goalies are that much stronger. And I think at the highest levels of play, melee goalies are the best, bar none. So really, if you're not picking your Atlases, if you're not picking your Dubus, Dubu is the most horrific character I've ever seen in any video game ever, and he needs to be annihilated. Second to X, who has been shut down by the pillars, but has executed Rayboy P. And honestly, this is a good strike shot to save the barrier, and some good play coming out from Cutie Patooties. This is really looking like a complete inverse of that last game with FD's dominance.
I just an insane sequence from Yunaka. Just like gets the KO. Oh, good strike war. Into like striking it directly towards Spartan, into dashing into pillar, into emoting, into barrier, almost gets taken on their own half, into they win the point. So honestly, just like
movie,
complete movie. But Yunaka does win the strike war that matters in the end, which is the last one. That's what they say. Smack's going to get healed up a little bit by the Celestial Intervention, but Yunaka is having trouble with Spartan just moving up past Yunaka to influence the forward, keeps the core forward. Like Yunaka probably needs to back up a little bit more if they want to get something done, but instead it's just going to be due to the fact that like Yunaka's not able to find ways to help. It's going to be a KO found, and onto Smags, and the power play is looking to be able to be held by Arlong's 2 cooldowns, but both are out now. Great find from Rayboy P to take that barrier. Yunaka now has flip though, and it's going to immediately use it to get a barrier. Tries to pass it or bounce it off the center, but doesn't. So now it's going to be a really slow start. We're not standing on the runes, so we're going to let the pillars spawn, and the flip is going to buy time. 1 second for the respawn, and it's up. Rayboy P now going to maybe look for damage on Yunaka, looking really low, but maybe sometimes when it's an open net, you just use your cooldowns to score. But not quite going to find it. Smags gets the pass to Yunaka, but not going to find much off there either. But Spartan, once again, really helping the offense, just keeping the core past Yunaka so that Yunaka doesn't even get a chance. And finally, Yunaka gets that chance, and you know, there's a certain phrase we say about brawlers, but all good. Smags is going to help clear it out, help Arlong clear that one out, but good defense, beats the dash punch, which is really important, and Yunaka still not going to find an opportunity in these 1v1s, and Neem going to get that flip to put it in, but really, like, it's looking closer, significantly closer, but I do think FD is coming out a little bit cleaner on the core, just where the core is, and having the core controlled a little bit more than Cutie Patooties.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think their presence on the field has been a little bit more successful, but all barriers down. Some good saves coming out from Cutie Patooties, but that's going to be going in by Spartan's pillar, I believe. And so some good stuns from Greatest Meme to be preventing that. I do think the defense for FD is very exploitable. Again, welcome back to my show where I talk about how awesome melee goalies are, and like Asher was up, Mako was up. Anyway, the room I think does have a lot of potential. We saw especially when he was able to shut down Yunaka's dash with 2 pillars, and obviously just like X does want to funnel through the corner. It's a good space to be in, and so
there you go.
The pillar down is going to be really strong, but it's exploitable. It isn't as cut and dry as, hi, I'm Dubu and I'm going to roll on top of the core, and then for the next like 0.75 seconds only I can hit it. And also I hate you. Like
domain expansion.
That's what Dubu does. That's what he's for.
Also I hate you.
And also he's not a nice guy. I think it's really weird that he included that part. Anyway, boom, one big KO, and here comes both these players have flips. Smags also has a flip. This is looking really great for Cutie Patooties. That's one flip burned.
Whoa.
Not able to get in yet, though. The strike wars on the defense for FD looking great. But again, Yunaka has this flip. A lot of damage coming onto his dome immediately. That seems to be the answer FD has landed on to try and stop their offense. But if that flip is burned, which it has been, it's going to be pretty difficult. Smag still has this flip, is looking for a setup, is going to burn it, but shut down by Rayboy P. And now Cutie Patooties had so much energy, they had so much offense, but now in a power play situation, have to find out how to hold this barrier long enough for Yunaka to come back, and then figure out how to get the ball in the net. I think the barriers against Rune are easy to exploit on this map, but actually getting the goal is going to be a little tough. Good defense there, good flip being burned, good weight against the Estelle, but now we're just looking for an opportunity to get something going, and almost, but just not quite able to get it in right there.
All right. Nice try from Yunaka, but the flip from Rayboy P is going to be the next option. That will also be struck towards. Hard flip, but just strike forward from Yunaka to finish it off. There we go. That's the kind of what has gotten them their first goal, and once again, this very similar setup is going to result in another one. So, some messy play, a little bit of nerves, I will say, earlier in that point. Really interesting interaction where Yunaka is a little bit nervous, I think, or just isn't sure if the Celestial Intervention is going to come out in time, and then has to use Flip to avoid it, but finds a KO and is finding a ton of damage on the Rayboy P, so they're almost certainly going to be able to chain this into 2 barriers or another KO, but I guess I was mistaken on which team is going to find that KO, as Rayboy P just raw primary finds a KO and then grabs the orb as well to survive. So Yunaka probably gonna need to use his flip to take this barrier, and hits it in the only possible way twice where it would go to spot. It was close. It was close. Good primary from Arlong to grab it, and the ult just comes out so slightly late to take get the res, and now it's going to be both barriers down. The power play reverses. Now Arlong's going to need to use flip here, but isn't able to react in time to the Crystal Thorns, and is going to be a set 1 loss, despite things looking a bit better for Cutie Patootie than in the past. It's still going to be FD taking the first set.
Yep, going down to a 0.5 here. They had a lot of opportunity, and again, good showings here from Cutie Patootie. This is definitely going to be a much closer game, but now going to have to play against extra special Rune. Rapid Fire Atlas, though, eyeballs emoji. That's looking really nice for the Cutie Patooties. Spark of Strength going to be picked up to deny, and I'm shocked that 1-2 punch did not go to Juliet. Maybe times have changed. I'm an old head reminiscing about 1-2 punch Julie, but I'd also like to consider that if I could get the number real quick, like with my eyeballs, hitting 18% harder is really good on Juliet. Yeah. So and the core speed and the everything. Obviously, Rayboy P picked it up, so that core speed is going to still be there. But I don't know. The Greatest Meme going for size though, which is going to be nice, is going to be very valuable. Has double size just like the past game.
Wow.
And is going to be looking to shut them out with it. But in the meantime, we've got 1 barrier each, and Cutie Patootie is looking to get a little bit of control of the ball. That's going to be both barriers down, and now FD just has to seal the deal at this point.
I mean, Greatest Meme is huge right now. It's 2 size awakenings, so it's always just scary. Like any size is good. Ult's going to come out, and the flip is going to get the KO. Even with the res, it's effectively the same as a KO minus the energy loss. So and the XP going to greatest meme, but effectively like a KO in the terms of getting that goal. So it's just too much pressure. Just too much pressure once again. And I actually like I dig this size, especially when your greatest meme has been a great job of strike warring as a brawler. I'm totally down for it. But great setup from Spartan, pretty much guaranteed barrier gonna come there. But Arlong's gonna find it like the best clear option, but an awkward one because Smags is not involved anymore in the play. But now back on Smags' side, has a little bit more, but the core just goes right through. And I think not expecting to have to do that interaction, the strike shot comes a little bit late, and the greatest meme is just gonna put it in. Maybe some lag, maybe some nerves, hard to tell, but it's gonna be looking a little scary. You really don't want to let FD just run away with it. You really want to make them work hard for every single set, even if you're trying to scale your X.
Yep, and we are just seeing some good, honest fundies coming out from FD to get these. I guess maybe you can say that size isn't that honest, but just some good striking coming out. Meanwhile, big KO found by Yunaka. A lot of the key to points have been successful off the back of a power play or something similar, so could be big, but so far just not able to get anything off of it. Yeah, Atlas revive being expended real quick, not going to be able to get anything, so that's a 50-second cooldown sitting gone, which gives FD a lot of potential to get something done with that.
Wow.
Able to get the barrier somehow, just able to sneak it right through and stun Arlong to seal the deal. That's going to be another set to FD, and the first set was a lot closer than previous ones, but that was a little bit more of a return to form, if you will, like the team.
Great. Yeah,
and so
like the team. W coaching
now,
staff on that team.
That's what I've heard. Don't ask about. So anyway,
Triple the third
size awakening has hit the Juliet.
Oh my goodness.
And that might seal the deal. That I keep saying seal the deal. We're sealing a lot of deals.
We're
hitting the mark.
Deal.
Yeah, the greatest. They're calling him the greatest thief of all time. Sorry, we're stretching. We're stretching for time through the draft. But that's
Juliet might have 3 dash awakenings, and Ray Boy might just have fight or flight. But there's 2 sides to every coin. That's what they don't tell you, Ian. I don't know if you knew about that. There's 2 sides to every coin. And explosive entrance on Aimee is so big, especially forever ago since the Aimee dash nerf. Like, I just feel so necessary to get that dash awakening at some point. Yunaka's gonna have a little bit more speed now, which is going to be also could be really impactful in being more useful in the midfield. And there's the barrier going to be taken too. Ult doesn't come out in time for Yunaka to not win the strike war. Resources used from meme as well, but the dash is all that's going to be needed to grab that barrier. Yunaka going to get a good strike war that greatest meme honestly didn't believe in and just pre-flipped, I think, to expecting the core to come their way. But there's the flip to go cross. Everyone a little overcommittal to the top and leaves that wide open for Rayboy P to take the shot.
Yep, boom. I do agree with you. The explosive entrance on Smags here is going to be getting a lot done. I like the peak performance and fire up on Arlong, also very, very influential. A big double barrier right there from Cutie Patooties. Big flip being burned and the ult, but the pillar can just shut all of that. Not all of that, but the pillar can shut that down. Rayboy P getting taken out though. There's a big opportunity for Cutie Patooties to get back on the board this set, get a little bit going, but so far the defense is holding true. Yunaka does have a flip, might be able to get something done, is looking for a little passing play. I like that a lot.
Well, okay. So
unable to get much out of it though.
You think we're gonna go to the corner or flip in the middle? What do you think? Oh, big flip! Bang in the middle!
Flip in the middle.
They got 2 KOs! Oh, let's go! Thank you. Nice. Good job, Yunaka. That's just incredible play. A little punch flip action to take 2 KOs, and now just level 9, by the way. I don't remember what level Yunaka was before those KOs, but at least level 8, presumably. Or at most level 8. You know what I mean. Anyway, really, really good play there. If we can see more of that, we can probably see more. And there we see barrier, both of the pillars blocked by Yunaka, which lets the barrier be grabbed with a combination of the Aimi turret plus some good strikes from Yunaka. And Smack. So able to find both barriers instantly, grabs the speed gate, and has a good offense potential here, and smacks the explosive entrance, which Spartan hasn't downloaded yet, is used to the lower dash range, and utilizing that surprise to grab that cross clear and take that second point. Things are looking a little bit brighter for Cutie Patooties.
Yep, I think that 1 point was a real brainbuster for FD, and they've not yet recovered from it. It's again, I think throughout the series, FD has not been met with an abundance of like pushback. It's been pretty surgical from them, and so to get hit by that is definitely going to shake them up. And in playoffs, very, very easy to get a little nervous. We did see them surge back, 2 big barriers right there, but Rayboy P low, greatest meme, gonna be getting a big KO. That could be big for them. Yunaka has a flip, might want to use it on defense, but is looking to just hold it, stall out for a little bit. Again, this is Cutie Patooties' chance to get back in the series. If they can shut out this offense, which unfortunately has thrown a lot of abilities their way.
What a perfectly timed dash from Meme. This completely syncs up perfectly for Rayboy P to get the stun lock onto Arlong to prevent any possible evade strike. But now it's scary. Are immediately starting the offense on the strong foot. Rayboy P is going to get that second barrier with the piercing shot, and Yunaka might flip a little early here just to get it out. And there it is, just to get it out, and loses the strike force, so they're still not even on offense yet. But here we go. Here's a chance. Unfortunately, Yunaka wasn't able to get far enough forward to block the pillar, and it's a really scary spot here. This could be the series if they're able to find an offense, but Aimi Turret's Firewall Sentry is going to hold it down for a little bit longer. Greatest Beam has flip. Spartan has flip. It's going to be a big hill to climb to just get this barrier. But Rayboy P now with an opportunity, but it's going to have to evade and is out of the play. Greatest Beam, though, in a 1v2 is going to find the shot. Don't aim for the goalie, aim for the other one. And takes the series with a flip.
Yep, very, very well executed by FD. Well fought in return by the Cutie Patooties, but unfortunately that is going to be the end of their playoffs run, taking a humble 5th-6, and FD now getting ready to face off against Pantheon in the loser semifinals. Loser of that will be securing 4th place in the North American Strikers Training Ground. Winner gets to move on to top 3, gets to keep fighting in this losers bracket for a chance to win it all. And so again, well played to both teams. Fudgy, how are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? Give me what you think FD's. Yeah, give me what you think FD's chances of winning the whole thing are. Vibe check me.
It's got to be like 100%, probably.
That's pretty good.
I've seen them win 100% of their games so far. So
it's true. Well,
that's pretty good. And
you're not going to look back at the VOD.
Pantheon's also, they lost the first one, even though they had a sub, but they did lose 1 game. So that must mean that FD has an advantage. But I think that will be a very interesting game, seeing if Pantheon's able to abuse things like maybe bait out the Dubu pick and then go for damage, or maybe not go for damage at all and just play like some raw Mega Strikers. And they both seem like good teams that both had pretty dominant wins in their sets. So should be a really exciting game coming up next.
Yep. Until then, we will be going to a break. Let the players take a moment, get their next series ready, and we'll be back shortly. Bye.
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 Bye. Bye. Goodbye.
Hello everyone, we are back with loser semis of the North American Strikers Training Grounds. It is Pantheon vs Final Destination. My name is Big Toe, and I am joined with Kirikin for this last block for today on this beautiful stream. What do you think about this matchup, Kirikin?
Yeah, Final Destination coming off of a win as a C2 versus Cutie Patooties, going to be facing off against Pantheon. I'm surprised that Pantheon has made it this far. Well, obviously they've made it this far. They're the 5th seed, so going to come into this game looking to upset Final Destination and earn their spots in the losers finals, competing for that 4th seed. Ready here and ready now, at least. Our 3 maps can be played today. The Demon Days first up, Night Market second, and Tycho third. As we get into our first game already. What do you think about the draft? The draft's going to be very nice one. 1-2 punch and Orb Dancer already as our starting awakenings, and Final Destination looking out for blood here as the Zentaro, Rasmus, and Stella are picked on this map.
Yeah, and for Pantheon, it is Vice, Amy, Juliet. And we know for the backline of Pantheon, Storm on the Vice, Straightest on his signature one trick that we all know he can't play anything else. And Chaos with the Juliet, just solid stuff. The 1-2, I'm assuming, will get picked 6 times in a row. Maybe the goalie can get away with taking Orb Dancer, but I highly doubt it. 1-2 is just too strong of an awakening for damage, just allowing so much pressure to be dealt on to the enemy forwards and the enemy team. And I really do favor Vice Ivy, because Vice Ivy is just such a strong damage backline where they just put all our pressure, and then Juliet can just finish off with her plentiful of kill confirms, like Dash Punch, who just ult, and just solid stuff all around.
Yeah, and if you couldn't tell already, this is going to be a very, very, very biased cast. Couldn't tell. Yeah, bringing up 2 people that play on the same team going to be very interesting. Thanks. As we get into game, already getting ready to witness the monstrosity of this map, and for knowers already, going to be very nice for Pantheon to play this map. We've seen them very, very nicely come to this matchup very well prepared and very well behaved, in fact, in terms of just dealing the damage and then immediately having the confirms as we get started already. Everyone, as you said earlier, taking that 1-2 punch, and surprisingly, everyone actually kind of taking some interesting awakenings. So not awakenings, but the just the gears. Yeah,
the double slick kicks for the brawlers. You don't typically see that on Demon DS. You just run 4 Maxels and call it. But I think for the playstyle of both the Greatest Meme and Chaos, are looking to play 1v1 brawler and just I'm gonna win my 1v1s, and I'll make you in check and just run my stuff.
Already, both players gone for Storm in this moment. Yeah, this matchup for Greatest Meme against the Storm kind of range goal is going to be a little bit tough for him, especially when the other side of Strages is off the play, and having to evade these is not going to be looking good for them because Cows is stuck in a really tight spot for himself, and already back online is going to be Strages.
They're doing really well. Cows here does have the foot that they could play around. I'm hoping to see just play slow here, making sure they don't lose core possession. So pushing in with the Supernova, just making sure we keep core possession, and the great strike ward from Cows, giving them another opportunity on the goal. So I'm pushing in with the flip as well, trying not to lose with the piercing shot. Cows with the 1v1 and the single punch, getting the core speed, the red core, securing the first point for Pantheon.
Yeah, the 1-2 value for Cows getting already started. Juliet's a very, very good character that can proc this 1-2 very easily, and already even the damage hasn't been coming out for Pantheon just yet. They're trickling down slowly but surely, already doing a lot of numbers to Greatest Meme at this very moment in time.
They're looking really well. Storm still has the flip as well, so they might look for a kill. Stratus does die again, not trying to pump the evade. They were on the poll, the drop litter awards, the error awards. They're most likely to die 13 seconds, so I'm really hoping that he decides to use the evade button.
And Storm kind of just locked and will get knocked off the map. Greatest Meme able to pick up the orb and maintain his life for now, as again 3v2. Same power play, same momentum kept for Final Destination as counterattack from the other side. Pantheon coming in slowly but surely, as they're actually doing very well catching these barriers despite the apparent numbers disadvantage they've been getting themselves into.
We just gotta clean up on the deaths from traders. Cows does have the flip as well. Really dangerous situation here. Does not find the sliding on the top side, forcing Spartan to pop the flip. This guy's situation here does. Oh my gosh, Greatest Beam just winning another strike war just in front of Storm. But we take that if you're a Pantheon fan. We have double flip, triple flip actually coming in the back, and we're gonna play slow and look for maybe a kill with the Julia dash punish or just a really solid corner offense.
Almost another great KO from Rainbow EP, but Cal was able to evade it just fine, putting himself on a spot and kind of draining a little bit of these awakening and abilities. And already on the other side, a kill! Great kill found by Cows, and 2 flip sprint for Pantheon means they'll be able to keep this momentum going for their offense as Rainbow EP is left stuck behind off the gridiron.
A really nice strike placement from Storm and Cows. Oh, Cows does not find the Scion on the goal. Swain doesn't make the miraculous save. The Greatest Meme with the reversal as well. Second comes in, but the passive from Greatest Meme, catching the pass down the strangers. The Greatest Meme does really well in the side, just making the most of punishing Storm pushing up, and it's making every single interaction win for him.
The Greatest Meme, very, very great player, a really good brawler when it comes to playing the patience game. Especially against Storm right now, winning a lot of these interactions, just simply being there and waiting for the perfect time to strike. And no matter where Storm tries to clear, Greatest Beam will always be there to catch the rebound. One barrier already taken and already very low is Storm. We're going to see this goalie take a lot of damage coming into this, and seemingly out of position is Storm. Not really too long for this world, a lot of damage being taken, and Strike Wars being lost means it's his barrier opens up once again.
We do have possession as well. Rainbow P just pushing up on the bottom side, trying to line up a piercing shot. Really scary open net, but the collapse with the piercing shot in the eye rush. Final Destination taking this first set, and we're looking really good here if you're a Final Destination fan spot and winning the MVP as well. Trying to look for another Awakenings to swing the tide. I'm looking at that hot shot and just making sure that Rasmus just strike primaries and make sure the ball's never on their side.
This hot shot can be very important, and especially for Pantheon, they're going to try to scale up the damage as much as possible. Tempo Swing being taken by the Vice, trying to get more damage in as well as healing up, because these ults by Storm have been very, very oppressive. Just not really, not in the right moments, but more of they've been finding counterplay immediately right off he pops a supernova, so it becomes a lot harder for Pantheon to kind of rebound after that. So as long as that thing happens and they get the tax of the energy and not lose their barriers, it should be okay. But Strages and Greatest Meme taking a whole bunch of damage onto each other, and Storm is forced to play midfield for the time being. Yaimi turret coming out, trying to stall for his life as he defends effortlessly, but Strages will be cracked on stagger and will be hunted down by the Tantaro.
We're trying to play for our life here, not getting baited into that orb as well. Storm Cal's trying to push up, trying to make a barrier happen. Getting the piercing shot, securing the final barrier, trying to win the strike rate for Greatest Meme to secure his first point in the second set, but the supernova the super does not take out straight, it just dies again. And Rainbow with the Crystal Thorns just slots it on the bottom side. And I'm going to see an adjustment here from Pantheon. They're looking like, okay, we gotta use our evade to just evade abilities and making sure that they don't get enough pressure where we have to force the misposition and give up turns.
Yeah, Pantheon trying to play for that damage. They've been very good at playing damage this season, and there we go, first kill found. This one going to be a very heavy heavy biter now as Rainbow P being chased across the map by Cows. They will lose one barrier though with Spartan playing the 1v2 on the Rasmus. He even earns a second one as well as Greatest Meme somehow comes back online and ready to get the offense for his side going. Sturgis and Cows not a good spot in terms of this because he has to get the flip out in time. Supernova also to connect on the rebound for the defense, and Strages now looking a little bit vulnerable in turn because he has no energy away, but Cows the brawler trying to get things done. The DP not being able to be found, and Cows losing the core means that Greatest Meme and Rainbow P are able to set themselves up pretty nicely here as they do pick up this goal.
Yeah, unfortunate strike placement from both sides of the back line. Should just passing right to Grace Meme. And then Storm, unfortunately, getting lined up with the piercing shot, letting a second point fall for their team. The Cowsers have a flip as well. They did use Dash Punch a bit earlier, so they kind of have to hover and voice pressure on top of either midfielder, and they whiffed, unfortunately. So now they have to play for taking the first barrier. Just putting a lot of pressure by just staying there, looking like a menace. Just putting as much pressure as they can as they do take that first barrier.
With the flip, coming back to bite Pantheon once again. Just mistiming, I guess, of the ult. A little bit too bad because second barrier will also fall as well. Greatest meme for great strike. And just look at how Final Destination are playing this. They're completely in sync. Strike Wars being won left and right. Damage being done too because Strages is taking all of the hits. And Storm left around with Cows on the bottom side. Okay, a little bit too scary. Storm getting a little bit impatient, but it's fine. They do keep and earn that second barrier onto Spartan, but with this flip now, he'll have to burn it as Cal sends it, tries to get some value away. He has the speed necessary and will do it himself. The Brawler gets it done as Pantheon try to breathe a little bit of extra life into themselves.
The backline of Final Destination kind of gets caught sleeping on the wheel there. That was not a secure checkmate on the side of Cows. That was a good outplay, but that wasn't something that usually doesn't work for the meantime. It just has to burn the flip to maintain their life. But they do eventually just die to the pendulum swing from Spartan. And now they're starting to put a lot of pressure. Storm trying to use the supernova to control the core. But Grace been playing with such patience, such diligence. And now he lines up with the EI rush, taking the second barrier. And now Spartan trying to push up the Reroy P. Storm trying to make something happen with the hero play. But a lot of dashes using, a lot of mispositioning. Grace Moon trying to push her up in the slice and dice. The cone lore. Really good setup there from Greatest Meme. Does secure the second set on this first game on Demon DS.
Yeah, Storm kind of being perpetually bullied because he has no CDs left. And for the Centauro, there is no stopping to the tower already as a lot of these damage awakenings come on. But on the flip side, there's still a lot of damage to be found. Heavy impact falling to the Centaur going to be a little bit scary, but extra special still found on the Vice going to try to be a game changer for this Pantheon roster. And person to look out for going to be Cows. He still has those orb stacks. He hasn't died once yet, and being the ex-brawler from PLX, he's going to try to bring Pantheon back from what seems to be a very hard game for them already, because now still, Greatest Meme still dashing in, finding a lot of these openings for his team means that there really isn't much for Pantheon to try to take away. And there we go, strikes missed by Spartan, trying to get an opening, and Cal's almost finishing it up, but a great save from Spartan takes it away in breathtaking fashion. Cal's back with the core, being procured the rock over and over as Storm tries to get aggressive as well. Everything being thrown onto this barrier, but it can't seem to be taken just yet. The hook taking away Strages, and also having Strages with flip as well is a little bit dangerous now. No flip being burnt, but flip now touched as Cows is able to finish it off with the dash of the Juliet.
Yeah, really nice play there. Spartan did let those barriers fall pretty easily, so it's not be a consistent play. But as long as they play slow, play consistent, just making sure we wiggle those abilities and keeping the corner, because Pantheon really loves to just shove it in the corner and just hope that something happens. And it will eventually happen if they just let their abilities. As Stratus is getting damage dumped as well, and now he's just standing there, has to be forced to burn the evade as well. Now he's kind of out of the picture here. Storm trying to push up as well with this flip. Baiting abilities, if you're Stratus, you really want to make sure that you wiggle and force pressure off of your team so they can make something happen without the space.
Without him, now Storm going to be the next target of this Infinite Slaughter dungeon that Greatest Meme is pulling out. Flip burnt away, barrier taken, and Rayboy P still has energy left for this offense. Straight just back online, and Rayboy P finds the great angle to take it away from the IME turret. Cal still with flip, unable to use it though, as it is immediately taken away. Even going for the insta flip is Rayboy P, as all three members of Final Destination are inside Pantheon's own half. The core gets rotated around, but Greatest Meme is able to pick it up just where he left it off as Final Destination and claim another point.
A really solid play. I'm really liking that Rayboy P is setting himself up where they can get the ball, the Greatest Meme, just cover it like an out. Just be a style. Like Piercing Shot, Crystal Thorns, Rose Warp, just any ability that just covers space, allowing Greatest Meme to just do their thing.
Greatest Meme still he's pretty much leading his team in the level so far, and the damage as well, being so inherently strong on this map. And especially since this is Pantheon's pick here, it seems like Final Destination are playing this like it's their own, probably ready to face the oncoming onslaught as Barrier's Beam pops his ult and gets the flip ready to go, but Cal's on the other side with the Orb Dancer's speed. Hasn't been taken off the map yet, but Strangers is the one about to fall as well. He uses his flip 2 to keep himself alive. His greatest meme with every last bit of hope finds the KO, and Storm is still able to stand though. Spartan trying to start some pressure, trying to take it away from Cal's, but Cal is unable to try get things done. Storm has a flip ready to go, and greatest meme still on the offensive onslaught. Flip comes out wide. Strages trying to combat Rainbow P, but the Estelle might be too strong. Overtime now, ready to go. Spartan left in a dire situation. He's unable to take it away from Strages' glitch pop as Pantheon find themselves on set point.
That's a Siege Machine diff right there. Just barely clipping the ball with that glitch pop. And now, in that scary situation from Pantheon, they had a really good opportunity on the top side, but Cal's didn't let himself get set up by the midfielder, and they kind of lost possession there. So I really want Cal's to trust Raiders to get him the ball and just have to cover like an out and make sure that they don't need to spend ability just throwing it out and hoping something works. We just need to make sure that, okay, I'm going to trust my midfielder to give me the ball. I'm staying on the out and making sure that I can just secure the barriers, because that's what we need to do. Once the barriers fall, Pantheon's life gets so much easier.
Second barrier falling for Cows on the offensive now. Our Pantheon looking to bring this back, but Storm taking a lot of damage here, staggering away. Supernova pops, having to flip around. Stranger also bringing the flip too, trying to stay alive as Cows, and Stranger's on the top side, end up flipping it right past Spartan, as finally Pantheon have a sign of life on their hands. MVP going to be going over to Strages here, and let's see what possibly he can pick up from this carousel.
Ooh, you pick Spark, hoping that we get MVP, and we are rewarded with double Spark if we choose to pick it. But there's so many scary awakenings here. Adrenaline Rush, Team Player, Fire Up, and the Rasmus will probably just settle for a Team Player, yes. And then I really hope Storm picks his Fire Up here. But we do take the Ad Rush away from the Zen, which is basically Zentaro's Fest Awakening. And Zentaro does, in fact, take Fire Up. And this might be the catalyst, no pun intended, to swing Final Destination to win this whole game.
Yeah, this Fire Up pickup, especially how Greatest Meme is playing this game, especially how much damage he's been dealing, and also how much he can really get his team on the offensive so quickly, means that Pantheon are in a huge dilemma right now. They have to try to get away from Greatest Meme, make sure that all of his plays are in vain, but still 2 barriers taken when Pantheon has none seems to be a hard task, especially if Greatest Meme is sitting right there, strike war in your face.
And covering the pass down, up the Strages actually. Storm didn't want to commit to the down clear because Estelle was basically there. Estelle just exerting so much pressure where, okay, I don't want to take this risk. As Storm is pushing up here with the Supernova, trying to pop it again. I haven't really liked the Storm Supernovas as of lately. They've just been popping it and hoping something happens and not really getting much value coming off of it.
Another great value thing is Strange is falling off the map again. The midfielder of Pantheon left unable to be standing as 2 bears again fall away. Greatest Meme doesn't even need to pop the flip, but he does anyway. Great play by Greatest Meme, and Fire of Value not found, but still match put on the horizon for Final Destination as they're one step closer from earning their spot in Losers Finals.
Yep. This is where diamonds are made. And let's see if Final Destination will not crack under the pressure and secure this game. So this time of nerves is really good, really important as well. Cal's doing really well taking both barriers. He does not want to lose this game. Trying to secure the hit stun with the punch. Trying to set up the Brawler. Storm is. Straight is pushing up. Trying to set up Cal's as well. Just making sure that they're standing in the proper positioning. Looking to damage Greatest Meme, but he's trying to win 1v3. But we're wiggling all the abilities. Cal's trying to win the strike away against the Phantom Swing, but he's not. But the barrier does fall as well. Greatest Meme trying to strike away Strages as well. Trying to chump check him. But everybody keep pushing up with the flip. This might be the secure that they need. They have to burn a flip as well. Storm pushing up, trying to secure the goal, but no dice on that situation. Oh my gosh! We got hit by the turret by the sentry turret. There's no way. The firewall sentry. Oh gosh.
Yeah, the sentry turret just dealing the little amount. Yeah, turret not hitting that core is pretty good, and especially for these players, is a little bit of fresh air. I mean, all I'm talking about is Pantheon needing some fresh air. The boulder doesn't climb itself, and neither does the core actually, as it earns both barriers very quickly into this point. We're only 15 seconds in, and already Pantheon is looking to be about to be on the chopping block, especially when every ability is coming at their face. Greatest meme, ready to put the fries in the bag, as one might say, as River P pushing the core to the bottom side. Spartan left to defend in sort of what seems to be a very winnable position for him, especially if he doesn't need to really worry about cows. And Rayboy P able to seal the deal with a great Rose Warp Blink as Final Destination take Pantheon's first map away.
Really solid stuff here from Final Destination. Taking the map, it wasn't even the map pick, they just played to their strength, Rayboy P. Rayboy P on their style, really just exerting so much pressure, and of course, the greatest meme. Just playing Zentaro like a T. The unconventional slick kicks pick, but it just allowed the greatest meme to just 1v1 every single time and win their interactions and just collapse on the poor Vice. We really can't do anything if they have to stare down the barrel of a piercing shot and the slice and dice.
But the way Greatest Meme has been playing that game almost to perfection, no matter where he is on the map, he has some sort of input, and the way he times his strike is it's very, very impressive, especially since strike is their greatest tool in the core striking field. And Greatest Meme and Rayboy P with a great offensive start to loser semifinals, as we are on to map 2, going to be Final Destination's pick of the night market. We saw it literally kind of 2 games ago where they threw it up against QD Patooties and ended up winning that game. So let's see if this time around Pantheon can turn the tides and get that boulder eventually rolling up that hill.
Yep, and it's a monumentalist task on their side. They're down a game. They're trying to collect themselves after that really close game. I would say it's pretty close, even though there were some instances where they could have cleaned up their play. But it is loser semis. They're here for a reason. They looked really good against Pudash's Dynasty, Pudashi, and we're just looking. I'm hoping that they collect themselves and reflect and say, okay, what went wrong? What can we do better in order to just find a way to make sure that every single interaction we take is with a purpose, and we have more checkmates where we can just secure the ball, get our dash punches, get our Imito, get our win condition, and make sure we play to our strengths.
Yeah, and of course, still speaking about that game at least, we still see a lot of damage come out from Pantheon. 31k on Storm, 17 on Cows, and 20 on Strages, all in the thousands. Still very, very great damage from the side of Pantheon, but still, they're the ones reeling back just completely into grip control. They got the damage done, but the KOs just weren't there, as Pantheon succumbed to 8 KOs on the side of Final Destination. So let's see if this game 2 can really change the tides of today, because hopefully we want to see a game 3. Game 3 has to come out, and with Final Destination picking Night Market, it's going to be a very monumental task. We said earlier, going to be whether or not who is better controlling their stamina and speed gate 2 on this map.
Yeah, really well said, as both teams do have an all-pro player. Straight is all-pro third team on the midfield, and then Greatest Meme all-pro second team, actually. And just making sure we play to our star players. Like, Final Destination did that to a T. They funneled the ball to the Greatest Meme, had them do their thing. And Straight is, they were on the Imi as well, and they looked really strong when they got set up with the Imi turret and everything. But it was a lot of hoping that the ball just gets past Spartan, and it did happen eventually, sometimes. But if Spartan just doesn't get checked, is awake, and has the coffee or whatever, if they take caffeine, they're not going to. That's usually how it goes. So I'm really hoping that the Pantheon comes together, collect themselves, and say, we got this. And maybe lean towards a more core control comp, maybe like the Kai, because I personally think that the haste midfielders are really strong, like I now, as we saw in Nassel, if you were watching it. Those characters are broken. And if we can get straight on like a Kai, just funnel the ball, and just hope that we have a dash punch character like Asher or Juliet, just sit on him and a dash punch and secure the goal. That sounds like a solid game plan to me.
And already Pantheon going to be blue side this time around, having the picks to their advantage. Centauro being banned away, X being banned from Final Destination as we already get onto the draft. Pantheon picking up the Estelle as we have Peak Performance and Explosive Interest as our two starting awakenings. Going to be a bit scary. Final Destination already pick up their Juliet. The pick that Greatest Meme is pretty comfortable on for the most part, and wow, already the entirety of Frostfire being dumped down in the first 3 picks, Dubu being locked in for Spartan in this moment, and obviously Pantheon kind of have a bone to chew with this Dubu of Spartan, especially how he's been playing the Rasmus. Going to be a very scary matchup for whoever is playing.
Yeah, they're really trying to think about who's the brawler. Yeah, who's gonna pick the brawler? Oh, we do pick the Era.
Yeah, the Era. This is gonna be on. This is gonna be on Storm. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just curious
for the Raz.
Yeah, like wondering what Callus is gonna pick because he's kind of pinched on his character pool right now. They could play. Ooh. Wait, we locked the car. Wait, we're first timing the car here in that nasty. We're getting nasty down here in the mud. And I'm surprised on the start, it's Peak Performance and Explosive Entrance that Spartan did not pick Mako on a dash range start, and they were just relying on, okay, our winning condition is me not getting, and the best possible ability is play Dubu and just roll and sit on him, and that is the goal, Spartan. As Kai does get the last pick, which is really good. I prefer. What do you prefer for the comp? Which team has the better comp here?
Preferably, I mean, if this is gonna be an error pickup on Spartan, this Juliet's gonna either one have the worst game of their life, or it's gonna be very easy pickings for them. And it depends on whether or not this Kai can abuse the explosive entrance to their advantage and catch Estelle in spots she doesn't want to be standing in, especially if this Juliet wants to open up the plays, and especially with Greatest Meme, he's been finding a lot of these great damaging plays. And with these damaging plays in particular, he's able to kind of isolate Storm in a lot of these 1v1 positions where, unfortunately for Storm, Greatest Meme has been pulling on a masterclass of these 1v1 one-shots. And if that seems to be the case all the time, then they're going to be in for a very wild ride as we get already started here on this map. Pantheon on the blue side, and what could potentially be our last map of the day. I was looking to try to set his team back. So is Trages as well. Both of the 4 duos are pretty well together. They've been playing for kind of the majority of NAST. Big Tilt's been sub for 2 games. I've been sub for 2 games, and Cal's has kind of been the one to kind of be the one rolling the boulder up the hill and the core into the goal as we're headed now into the game. Storm and Cows both taking explosive interest, everyone else going for that peak performance as we get started already. Very, very hefty game already coming in as first barrier is already taken.
Yeah. I'm really interested on see how Cows does here on the Jakara. What Jakara does to Pantheon specifically the backline of Strategist and Storm. We have not liked Jakar forward. Just any time we pick this, dating back to basically ISS, this is not a character we like to play. But Cows doing the best, showing them why to go. Of course, Strategist pressing right click or whatever button there is ability for the piercing shot. The easiest thing in the world, just slide it in on the bottom side. And now I saw Cows just literally walk up the slide and strike shot, not even strike shotgun, just shotgun them. And that's really what you want to do if you hit the car.
Yeah, Jakar now one of, kind of my opinion, a character that is very, very consistent at least, especially looking at it from a USL. They're a very, very big pick in the goalie role, and this time as the brawler, they're going to be a little bit more consistent in trying to win these interactions just one-on-one against Spartan, but can't seem to be the case when Greatest Meme still putting on the Jets and earning these goals very, very quickly.
Yeah, they got the dash push, and then they had the flame flurry, but it wasn't really a consistent checkmate. It just kind of went in, sadly, if you're a Pantheon fan. But that's besides the point. Cal's pushing up. But the Dubu log, the Iron Fortress that is Dubu. Has been trying to find the second barrier as well. 2 flips on the side of Pantheon, forced to burn 1. Cal's looking for another one, trying to cover the outplay. Does do it instead with the explosive entrance. A really good awakening here. With the car, trying to push up, double flip does come out. but the lingering hitbox with the log is... Oh my gosh, we shotgun. We shotgun them. Wait, this is what Pantheon needs, just like score. They found it with the Jakar primary.
Yeah, I kind of just the testament of Jakar. Left click, right click, always happens. It's always be the answer that solves every problem. And this time around, Cal's looking to try to resolve that early game problem by earning the set win very, very quickly. As Greatest Meme still on the offensive, still doing very, very well despite being small, and Spartan finding the opening KO for this point. Judges and Storm left in the 2v3 and looking to pick up the pieces. Rainbow Pete down to the bottom side. Flip will be Burns here, trying to pass the Greatest Meme, but the pass won't be found. Still defending equally as fine, but Greatest Meme with a great strike war sets up for the Flame Flurry, and the kill found onto Storm once again. Final Destination keeping up this power play, and the KO just seems to be coming in over and over as Greatest Meme finds another KO and sets us to a 0.5.
Yeah, both energy resets on the Storm Strages, getting them. And the emotes are coming, yeah, kind of sad that they had to die there like that. But if you're a Pantheon fan, you're still in a good spot. You're going to secure these both barriers here. Kind of flailing around with these abilities, making sure that we have some type of offense. As Cal just finds the first barrier, almost finds the second one actually. The Great Swing, this is where the scariest with the Shaolin kick, with the flick as well. The kick flick, as I like to say it. Or if you're trying to push up with the Giga Blast, trying to rotate here with the Spartan as well with the flip. But Cal's trying to backpass the traders as well, trying to find a favorable position, but Storm trying to cut on the Night Market gate, but Stranger is just barely out of range with the strike. Unfortunately, Greatest Meme does get the first set, and now the MVP as well.
Yeah, this is just quite literally very insane in comparison. Just the awakenings going to be coming out for Greatest Meme, kind of just gifting him the 1-2 punch very, very easily as Hotshot is given away to the Strages. The one thing that I'm kind of thinking about already is I just feel the 3 melees on the side of not Pantheon, but Final Destination. Well, the other side, kind of playing the 3 range characters. It feels like, in general, the range characters should be winning these interactions, but the melee characters just keep getting it done. Flip it too easily, so the set going to be one of the last as Final Destination trying to push things forward, getting one barrier very quickly already off. And look where Spartan is playing. He's just so far up. There's like almost no pressure behind his back, and there doesn't seem to be needing any pressure to be given because he could just hold this down very easily. Cal's using every interaction to Sparring because he's just defending this so well, and there really is no opening for them, but they do finally get one Strages with the Rose Warp, and Greatest Meme trying to equalize with a KO, but just can't seem to be found. Cal's living his best life right now. The barrage eating up the second barrier. Cal's left in a 1v1. What will he do here? He will be taking a lot of damage and will be hunted down in the meantime, but he still stays alive. Just strong as Storm, the one playing the midfielder role as Surges with the backline supporting him. He will earn flip from this opportunity, and when will he use it? There are going to be so many words we could possibly use. Pops it now, actually, and decides to get Spartan to flip on his own accord, but Greatest Meme still up in the 1v1, slowed down by the Jakar ult, not able to get a shot.
Yeah. As we saw, Strike Shotgun isn't the best in the melee goalies because they usually have an ability to stuff it out, but you can't stop Cal's with a flip as well, but never mind. Cal's making me eat my words. Strike Shotgun does in fact take the first goal. It's just in starting it between Rainbow P and Spartan. Rainbow P trying to barrage up, trying to cover it, but unfortunately does not work that way. And Cal does have a flip as well. They might look for a cheeky kill with the primary flip. They do spend one, so a lot of pressure is kind of lacked there. Sure, he's trying to put with the Rose Warp, trying to get the ball to Cal's as well. So I'm trying to set up a tornado, the magical maelstrom, trying to get the devious Night Market bounce, but unfortunately it does not go the way that they wanted to. Greatest Meme trying to finish with the kick, but all 3 abilities here are spent on Greatest Meme. He has no scoring potential, so we gotta push the advantage here, just making sure that Greatest Meme does not get a favorable strike war, but the Crystal Thorns making sure they secure second barrier, but the reverse NATO does not secure the kill on Greatest Meme.
Yeah, these arrow nados just trying to find some life, but can't seem to do so as the core goes red. Still not overtime just yet, but Greatest Meme looking to try to put an end to this madness, trying to find any sort of KO, any opener, but he is taking a lot of damage here. We'll pick up the orb and we'll pick up the barrier as well. Greatest Meme looking to send it home, but Rainbow P actually burns his flip, and now in a very dire spot, Surges and Cal's left on the offensive. Greatest Meme might fall, but he doesn't seem to quite yet. Overtime they're ticking down slowly. The bomb going to be ticking away. Greatest Meme having to grab the orb here. Damage is completely nullified on him, and there's no shot because the DP missed away. Strange is still in control with Cows here as Rainbow P and Spartan play on the defense here. So much time wasted as Cows with the flip was into the top side and secure the point for Pantheon.
Yep, the 1-2 value. No, not even 1-2. It's just overtime. Just setting the ball Mach 10 on the top side. Rainbow P caught lacking again with the barrage reacting too late. And this is what Pantheon wants. I guess we got to play slow and make sure that we just bait the abilities from Spartan. Just play in the classic melee kind of play. Let's play slow, bait the cooldowns, and make sure we keep possession as well.
Beautiful, keeping possession of that core speed from Strages, passing it back to Cows, and unfortunately the barrier not found Spartan 1v1ing Cows and not being able to find anything. But on the other side, Greatest Meme and Storm with the 1v1 as well, doing completely fine for Greatest Meme on that staff. And however, Cows and Strages still have a point advantage to their favor. Spartan still trying to defend the barrier. The log is good. The evade clear is also fine. Rainbow P even assisting him on the defense here, as Final Destination still have basic control of the core. Greatest Meme trying to set himself up, and he will finally be KO'd by this Era NATO, and now the Era NATO helping him a lot, and Storm will actually have to burn the flipper. Strikes being missed. Spartan still holding completely strong. Second barrier finally falls, and Pantheon about to go on a spree, trying to find any sort of life in them, because now this is the chance to earn themselves a set win here. Strages with the old Rainbow P passing it back around the core, going red. It is all in a moment's notice, even evading the DP. They just know. They're reading Final Destination's mind over and over as Storm just trying to get the core to Cows. Spartan still defending just fine because Cows, he just can't seem to get a hold of the core.
They just need to sit on top of the Dubu and just make sure the ball just gets them. Just trust the midfielder. But the Tofu Fortress allowing them not to get the goal. Actually, we would be pushing up with the flip as well. Looking scary with the blazing pace. Burns the flip as well. Trying to set up the ball for Greatest Meme as well. But the slow does not secure the goal. Sure, just trying to line up a piercing shot again. Just put on pressure and bait it out the ability. But the shotgun does not secure the third point that they need to score. Greatest Meme with the 1v1 does not secure the goal again. And Xenocog trying to push up. Does not cover the out clear. Oh no.
Both teams kind of fighting a war attrition in terms of the abilities. Rainbow P and Greatest Meme trying to distance themselves, making sure they can't get beat and lose the core at the very last moment, while Cows pushing up with the shotgun blast. This Aerials is doing a ton of work for this Drakkar, and the ability usage is going to be good. The Xenocloak is finally worth it now as overtime sends that core red, as finally Pantheon taking a set on this map. A 3-0 very quick fashion for them as Storm MVP at the set has a lot to choose from now. What can he choose? And Spark focus on the board, even heavy impact, or maybe even the ad rush.
Pick the litter here. I'm not sure if he'd actually take it as error. Maybe they're looking to extra special, just deny from the Dubu. But they do take Spark, and I'm really looking at this fire up again. I think this fire up awakening is so broken. It's 50 seconds of speed for 50% speed for 6 seconds. You know how long 6 seconds is? It's a lot. It's a long time. Very long time.
Ad rush not taken by the Julie though. Demolitionist in favor for the Greatest Meme now. And Spartan with 2 sparks actually to his name, a little bit more scaling potential for him and become potentially the mayor of Spark City, and already a barrier being taken away by Strages, and almost a second coming up very quickly as well. DP connecting but not finding the KO for the Greatest Meme, as the core being slowed down a little bit though. This offense was at once at a blazing rate at the end of 0.5, but not for the 0.5 but 0.3 actually, but this time around the core speed isn't moving too quickly, not because of the overtime, but I think just how Greatest Meme actually is able to kind of be able to notice that without the speed, he's able to be so much quicker and more able to get to his line where he can have a lot of pressure in these moments.
Yeah. This last barrier is gonna be really hard to take here if you're a Pantheon fan, but they do get the barrier actually. There's a great passing place around, trying to secure this kill on Rayboy P. Good evade coming off from Cal. Storm has to burn the flip as well. This right here, but somehow the ball just slips past Rayboy P with the fadeaway actually, keeping the life, keeping the energy bar, and taking the goal for themselves.
Yeah, Rainbow P for just a great strike past Storm and past Strages as well. So Final Destination is still breathing signs of life here, especially after that second set, and Rayboy P still taking a lot of this damage here. I think Pantheon will switch the game plan just a little bit, and never mind, the Pantheon game plan will not come in just yet. One flip burn. Both barriers actually being found, as well as Greatest Meme still in the net. Doesn't even need to flip. Actually won't even flip here and won't actually earn the barrier there. Actually will flip here, but it's okay. They actually do trade the flip anyways, but if you're a Pantheon fan, Cal's flipping isn't the greatest here, as again, Final Destination up in points and potentially could be up another set.
A really big scramble situation there. It did not work in favor for Pantheon, even though they did big with Cal's had the burn flip as well, and they did lose it as well. Rayboy P with the Giga Blast. Cal's trying to push up, trying to help, but all the pressure with the Tofu Fortress allowing Greatest Meme backside, securing that second barrier, and now open net here. But the ball just slips past Storm again. Rayboy P with another strike placement there, and now Final Destination are one set away for punching their ticket to Losers Finals.
One final set away, the third spark in the rotation, but Dubu too far from the rotation. Not going to be able to pick it up unless somehow Pantheon miss it, but not seem to be likely. Kai's MVP, Chrono Boost on the board. They're going to just disregard it. There's no point in trying to hover it, because now it is all for naught. Sparring going to get Glass Cannon here, or Siege Machine here, and Storm having to take the OIA, trying to breathe a little bit more speed into the game, because again, this Final Destination team, they kind of live off of the slow interactions, and especially how that set was played, nothing blazing was coming in mind, everything was calm and calculated for them, as this time around, trying to pick up the pace, is Pantheon evaded off of the DP, the defense still holding strong from Spartan. Greatest Meme looking to play defense, and Spoiler once again, because Spartan and Rayboy P just need to connect on this defense here. They do end up getting the core away as the rotates come into the bottom side. Greatest Meme still with the Flame Flurry, trying to get first barrier, but the first barrier won't be taken. Cal's on the offensive, looking to trap Spartan in the slow web of the Drek. Oh, DP again missed by a Greatest Meme, looking to try to fish for a kill onto really any member of Pantheon, but no one is falling. The core is still stuck on the other side. Cal's still going to be living here. The save from Strages is good, and finally, for once, Greatest Meme looks like he's met his match in terms of the defense here. Cal is looking to try to put an oppressive end to this. Serenado keeping the core on the bottom side. Spartan still holding up very, very strong into this play, as Greatest Meme just trying to find anything to defend its offense. Playing very strong. First barrier finally found. A second barrier as well for great dash, and Greatest Meme back in the driver's seat. Cal's having to burn the flip on the defense. Strages trying to find some opener here with the overtime and the eventual hotshot proc, but nothing just can't seem to be found. There's been nothing being going on, and Cal's again being taken off. Storm actually forced to burn his flip as well, because Greatest Meme, he's here to play, and he's here to stay. And there we go, finally, a great placement from Greatest Meme to bring themselves one step closer.
A great team player pass from Rayboy P winning the most pivotal strike blow in the NAST. Oh my gosh, I'm having an aneurysm right now. They played well. They played well in securing that first point here. And now, this is where you want to be of your Final Destination, just having all the momentum. 3 flips coming up. Greatest Meme, like the snake they are, trying to secure the kill, biting on them. Storm has to burn the evade. Flip is procced again. Dash front does secure the last barrier as well, trying to chump check Storm on his pivotal point. Spartan trying to push up here with the flip as well. Kyle's trying to punish him, but the ball just slowly glides back to Rayboy P.
Greatest Meme still stuck in a 1v1 here. Flame Dash won't be able to be good, but Rayboy P sinks him right in just in time, as match point for Final Destination are on the cards now. They need one more point, and it seems so far the steamroll just can't seem to be stopped. Final Destination ready to put the pedal to the metal already, as our final point, potentially our final point, commences here. One barrier. Everyone seems to be seeing this one barrier, and second barrier will also be found here for Pantheon, trying to relive the once glory, but the dash punch almost ending Surges' life. The pass back from Cal's as well. The core is nowhere touching Spartan's net, because Spartan is still holding on. The first barrier for Greatest Meme will be taken. Strages will be knocked off the map. Rayboy P sending it right home, and Storm trying to keep their dream alive, their nasty playoff dreams alive. Cal's even in the back rank too, trying to protect the core from going into the net. Strages even back online to help, but it could be all for naught here. Spartan still holding on strong. Nothing to really worry about here as once Cal is again taken off the map, but instead, Spartan misrolls, and this could be the sign of life Pantheon need.
Yeah, there's one missed ability. Cows with great positioning there. Actually wiggling away from the Race Meme's dash punch attempt. And now there's 1 point on the board. He's just trying to calm himself, just collect them again. Just say, okay, we're gonna win here. We can come out of this sticky situation on top as long as we play slow, play committed, and play great defense. As they're doing right now, Shredders is not. We fight through the Jubulag. We're trying to evade. Look really scared here, but Grisman does not go for the double barrel like they should. Trying to secure this rotate here. Cows just actually get the pass from Storm as well, trying to force it through the roll. Straight is trying to take it the second barrier as well. Cows pushing up here with the strike shotgun, does not secure the goal. Storm trying to push up with the bewitching beam, and the third time in a row where Barrage does not work on that top side, and now we have a game for ourselves. 2-2. This is the pivotal point.
Pantheon trying to build themselves the perfect Cinderella story, coming back from the depths of defeat. Arenado coming out. They're in a perfect spot in terms of the energy economy. Basically 3 flips on their side. The core is slipping away, and Strages again trying to find something. Greatest meme with the first one. The first barrier taken. The Flame Flurry is good to clear. Also going to be very, very strong for Storm. The back pass all the way for the Arenado to recover here. Greatest meme and Rainbow Peach just need to connect on this offense. Flip even burned as well. This is where the fire up becomes. 6 seconds is all they need maybe, but Cows left to try to pick up the pieces. Greatest beam hunting him down endlessly and will not find the KO too. No KOs will be found. Rainbow Peach still has flip though, so now no flips for Pantheon at this very moment in time, and of course this could be the turning point. This is what Final Destination maybe need to close it out, but second barrier found. Rainbow Peach still hasn't used his flip on the defense yet. So now this could be this last point. This could be the last point he gets to use it, because now Cal still in the offensive trying to find a KO. Flame Flurry isn't good enough. The flip comes alive, and Greatest Meal will get the second barrier kill found. 2 kills found. Oh my god, this could be the very last moments. Rainbow Peach just needs to sink it in with Greatest Beam. Flip burnt by Storm is completely rejected. Greatest Beam sends Final Destination to the lower finals.
Yeah, that was Greatest Beam put on the big boy pants and said, yeah, you're not taking this game from me. I'm winning right here. The most pivotal dash punch I've ever seen in these nasty playoffs, recurring a double kill on the Strangers and Cows, and that was the most hero play I've ever seen. Deservedly getting the MVP as well. And looking at the stats right now, 6 goals, 6 KOs, 20,000 damage, and if you're a Final Destination fan, that felt good. That dash punch was clean, crisp. It was sick. It was sick.
Yeah, again, and speaking of the KOs, once again, 7 KOs just to 1, in fact, for Pantheon. And finally, Final Destination gets to roll that ball up the hill, making it before Pantheon does, and securing themselves in the lower final spot. So that's a C2. We're going to see whether or not they can come out on top versus whoever falls down to the lowers, but that'll be a story for next week. But before we go, anything you have to say, Storm? Well, not Storm, but Big Biggie T himself.
Yeah, that was a great match on that night market. Pantheon worked really well as well. They collected themselves, but then Greatest Moon said, yeah, you're not on my watch, and I'm dash punching, and I'm winning this game. And that was a really solid play around. Barrage is a weak ability. That ability just never works sometimes, especially if you aim it like that. And haste is broken. And then for the top 3 teams, recap here: Ferret versus SCP in winners finals. Losers finals is where Final Destination will wait and see who will come down from the upper bracket for them to face. And that's all our matches for today. My name is Big Tilt, joined with Kirik, and we are very thankful for all the casters who came back before us: Ron Mystic, Brickbat, and Fudgy Waffles, and Z Yoshi, and Frightfully Fresh. And that is all for tonight. It is I, Big Tilt, joined with Kirik. That is all.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to this crispy post show for Nasty Season 7, Day 1. I got confused because this is the 4th season of Nasty. Nobody cares, and the fun fact is that nobody cares about that. And so we're in for another season. We started with 6 teams today, now down to 3. I am joined by a representative of each of these lovely teams. I've got Megaverse, Spartan, and Overgrown Lemon. The original roster, I believe Ripstick was supposed to join in. They're just gonna fill my post show with goalies, but
they would have been
good.
perfect. They would have been perfect.
Exactly. Okay, I could be a goalie today.
Okay, thank you. So I've got all my goalies here, and hey, we just played it. You guys, your teams are the 3 that's left. So I'll go down. Not the list. I don't know how it looks on stream. I'm not looking at that. I'll go down the list of what I'm seeing and ask, starting with Megaverse, how you feel about your run today? What's the vibe?
Oh, I mean, our run today was pretty awesome. It was the first time we'd played together in a couple weeks. A lot of IRL stuff going on with the script writers, so haven't been able to get on the same page recently. But I was just glad to be able to play with my guys today, you know? Last couple of weeks of Nasty regular season, we were missing Solve, and just glad he was able to come out here. A lot of fun.
Yeah, wonderful. All right, Spartan, you're next. What's the vibe? You guys had quite the run today. We played more than one series. So how did that feel?
I mean, it just got easier as the day went on. We didn't really have a solid warm up. Went straight into SCP, and you saw how that went. Did not go well for us at all. And as we got more warmed up, got the synergy running, it felt a lot easier as the day went on for sure.
Yeah, awesome. All right, final one, Lemon. What's the vibe?
You know, it was low-key a pretty stressful series. 2 set 5.5s. But, you know, I was pretty sad to not see Pudad. But, you know, it's feeling pretty good, you know. Having only played one series is nice.
I agree.
Yep, sitting comfy in winners.
Yup.
All right, well that is good to hear. So I'll go up this time from back to front and front to back. So so back to you, Lemon. How did you feel about any preparation? Like, did you do anything special or like prep for a specific team, or did you just show up and get ready to ball out?
We showed up with the plan of banning Kazan. We did not think Kazan.
Nice
and
plan.
we planned on just winning our series and just playing only one series. That was our whole plan, basically.
That was my plan too. That's mine too.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Well, it worked. All right, Spartan. Any prep you guys did?
Well, we prepped a lot for SCP, but clearly we didn't prep enough because we were expecting Eternal and Loot Fox to be in again, not gonna lie. But other than that, it was just kind of freestyling.
Yeah, I mean, Beast Mode, you guys freestyled all through the losers bracket, couple 2-0s cleaned up. W! All right, Megaverse, you gave a little bit of your answer, but any big prep?
Yeah,
with your teammate being gone.
I prepped some burgers at work today. I made some gravy. Had to make some sandwiches for the fridge up front. You know how it is. No, we wanted to prep. Our regular season we had a lot more prep, but just last couple of weeks we haven't been able to get together. We'll almost certainly get on the same page going into the final 3 because I have a feeling these guys are going to bring their A game next week and not make it easy for us. So, yeah.
Yeah, makes sense. And W, and I got this whole flow of snaking around. So back to you. Hey, what are you thinking about the bracket so far? You can say nothing, but like anything catch you off guard in your series and someone else's series? Like what is playoffs?
I mean,
do?
hey, W Pudash Dynasty, man. 2
True.
set 5.5s. Oh my, 2 points away from winners finals. Oh, so sad. So sad. Now we have fucking Wee's little ferrets again. Great. Oh, my favorite, man. Holy shit.
I miss Pudad's Dynasty.
Rest in
and
peace.
then anything else catch me off guard? just how Eternal played. Eternal, my goat. That guy carried our series to the moon and back. I was able to sit back and relax while that guy went 1v9 turbo style. So yeah.
Yeah, feels good. All right, Spartan, anything? Well, you actually already talked about it, but anything else surprise you?
I mean, True Dad and Sons, that game had us on the edge of our seats for sure. We were watching that one while waiting for our game to start and losing our minds.
Yeah, movie. I think first I'd have to check the NASA bracket again, but I think that's the first game 3 Pudash versus Pantheon in all top to bottom. Actually, we had NASA yesterday. There's been a lot of 2-0s. Is my point. So big game 3, very exciting. All right, and finally Lemon. Again, just one series, but anything catch you?
I mean, it's the same thing as everyone else. It's just Puda's dynasty. I expected them to beat Pantheon, I'll be honest. I was really surprised when they got out so early. But, it's gonna be like that sometimes.
Yep.
The
adventure that is playoffs.
That was Cows had a breakout performance that series too. That guy played like a beast today. That's my Denver teammate. Let's go Cows.
Speaking head emoji. Yeah, big motion at Pudad and Sons getting all the glaze here. But one last question. We're going quick and easy today. Again, start with you, Lemon. What are you feeling about day 2? Don't just say like I was gonna say what are your plans? Don't just say when.
Okay.
What are you thinking? Like anything you're concerned about, or are you just feeling strong?
I think I had to practice by Taiko Temple. Probably what we do. And I'm not sure. There's I definitely just practice the more maps and stuff. Like I haven't played Inkies in a bit, but I'm just gonna play more basically. But we get prepared. Because I know Scriptwriter is a really strong team. It's gonna be probably a really close series.
Hopefully.
Yeah, all right. Spartan, day 2 preparations. You obviously have a bit of a different path, but what are you feeling like?
I mean, obviously, I'm gonna have to fight both of these two lovely teams here, and it's gonna be hard, but I'll see whoever wins and grants. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Type. That's what I'm talking about. That's confidence we're looking for. All right, Megaverse. Sitting pretty in winners. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling it. It's gonna be the same strategy. Lock in a melee goalie. If I don't get the melee goalie, I'll grief my shit off on Rune and have some fun. And then if that doesn't happen, I'll just play Kai or Estelle. It's just I'll let Eternal pick up the ball. I'll watch Thob miss his strike twice in a row on a core that's not moving. And we'll just have some fun.
That's what I'm talking about. Well, I said that was the last one. One last thing. And we're going top to bottom again. Any shout outs, anything you want to say before we're all done here?
I'll go first. I just want to shout out my team. I know both of my teammates have gone through a lot recently, and I'm just really glad that they took the time to come out today, even though they didn't have to, and even though it was a inconvenience for them. I'm glad we got to play together. W dropped Leto for letting Solve play at his house today. Without him, we probably wouldn't have been able to play. So that's awesome. Thanks, Drop, so much.
Beast. All right, Spartan, any shout outs?
I mean, let's get the creative one out of the way first. Shout out to my team, Raid Boy, greatest meme. They played amazing today. I couldn't have gotten this far without them. And, they picked me up off the side of the street when I was homeless after Launchpad, and I've had a blast playing with them. Shout out Celicy and Leo. Those guys coached us after we lost to SCP, and I think they kind of rallied our morale and we were able to push on and move forward. And shout out my friends for watching. Hello, Alex.
Hi, Alex.
W. Hi, Alex. Hope you're having a good day. All right, Lemon. Shout out time. WCat. By the way,
I'd like to shout out, obvious, my team. I think they're absolute beasts. Played like beasts. I'll also shout out my cat, Larry. He showed up. He's the GOAT.
Cat's name is Larry?
Yeah, bro. We adopted him. We never
love
changed his
that.
name. He's the
I
GOAT, bro.
love that so much.
And oh yeah, I want to shout out our coaches because I think they're really helpful. They really coach us.
Oh hell yeah! I'll shout out my coaches too. They pop in once every like 4 weeks, and they just go, "No, not that," and then they don't say anything else. So thanks, Vaughn. Thanks, Josh. You guys are the goats.
that's coaching staff if I've ever heard of one. It's what we like to hear. All right, well, that's going to be the conclusion of day one. Our lovely winners. Ooh.
I've got a shout out real quick. That was me, the voice in your heads. All right. Everyone, shout outs to Ate, setting up the pre-show and the post-show. That's awesome. That's initiative. So big dubs to Ate. Did all the legwork to get this going. So just want to shout out that guy. All the casters and everyone who participated today too. So yeah. All right, cool. That's my shout out. Back to you, Yoshi.
All right, thank you. Hey, W everyone who came here to make this happen. I would love to list out every name, but I don't know everyone who's come here to make it happen. But yeah, NAST top to bottom is a wonderful thing, and I'm very excited to watch every weekend. So shout outs to all of us, really. We're all winners today.
Nasty especially. Way more fun than NASA or Nassel. Am I right, guys?
True.
I'm saying. Well, that's it for today. We're done. A happy day one. We've got a whole week before day two, I believe, is also going to be next Sunday. So get excited for that. A whole week to prepare, and we'll have to see what you guys come up with before then. And until then, bye. We're done here. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.